I've done a lot in my life. It's been ups and downs. You know, like I've done big shows, I've done small shows. I've traveled so much. I've learned a lot along the way, and I've realized there's more to life. So I don't have no time. I don't even have a minute to waste. I feel like every second of my life now, I've got to find a way to keep motivating people before it's too late.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to begin our program in 5 minutes. Welcome to Breakpoint. Also, if you have a cell phone, it could go off in the middle of the event. Don't be that person. You know what to do. Welcome. Our program will begin soon.
finger on that one.
No, you didn't. Cool.
Yeah. GM, everyone. Cool. Yeah. This is crazy.
Yeah. What a year.
Yeah. We really didn't expect this year to go like it did. So it's really amazing to see everyone here and just kind of blown away.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming, everybody. It's amazing.
Cool. Yeah.
Do we have slides?
I think so.
Cool. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so welcome everyone. Welcome to Lisbon, to Breakpoint. This is our second conference.
Technically. Most people don't know about the first one.
Yeah. And it's really awesome to have everyone here. It's been a crazy year, a year under like extraordinary circumstances that I think really brought crypto into the forefront globally, but was really, just the birth of Solana in a lot of ways. And I'm just grateful to be part of the experience. It's just awesome. So I want to thank, first of all, our ops team, the folks that made all this possible. Amber, Aleftina, what I told them was make it like Burning Man, and people will figure out the rest. So I hope you guys have a good time. I think a lot of this is, us finally getting together. We haven't seen each other, for over 2 years in some cases. The team grew from 19 to like 75 during the lockdowns, and for a lot of folks, this is the first time they're even seeing each other, after a year of working overtime. So it's just really cool. So please have a good time. That's the most important thing. So this is actually a picture from our first conference, SolCon. That's Eric in the background. It's before the network was launched about 2 years ago.
The one audience member that you can see in this picture is actually Anatoly. Listening intently.
Yeah. There were a few more people. Most of them were on the slides. And this was, I think, before we even started the first stage of Tour de Sol. And if you guys participated in that, you remember the pain of getting that network out, watching it fall over in 20 minutes and doing it again. This idea of pain was became culturally part of Solana. We joke that our developer experience is eating glass, and for some reason that works, So I'm gonna go through the network overview. Over the last year, what's been really most important to me is this idea of censorship resistance, decentralization, the Nakamoto coefficient, and the core of what Solana is about. And it's been growing at a pace that's just really blowing me away. So Solana is a global state machine. I don't even like to call it a blockchain. It's fast. In relativistic terms, it's about 4 times slower than it should be. Speed of light halfway around the world is about 110 milliseconds. It's going to get a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to get there. But in theory, that could be the theoretical limit of how fast the network goes. And it's cheap, and it's decentralized in the ways that we can measure. And it has done a ton of transactions. So a bunch of those are votes, and that's by design. But a bunch of those are non-votes. They're now application transactions. If you actually look at things like Chain Crunch, there's about 700 TPS of just people using the network. I think that's more than everyone else combined at this point. And most amazing, the things that we see from folks like Phantom is we are now at over 1 million monthly active accounts, like actual humans that are signing this stuff. And while like the tech is interesting, the decentralization part is a hard problem. I always had this vision that the really core part of crypto is this idea of humans that can have cryptography, that own self-custody, that understand how to sign these things. And those humans are the actual humans using crypto. Can we get that number to 10 million users, to 100 million users, to 1 billion users? If you imagine the transformation that happened with the internet when it went from 3-4 million people in 95 that were actually browsing the web to 100, 300 million people in 2000, it's mind-blowing, right? And this is the same thing is going to happen with crypto. When we have 300 million people that are signing, with self-custody, the transformation is going to be like totally unpredictable and exciting. So my goal here, like everything that we're building, is just to unblock those people. How do we make this thing cheap and fast, the cheapest place for them to coordinate? And the core part of this, in my mind, is this idea of decentralization. And if you heard me talk on podcasts or me argue on Twitter, I like to frame it into the objectively measurable parts. Our big brother, Bitcoin, has about 11,000 nodes or 12,000 nodes. And that's important. It's not the hash power that's important, because if I wanted to destroy Bitcoin and I could snap my fingers and erase all those nodes, it doesn't matter how much hash power exists. If the ledger and every copy is gone, the chain is destroyed, Bitcoin is gone. And the other side of that coin is that as long as one copy survives, this thing can continue no matter what. And that's really the core part of decentralization, is that when shit hits the fan, can you still recover and continue? So we kind of frame it in that sense. Maximize the cost to destroy all replicas in a very kind of engineering way to frame that. And maximize the cost to censor messages, meaning the ability of people that are signing to actually send to this network, to actually communicate with it. So Solana is at roughly 2,000 of these replicas. So we're getting there. It's still early days, right? Like, this network is designed to go to 100,000. we have the technology, but the hard part is actually finding the humans that run these nodes, that want to participate in the network, that want to eat glass with us. Some of those nodes in the middle of Russia, people have to drive out in the middle of these places and put up a server in some ASN that nobody has heard of. And that takes work, right? That's real commitment. So the trilemma, the way we like to frame it, is that first part, cost to destroy all replicas, cost to censor messages. And we like to add this bit called real time, because humans that are signing, people, we need to use these networks for real human activity. If we're talking about 1 billion people on the planet using cryptography and signing with these things, they're doing something that is important to them right now. Not a week later, not a month later, but actually in the moment, right? They're coordinating governance. They're doing financial transactions. They're playing Star Atlas, right, and participating in the metaverse. That stuff is important to them in that moment. And that takes hardware. So the minimize the cost of hardware is not an option. So what we picked is that 1 and 2. And what we really picked was max pain, because maximizing those things is a lot of work. It's kind of part of our culture to eat glass. Why is there a transaction size limit? Why do you have to specify all the accounts for every smart contract call? Why do you have to code in a certain way with no global memory? All those things are pain for humans, but it's really a way for us to enable a network that is more efficient at its core, what it's doing, at that really core part about censorship resistance. Because if we can scale that bit, that means that we can scale it to 100 million people, 1 billion people, and that's the transformation that we really want to see. And we get to take advantage of some of the smartest people in the world working on the hardest problem, because the way we're scaling this is we're really sitting on top of giants, the people manipulating atoms. I always, as an engineer, think of 2 things in technology. Technology is something that sits on top of Moore's law. If you're building something that has feature overlap, And the thing that you're building gets twice as good every time these amazing folks double the number of transistors per square millimeter. That thing is going to blow away anything else that's not sitting on top of Moore's law. That's kind of an unstoppable wave. That idea of the singularity, it's the things that we can build that scale with Moore's law. So the thing that we're building that really scales with Moore's law is this idea of censorship resistance, Nakamoto coefficient. And this is proven. If you've been running testnet Solana nodes, you can see that there's like over 500 nodes that add up to 33%. People thought that this was impossible. This is 2.5 times the size of a Ethereum 2 shard. It's bigger than most proof-of-stake networks, and that is just only the Nakamoto coefficient in Solana. And the challenge for us is now not the technology challenge, it's the social challenge. It's how do we actually change behavior on this network such that the stake and the way that the voting power and how the nodes are distributed actually maximizes that Nakamoto coefficient. So stake pools are basically that guy, Eric, that's him being decentralized. So in those early days when we had to go and hunt for validators, ask him, beg him to go build nodes in the middle of nowhere, these are now community-driven behaviors. And it's growing like crazy. Like this was one of the hardest things to build in software, to make it secure, and to make it scalable such that the work that we were doing at labs, at the foundation, is now effectively decentralized as well. And it's not only that it's just work, there's obvious benefits to it, right? You get benefits of liquidity, you get benefits of participating in DeFi, but you also get the benefit of being part of a community. Like you participating in these stake pools, you actually get to dig into it. What is decentralization? Who's building these boxes? Who are those humans? Like right now, go talk to these people here that are running these validators, shake their hands. They're actual people. And that thing is the community. That thing is the Nakamoto coefficient. It's when the worst possible scenario, when something goes wrong, those are the people that are going to recover it. So that connection that you're making right now, that's the glue that runs the network. And that's the glue that grows the ecosystem.
Yeah, the ecosystem has been exploding, and it's been truly beautiful to watch. A real blessing. It's happening on its own. It's across every vertical, every use case, and every dream that we have for what blockchain is supposed to do. And this is what it looked like in March. According to Solanians, which is one of the probably 10 or 15 community Twitter accounts that is constantly trying to keep their infographics updated. In October, this is what it looked like, and I think this is just notable projects, but I think actually Breakpoint is a really interesting point in time because everyone that I know that's trying to keep track of this ecosystem growth is starting to just give up and just focus on summary metrics and just watch it unfold. It's going to get too small, each of these logos, by next year. And also, there's been really hard work of exchanges, onboarding to the network, understanding how to integrate, working Solana, and its code base into their UX flows. And we're really happy about the progress of SPL token support across exchanges, which is super important. Almost all the major exchanges now support the SPL token standard. And you can move, USDC and USDT between these exchanges. It's kind of a monumental effort, and it's almost complete. It's getting there. There's almost, I think, actually over $3 billion of USDT and USDC in circulation, which is just crazy. Like, yeah. I would never have imagined that we would get to that level by this point. And yeah, so if you all are trying to move money around, always look for the drop down. You can choose SPL. It'll be basically immediate. It'll basically cost nothing. You can move money peer to peer all around the world and to every exchange. Phantom has been an incredible UX effort to make that initial onboarding of the browser wallet experience as slick and seamless and easy as possible. There are other really killer wallets, but Phantom has been kind of the flagship and it's just onboarded users so quickly. They actually just, I think, maybe 48 hours before Breakpoint started, crossed over 1 million wallet extension installs, which is really phenomenal. And we expect this to continue, and it's driven off the back of DeFi growth and NFT growth. We struggled to keep this number updated as we were getting closer to the presentation, but another phenomenal outcome of this year is $15 billion of value is locked in DeFi on Solana. And like when we look at this number, we see like hundreds of teams that are just, like Anatoly said, like eating glass to go acquire users and educate them on DeFi, get them to understand what it means to move their financial life into a protocol-based financial system. And we are really only paying attention, as Toly said, to like.
So some of them are sleeping at our office.
Yeah, there's like brothers and cousins and old coworkers and colleagues and families and people sleeping in offices and people at the hacker house. Like it probably smells terrible in there. That's what we dreamed of. Like this is the dream. It feels like. What Y Combinator the early days must have felt like, and that's what we were just, striving for so long, and it's happening. And NFTs are a thing on Solana. Really only started in maybe June. Metaplex is kind of the centerpiece of it. 2.2 million NFTs. It's around $1 billion of NFT market cap on Solana. And it's all, organic. I think the thesis there was that at a time when, there was big IP coming on chain, and there were, kind of limited releases at very high price levels, the thesis was that this is going to explode and everyone's going to become a creator. Everyone will become an artist. Everyone will want to sell. They'll want to control their experience, and they'll want to do it at low prices with low fees, and they want it to be fast. And that thesis has played out faster than we possibly could have imagined.
So that graph basically matches the user growth in Phantom. And it's really amazing because DeFi is where everyone thought, like the core important thing about blockchain or crypto was DeFi. But humans just like to have fun, right? Like, every time you get a bunch of people together on the internet, they start like just making memes and enjoying and having a good time. And to me, that's like the exciting part about crypto. When do we get to that stage when that number of people is like 10 million, 100 million, and it's just people having fun, sharing culture?
Yeah, the moment when, I think we all kind of look back. It was Degen Ape Academy, right? That. Everything was breaking. There were hundreds of thousands of people showing up. The Discord was just lighting up, like fireworks. And that was when, I think everyone collectively realized, like, all this hard work of these, sweaty DeFi engineers building the new, capital markets rails on blockchain. It's supercharged by something beautiful. People just having fun and making art and enjoying themselves and feeling like they belong to something, even if it's just, cartoon apes, which is just, a beautiful thing to see. And I think, like Anatoly said, I don't know what the world's going to look like when 1 billion people are doing that, but I know it's going to happen. Audius is another, incredible growth story. We first, talked to Ranil and the Audius team when they had, I think, 45,000, wait list people, and they've just been growing like a weed. They've kind of saturated the electronic dance music space. It's decentralized Spotify, for anyone that isn't familiar. And another beautiful story, right? Users are sick of having their music taken down on all these platforms, having DRM rights expire and the music goes away. artists having record labels come in and do takedowns because they had a sample of something 3 remixes ago. Audience is censorship resistant. It needs it. It needs the performance. Every like and listen and playlist edition is on chain. And they're, I think they could be one of the biggest music streaming platforms in the world. And, they could only do this because Solana existed. And that's a really amazing thing to know that you're able to help enable. We want to see 100 of these types of applications. Solana devs, this is like the heart and soul. Can I get a show of hands, like who's a developer here?
Woo!
Yeah? Beautiful. I would have expected that all of you were at the hacker house, but you're here.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's growing like a weed. It seems like developers love Solana. They understand, why.
I love eating glass. I don't
Yeah,
know
they're
why.
eating glass. And I think that is also shown in kind of the team formation. It's not just people poking around and and forking code bases. They're building businesses. This is really important. I think early on our focus was to say we don't want people just toying around with it and then going back to their FANG job chained to a desk. We want them to start a business and take the swing of their lives to change the world the way that we all came to Silicon Valley to do. And the hackathons have been showing that. Teams are showing up at levels that we did not expect. When we did the first one in November, we thought nobody was going to show up, and if they did, that they wouldn't be able to get anything off the ground. But some really important projects got started there. So that one I think was maybe 50 teams, and then there was in March about 100 teams. In June, there's about 350, and this recent hackathon, the Ignition hackathon, had 570 teams form. And from what we're hearing, it's hard to really pin this down, but before the hackathon ended, about 100 of those teams were already starting their fundraising process, and many had already closed. And by this point, there's probably several dozen companies from that last hackathon that have raised over $1 million in funding. So, what's the goal? We want 1 million of these developers, right? We're around 1,000x away from that, but we've seen 1,000x's in our lifetimes a number of times. And we've seen some 1,000x's in crypto and in this ecosystem. And, there isn't a timeline here, but when we think about how quick we want to see this, it's like as fast as fucking possible. Because if we're going to get to 1 billion people, we need, a meaningful amount of people just throwing themselves against the world's biggest problems and seeing how censorship resistance and openness and permissionlessness can solve those problems. And like we've been saying a bunch of times, we want to see 1 billion people using the network. But importantly, we want them to have, their own keys and have their own custody of their own assets. We think that, when people explore 3 or 4 different use cases of things that they were doing in their normal life that didn't use this technology, they'll start to piece together, just the same way that, when you use your first 3 to 5 internet applications or mobile applications that really became part of your daily pattern, all of a sudden your mind started to shift and think about how the world could look differently and how you could participate in it and how you could build it. So we want to get there as fast as possible.
There's a world of difference between using AOL keywords and clicking on a link, right? And really browsing the web. And that's the difference between self-custody and using a centralized service. So that world where we have governance, right, human coordination globally with cryptography, that world really needs those people to understand what that seed phrase does and how to store it. So teach your friends.
Cool. It's again hard to keep track of this, but by our estimates, there's been over $2 billion of venture capital that's flowed into the Solana ecosystem to support this growth of developers and this march toward 1 billion users. And it's now at this point, basically every major traditional investor and every major crypto investor which is incredible to see. It's been unifying, and we're also trying to contribute and throw weight into the right areas. So we recently announced a $100 million gaming fund between Solana Ventures and Lightspeed and FTX. If you're building gaming applications, definitely get in touch. This is part of a number of ecosystem funds that have been started by different constituents of the crypto industry because they see what's happening and they want to support and get exposure to everything that's happening in the Solana ecosystem. So, $431 million that we know of in ecosystem funds. One of them will be announced at this conference. That's $50 million. And here's a few of the logos that we've seen coming into the ecosystem. It's amazing. I mean, I think a lot of these investors are the foremost trend spotters, and they have seen so many cycles, and they know what makes a successful business. And they're seeing that in this ecosystem, some of the most generational businesses of the next 10 years are going to get built. Because these entrepreneurs are unlocked, and that's just a dream. So Solana Foundation has also been supporting this growth, and especially censorship resistance and validator node growth with grants. So 130 plus grants, 1.7 million SOL. A bunch of that was when it was cheaper. Solana Ventures has already made over $25 million of investments, 75 of them, and Solana Labs is supporting entrepreneurs with reference implementations, open source, that they can use to bootstrap their applications.
It's Bartosz, basically.
Yeah. So what's coming up? I mean, I tweeted this recently. We're not going to be presenting a roadmap here. This is not, a look into the future of the Solana network evolving. There's work to do, but the hardest challenges are behind us. This network scales, it supports users, they can onboard. We're seeing really good conversion, really good retention, right? Like if we just look back to the classic metrics, it's just time to grow the thing. So what you're going to be hearing is, mostly from the people that are just building on the network and what they're building, what their vision is, and it's starting to get really, really incredible, really visionary stuff, big swings that could really change the world if they work.
Yeah. Also, we suck at planning. So we call it fire-driven development.
How can you plan in the blockchain industry? Everything changes, in a month. So some of the folks that you'll hear from, Phantom, Pith, Metaplex, Neodyme, Serum, Arweave, Audius Saber, kind of it hasn't been that long, but these are a lot of the mainstays.
Please talk to Neodyme if you're building. You don't want him to talk to you first.
Neodyme does auditing, and they're great. Some new folks though, Render. I won't go through all of these, but Render, Neon, Alexis Ohanian from 776, and the founder of Reddit, Nansen, and Brave, Brendan Eich, who was CEO of Mozilla and creator of JavaScript, BetDex, which is started by the former founder of FanDuel. There's incredible people coming into this ecosystem, and they have wonderful things to announce and talk about. There's also a sweet NFT drop. So People Pleaser is finally, launching a project on Solana. Follow the @SolanaConf Twitter handle to learn more. But it's going to be really fun, a really awesome celebration of this time in Lisbon and the growth of the Solana ecosystem. And there's an interactive component. It's called the Collector for a reason. You wanna collect them all. And we'll have a sweet closing party with Boys Noise and others. The vibe's gonna be pretty chill. Tolly's a surfer. This whole thing is gonna feel like a little bit like Burning Man. And we hope to see you there. Tolly and I will be there, and we can close this out and celebrate the year and and everything that's been accomplished. It's been, just blood, sweat, and tears, and I think it's okay to take a moment to celebrate and meditate on that success and have, some shared experiences that we can all look back on as we plan the next chapter. So here's some ways to get plugged in. If you follow, Solana on Twitter and the Solana Conf Twitter handle, I think you're pretty well covered. And just remember to have fun. It's like really important.
Yeah.
All right, great. Thanks everyone for coming out today. That was, it's really fun to open with something like that and really get to hear a little bit about what's coming.
Solana developers and just all the people. Holy crap, what a year it's been for Solana. The last week, I feel like the price of Sol has hit all-time highs almost every day. It's crazy. It's at $250, I think. I didn't look at it this morning, but yesterday it was at $250 per coin. That's pretty great. I know people say, look, the price is not the most interesting thing, but it surely is one of the more exciting things. That also means that Solana is up 17,000% on the year. So Solana has just had such a massive year. It's crazy. And it means that the Solana blockchain is now worth $76 billion. That is billion with a B. What else starts with a B? That's me, Bailey. And I'm your MC for this morning and probably for most of the mornings over on this developer stage. This is Sud Lisboa. I'll just go through some of the stages, all three of the stages that we have here at Solana Breakpoint. So if you're confused about where you are, this is Sud Lisboa, developer stage, a couple developer panels to start off the day, and then developer workshops throughout. A 10 to 15 minute walk in that direction is LX Factory. LX Factory is our ecosystem stage, so that's where you're gonna hear all about the ecosystem that is built up around Solana over the past year or two. And then we also have a Stufa Fria. A Stufa Fria in Portuguese means cold greenhouse, and it is in a greenhouse. It's a beautiful venue, and that's where you will hear about all of the things, all of the projects and entrepreneurs that are trying to get to the next million or billion people on Solana. Some other housekeeping. If you are tweeting about this conference, please use the hashtag Solana Breakpoint. I know you all will be sitting on Twitter most of the day, so please do that. There's not necessarily dedicated Q&A here on the developer stage, but I'm happy to sort of push some questions to some of the panelists if y'all want. So just tag me at BLR13 if you have any comments, and I'll try to get those, but we have a full packed day of workshops, so sorry if I can't get to those. Otherwise, if you want to go between venues, we have some shuttle buses and some tuk-tuks out there. The tuk-tuks are all branded with Slope Finance, so thanks to Slope Finance for doing that, and those are free, so you can get around the venues that way. Let's see, what else? Anything else that I need to say? I don't think so. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. Let's kick this off. Our first session, so with Ethereum, with the first mover advantage, and then a whole bunch of other layer ones and layer twos gaining market share, the question is, why Solana? Why build on Solana? Why participate in the Solana ecosystem? And so we have a panel today of 5 amazing developers to discuss this. I'm gonna go ahead and bring those folks on stage, and that will be moderated, come on up guys, that will be moderated by Chase Barker from our very own Solana Labs. Thanks so much.
Hello, everyone. It seems like everybody wanted to go get a nice quick glimpse of Raj and Anatoly for the first time. So, but super excited to be here. This is actually crazy. Lots of us at Solana Labs have actually never met each other either. So we've been spending the past few days just hanging out and getting to know each other. And then yesterday, the registration kicked off, and it was really cool to start meeting the people that I thought wouldn't be as social as they actually are. Maybe it was the alcohol, maybe it was just people aren't as antisocial as I thought in this space, so it's been pretty incredible. So welcome to Why Solana, Developer's Perspective. When I was first asked to do this, I thought it was kind of weird. I was like, I'm the most biased person in this company to talk about why Solana. That's actually part of my job. So I decided to bring in kind of a little unique collection of people. We have Bartosz Lipinski, Solana Labs, previously in the TradFi. We have Irvin Cardena from Open Era, and then we have Ian and Dylan Magliano from Sabre. So I'm going to let everybody do a brief little introduction against the wishes of Bailey in here. So we're going to keep these short, and we'll go ahead, Bartosz.
Sure. Thanks for having me here. Bartosz, I've been on Solana for about a year. I primarily focus on building apps on top of Solana, and before that I worked on trading systems in Citadel and a few other financial institutions.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me here. I'm Irvin. I'm co-founder of Open Technologies, and we're building Open Era and a few other immersive reality tools and applications that leverage Solana blockchain. And previous to that, I founded a Bitcoin startup back in 2012, worked at Goldman Sachs in strategic blockchain technologies, and a few other things across various blockchains that you know, like Polkadot, Harmony, Polygon, and also received grants from Chainlink and other projects.
Hey guys, my name is Dylan. I'm working on Sabre, which is a decentralized exchange on Solana, focusing on stable swaps of assets. I was also working on Metaplex, which is the NFT protocol in Solana. Before that, was working in fintech, worked as a product manager at Okikoi, which is a crypto exchange. And before that, was doing tokenized securities on Ethereum.
And hi, I'm Ian. I was an EVM dev before this. I built a big AMM on Celo called Ubiswap. And I was also working at a fintech company called Pipe. We were doing lending, but yeah.
Cool. Thank you, everybody. So I think we're just going to kick this off. I think one of the most, the number one thing I wanted to do with this is why I brought people like Irvin and Sabre, Ian and Dylan from Sabre, is because they come from different blockchains. The number one question kind of that came to my mind whenever I was putting this together was that, like, what was the original kind of moment for each of you guys to propel you into diving into Solana? Like, I know coming from TradFi, Bartosz might have a little bit of a different situation here, but like as blockchain developers, it seems that it's not always the easiest thing to like change your mind and switch to something completely different. Obviously, fast, cheap, secure, like blah blah blah. But there's obviously lots of different nuances and reasons here. So, Bartosz, did you want to give an answer to this since you're from the traditional finance world?
I mean, I can just say why, I guess in general, from my perspective, why I picked Solana instead of other blockchains. So primarily when I think about like building trading systems, like throughput and latency and how quickly you can get out of the orders that you have in the market. And at that time, like at the specific time, usually it's around the cancellation is when the throughput and latency matters. I think we are still not there yet with getting like an actual like TradFi market makers migrating to Solana, but it's extremely important to have a plan how you would get there. And based on like my talk with like Anatoly before I started, it's like I believe it's possible.
Yeah, so we kind of talked before this though, and I know Irvin was going to also mention some things around like the traditional finance world, but like how is Solana like fast and efficient enough right now to run what Anatoly would basically say running like the NASDAQ on Solana? Are we there yet to be able to do that?
Go ahead.
Yeah. We can, yeah, Irvin, so like...
Bartosz, you're one of the core developers, so I can chime in right after you.
Sure. I think from the cancellation perspective, it's tricky. Just because like how you communicate with the validator is there's no like easy way for the market makers to actually like guarantee that their cancellations will hit the specific time. So I think there's still a couple of things that need to happen. I think this startup called Jito is thinking about it, how it could be approached, and like market makers that are building on Solana are thinking about it quite a bit as well. Like Susquehanna and Chicago Trading Company, I think they are doing interesting things with the validators to figure out how they can actually get out of the markets, which is the most critical aspect, at least from my perspective, that people that are looking at like NASDAQ like don't think about, because they're like, it's like executing orders, but executing orders is actually less important than canceling them.
Yeah, so there's a huge misconception around like the blockchain world. I think every blockchain will pitch you saying we have 1 million TPS, transactions per second, right? But in the world of finance or overall, TPS is not the only thing that matters. It's fast finality, right? Because as Bartosz was saying, was that you want the transaction to have complete finality, right? You don't want to have uncertainty for milliseconds or a large number of seconds. And so I think we're getting there, but definitely I would say from that angle that Solana is one of the blockchains that is pushing towards mainstream adoption. For us, that was one of the key things, when we spoke to Anatoly and Raj, that was a key thing. And so that's good and all. And I honestly asked, well, how are you going to achieve this? And they kind of gave us a rundown. And you guys already seen this happen and play out. And so, as you're building a product or you're a technologist, the technology itself matters. And in Solana, the technology is there. But also, how is the technology being adopted by the entire world? Because essentially, you're building a product and you want your product to be used across the entire world. And so that's one of the things that I would say, expanding upon what Bartosz said.
Yeah. So is that just circling back, since I kind of distracted away from that? So what was the first, what brought you into as OpenAera? Like, how did you jump from Polygon and all the other blockchains that you were working on, which the list is actually quite long, but to make the jump to Solana?
Yeah. So. WAGME, I think, that's a term. It's like we're all going to make it. I think we all have to be friends in this ecosystem. And, firstly, my team and I, Up and Dive, we work with a few different blockchains. So we work with Polygon. We love those guys. We love Harmony. I'm a Substrate Academy fellow, which is the framework for Polkadot. And also I was part of Polka House. Shout out to them. And, we decided to build a product early this year. And so we came up with OpenDive, which focuses on immersive reality tech, and we really wanted to bring our technology and connect it to blockchain and so on. So we were looking for this kind of home. We had worked on like Chase mentioned, Polygon was one of them, Harmony, we did Avalanche and stuff like that. And SBF pitched us Solana and Serum. Serum over there, we love Serum. And so we were like, okay, we've done so many hackathons, so many projects, a few alphas. I was like, Sam was like, come check out the DeFi hackathon. There were like 2 weeks left.
Yeah.
And so Sean, my co-founder, and I were like, okay, do we want to do another hackathon? Because we had said, we're done with hackathons. Let's build. For long term, we're like, fine, let's do it. We get there, and I would say that it was documentation was bad. I told Bartosz, it was horrible. I was like, how do I get started? I had to review it. Paul X blog was there. And so as someone who's trying to build a startup, a product, and going towards a DAO, like I said, one of the core things is technology, right? And what I truly valued when I learned about Solana and I talked to the team, and I told you was that they're trying to innovate outside of other blockchains. Because if you look at the space, there's a whole bunch of EVM-compatible blockchains, right? So what's the innovation there? Is it a minor tweak in terms of how the transactions are propagated? Is it the validator set? And so it's something completely different, right? And I would tell you that it takes a lot of grit to build something from scratch, right? Because you're jumping into the unknown. And so I've personally been there, and my co-founder, Sean, we were trying to build robots and stuff like that, and it's tough. And so I valued that tremendously. The other part that we also value within Solana early on was that the ecosystem was growing, and they had a plan on how to create these tools. So we came in there, and we said, okay, so the wallets weren't there. This is March, April, May, right? And Bartosz, we get them done. And so we assessed this and stuff like that. And at the end, it was a combination of, I would say, 3 things, right? The technology, the ecosystem, the community is growing there. And there's one third one, which I'll leave it out there. But these are key things to look into when you come into Solana or perhaps other ecosystems, right? Technology, ecosystem, and community, how fast they're growing. And the third one is probably quite obvious, but I think I'd like to touch upon that later on. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's. I think the community aspect of it's like obviously part of my job is to speak with developers, and like I started 6 months ago, and like my DMs went from like 5 like DMs a day to I probably wake up to about 80 a day. 90% of those are people, sometimes for FANG developers, being like, "Hey, I'm getting into this. Don't tell anybody, but like, where do I get started?" So like that community aspect it's actually been crazy for me to watch that happen. But I am like super interested to hear from Dylan and Ian about like what like you guys were building on Celo and ETH, and all of a sudden you're on Solana. So like how did that end up happening, or what drew you to it?
Yeah, maybe it's easier actually if Ian goes first.
Me. Okay. Yeah, I mean, what drew us to Solana initially for building, I guess, the curve of Solana was the low fees and the fast transaction time. So some more background on me. I've been involved in DeFi for a long time, like since the term came out, I guess, like in 2018. I was really involved in Ethereum like DeFi trading like since like March 2020. So like I saw the entire ecosystem grow like from before yield farming, like when DeFi TVL was like under $1 billion to like I guess where it is today. But yeah, from that. Curve was something that I used all the time, but it's very expensive because it's not like Uniswap where it's just X times Y equals K, which is already kind of expensive, but it's a little more complicated than that. And from that, like you're easily spending like maybe even like $50 per transaction, like as a cheap transaction to just swap between stables. But Curve is like a really good idea. It's a LP, or it's like an exchange where you don't have any impermanent loss. So it's like a good like risk-free rate of crypto. But we basically just wanted to like have that except cheaper, and so we didn't have to like pay tons of money whenever we wanted to like change between like USDC and USDT and across different exchanges. So that's why I got into the ecosystem in the first place. Why I stayed was because of the community. So like I think the Twitter community is just really good in Solana. It's like very motivating as a DeFi developer to just build when people are actually saying they like your product and they want you to keep building more products and keep just like growing the ecosystem out. And that's not something you really get easily in other chains, like trying to get like people to like rally behind you and like have a specific type of culture where people get excited about what you're building. So yeah, that's what I like about Solana. On top of that, there's a really good exchange support. So the support from like FTX and just like institutional stuff in general is really nice because then it's really easy for me to like get my friend to just put a bunch of like USDC into FTX US and just like withdraw it, but that's like not something you get on a lot of other chains. Like on other chains, like you might need to use a VPN. That's not like allowed. Like you're not supposed to be doing stuff like that. But like FTX has like actual like official support like in the US and also like every other country. So it's been really easy to integrate.
Yeah, I'll add to that too. So Saber actually was started. I guess the first version of Saber was like end of last year. That's part of the first Solana hackathon. So that's something that Ian and then our other co-founder, Michael, participated in. And yeah, back then though, like the developer experience of Solana and even just the ecosystem in general was just a lot less than it is now. And even when we like basically got back into working on Saber, which was like in April of this year. And the way that like I got involved with Solana, so yeah, I was working full time at a fintech startup that wasn't in crypto. But still just like really interested in crypto trading and also building on the side. And I was looking for like a fun project to do. Ended up just like randomly seeing a tweet from Raj one day. He was like, "Oh, like we're looking to incubate a project that is going to do like, or basically going to start like NFTs on Solana, which is the project that ended up being like called Metaplex." And so yeah, I like reached out to him. I was like, "Hey, I'm interested in working on this," and yeah, I ended up just like working on it part time. And yeah, I think one is just like meeting the Solana team. So like yeah, Raj Anatoly, people like Bartos as well. I think they just had like a very good vision of like how they see the Solana ecosystem growing like, really fast, and how they can basically like create a niche amongst like all these other L1s. Yeah, as Ian was saying before, also like institutional support. So yeah, I was talking to some of the guys from like Alameda, from Jump, and yeah, honestly, just like felt inevitable that like Solana was going to become like a big chain for finance. But what the problem was at that point was just like there were not like very many DeFi protocols. I think back at that time it was mainly like Radium, Serum, Orca, Yeah, I'm probably forgetting some other ones, but those are like the main like projects there. And there was like no like stable swap. And because like we already had this code that was written for the first Solana hackathon, and also just like seeing like Inside Curve is just like a very like foundational piece of DeFi. You can really build like everything on top of stable swaps. It's just like more efficient than a normal like stable coin to use. Yeah, just made a lot of sense. And so yeah, me and Ian like started working on that while we were still like part-time at our other job. Ended up finally quitting and going full-time on Solana in I think like July of this year. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. You were talking about like building and like the developer experience, which is like my job to fix. So just give me some time. But anyways, I look back at like Mango and Daffy and some of these guys, and I actually asked Daffy one day on Twitter. I was like, how the hell did you build Mango with literally docs and Pollux escrow tutorial? But people got it done. Like, I don't think that it was easy.
Yeah.
And then we also have a couple guys on Discord that I promised I wouldn't name by name here, and developer support that like kind of just one-off helped everybody get through a lot of this stuff. So that was like super cool. Did you have something to say, Irvin? Because
yeah, I think so. They talked really about DeFi, and one of the things that actually happens nowadays is that you want to have composability. Right, so you want to have Lego blocks coming together, and so L1s in general are pretty good for this. And so it was a matter of seeing, like they said, there were a lot of DeFi protocols coming over, and because Solana is an L1, composability is just much smoother. And so there's a multi-chain world. People are talking about composability also across these multi-chain ecosystems. But Solana had that in its sleeve, right?
Yeah. So I had another question up here, which is why did you stay? But like now that I'm thinking about it, the kind of like all this kind of just ties together, and it's probably the reasons you came here are also the reasons you stayed, except for like the community part, which I think, again, I just have to note that it was really shocking to see how quickly that community grew. And like, I think the NFTs actually allowed non-developer participants to now like join DAOs, and like there's a whole nother level there, but we can talk about that another time. I
can talk about something about staying. So like I think when you and I like first like started working on Saber, we weren't like really thinking like, oh, like this is going to be like a huge project on Solana, at least in the beginning. Like a lot of it was so I think Ian kind of briefly mentioned on this. He was working on a lot of Celo stuff. And so like we were looking at like how can we basically make the Celo dollar bigger, and one of those ways was like, oh, we can build a stable swap on another L1 that like seems really promising. But I think like as soon as we started, like Ian posted a tweet on like the Saber Twitter. It was called Stable Swap back then. It was just like I forgot what it said, but it was just like something random, and it just got like tons of like hype. Like everyone was like really excited about it. I think like SBF tweeted it or retweeted it, and we were just like, oh wow, like Solana seems like a lot bigger than we thought it was. And yeah, from there, like I don't know, basically just like kind of went all in on Solana after that.
Yeah, it's not that it was I guess Solana was big. It's that the community members were really active and involved in trying to like get the ecosystem to be bigger. And I mean, even within Solana Labs, like the employees of Solana Labs and like even Anatoly and Raj themselves, like they encourage us to build on top of Solana. Like Vitalik doesn't do that for you, people in Ethereum. So it just feels a lot more motivating that these people that are building this chain really want you guys to like succeed and grow the ecosystem out. So that's just been like really great.
I think another thing that was surprising, and I don't know if this happens on other chains, but you really have seen like somewhat direct and indirect competitors that you would consider competitors in this space actually helping each other out with code and like building in like this kind of open collaborative way. Obviously that utopia doesn't last forever as things get kind of a little more competitive down the line, but when you're kind of like have a trajectory that's like a hockey stick in terms of developer community and projects, like I feel like people were more willing to help each other. But maybe not again, like forever.
Yeah, I think so. Like they were saying, honestly, what's really exciting as a developer is that you really get to shape things bottom up, right? It's like the opportunity to do that. And like if you're thinking about coming to Solana, you're still pretty early. Like I became an advisor for Metaplex. I have a lot of NFTs and did a lot of NFT work, and it's kind of fascinating how I had the discussions about, how do NFTs work on these other chains? Let's say EVM compatible, right? And then you see that kind of like being applied or implemented right there, right? And I had conversations with Jordan and Bartosz and that and taking place. But like getting a bit technical, for example, to discussing like NFTs on Solana or something. When you look at like EVM compatible chains, the standard for NFTs, right, is at the business or social level, right? So an NFT is just a contract that you constantly deploy. On Solana, the concept of an NFT in even a metaplex is a standard at the protocol level. It's on-chain that people use. So what does this mean? Well, this means that rather than you having to say, okay, you have OpenSea, then you have known origin, and you have this other marketplace, if you're a creator and you want to have royalties on the NFTs, on these EVM chains, all these, quote-unquote marketplaces have to come into a business agreement for these royalties to take place. With Metaplex on Solana, that standard, or that concept of royalties, is already baked or built in on-chain. So the standard is already on the protocol, right? So it means that artists, when they come in, and mint an NFT using, using Metaplex storefront, and then they go and connect to a marketplace, the royalties are there, which is very different, right? And it's also very motivating for artists and creators to kind of have this. And so that's also something to consider when you look at coming in and being able to shape the ecosystem and make it better.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And we do all owe a lot of thanks to Mr. Bartosz Lipinski here for not sleeping for 2 months straight and helping build the Metaplex standard with Redacted J, Jordan, who I believe is probably sitting at the hacker house like he has been for the last 5 days straight. Yep. So we have about 15 minutes left, and like the more like exciting question that I wanted to ask, and I feel like everybody might have a different kind of answer here, and we'll start with Bartosz, is like, what's the thing that probably most excites you with Solana? Like, I think the NFT world kind of blew up. Like, that excites some people. I'm personally, like, just to give a brief opinion, like, I've been excited about gaming for probably the last 3 years in crypto. I know a lot of people from the finance world, they're excited about DeFi, so super curious to hear what everybody else, like, as a developer, is most excited of, like, whether it's like what's going to be built or like how it's going to change the world, or basically anything. So Bartosz, what are you thinking here? What's the most exciting thing about the next 6 months to a year on Solana?
Yeah, sure. So for me, it's like maybe not the most exciting things, but like 3 things. So the first one, like everyone is talking about games, and we have been talking with Arvin for weeks, months about games in general. Great team, tons of ideas, and we are basically thinking, how can we build it into a standard that's on-chain, that games can become interoperable. And it's very tricky because you need to balance the composability of the games with the freedom for the game designers. So it's even harder than like composing DeFi, because the DeFi protocols like somewhat agree on, like, for example, what money is, where not games sometimes don't. The other thing is, outside of games, is seeing more collaboration from traditional finance. I think seeing what PIF did is like, from the outside, it looks very, very straightforward. But if you worked at any of those financial institutions, from the inside of those institutions, you would argue that something like that, it's almost impossible, where you have multiple market makers and investment banks and exchanges actually sitting at the same table and exchanging technology. Where, like, for those people, like when I was working at Citadel, we were not even able to contribute like open source software from our personal accounts during personal time. And them contributing them and actually talking is very interesting. So like being in Chicago and having multiple people come to the office from those firms and actually talk what they are going to build, it's like just crazy. We'd have like Jump, Susquehanna, CTC in the same room talking what they are building. It's just crazy.
And so, like, in traditional, just real quick, like in traditional finance, in case some people don't know, is like the closed source is where the money comes from, right? Like, there's no such thing as sharing and open source. It's like kind of the antithesis of what we're all doing right now. So it has to be crazy to come from like traditional finance into crypto. So Irvin, what about you, man? Like, what excites you the most about the next 6 months to a year here on Solana?
I think a lot of things. Gaming is one, and we've been talking about gaming for a long, long time. And standards, on-chain standards are a critical thing for interoperability because people think about the metaverse, and right now you're pitched like a high-level interoperability, where they say, there's this game A and game B, and then you can share assets. But then you look deep down, and how does sharing assets take place? Where there's a business agreement that game A will allow game B to integrate. And so is that really interoperability? I'd say no. Right? It's interoperability at the business level, not at the protocol level. You can quote me on that. But that's the huge thing for us. And like our background overall has been in immersive reality and even robotics. I've been in the space like since 2012. One particular use case that I haven't seen like really take off is things related to data and IoT, the Internet of Things. And we're working on research papers, we published academic papers, and we did comparison of like architectures, IoT architectures with Solana and other chains too, right? And so when you start thinking about what's going to happen in the next 5 to 10 years, you look at 5G, great, right? I think the US is just figuring out 5G. Actually, we're already researching 7G in other places, and people are deploying 6G, right? And so when you have these interconnected devices and you have cell towers nearby, you have all this collection of data. So what can we do? How can we provide provenance? And I think that's something exciting that needs to be explored more. And I'm looking forward to that in the near future. Besides that, I think anything goes. Like DeFi and new models are yet to come. So you guys should keep an eye for that.
Yeah, I think the whole thing about how you talked about kind of being able to be so early and build this up and like have so much influence, and like I think that like somebody brand new could come into Solana, a new project, and completely just shift everything in one direction just because it is still so small and we are so early. It won't take much to influence like the way that things are moving, and I'm not so sure how I feel about Internet of Things. I don't know if I want my refrigerator habits on the blockchain, but I'm just kind of joking. So Dylan, how about you?
Yeah, I'm super excited about just seeing more composability. Like when we first started working in Solana, like I said, like there weren't that many DeFi primitives. Now we're getting to the point where I think like pretty much every basic primitive exists out there, and it is of like high quality. So yeah, really cool to see. Like just even speaking in terms of Saber, like in the past like months or even past couple of weeks, I've seen like a lot of like new projects come out that are building on top of Saber, doing really cool things, and then now new protocols can come and build on top of those things. And so yeah, I think for like the next like few months, just going to see a lot more like really interworking projects. What's really cool about being here in Lisbon and working at that hacker house is like, just like meeting other teams, and they're like, oh yeah, we were thinking of building this thing on top of Saber, and we can help them out and stuff. And so yeah, just super exciting to see like more composability throughout DeFi and gaming, NFTs, just everything.
Cool. Yeah, just you mentioned in the hacker house again reminded me, is just so everybody knows, apparently the Mango team has put up some bounties over there. So like if you want to go hack and build some stuff and then hit some of those bounty awards, that like it's free, it's fair game.
Yeah, there's a few of them. There's like Drift Protocol,
Heroes.
Hero. Yeah, I'm bad with names.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them. There's more than 100,000.
We have slippers, the slipper
award.
award.
And the slippers. Yeah.
So Ian, you're the last one. So like, what's most exciting to you in the next 6 months to a year here on Solana?
Yeah. For me, I think the most important thing is trustlessness. So like on Ethereum, right, or any EVM chain, you can basically verify the contract source and know exactly what you're running. And on top of that, like there's a community of people that know Solidity and can basically say like if there's going to be a rug pull or not. But basically, since Solana doesn't really have a system for that, people really have to rely on like other people to say that something's good or not. But what this does is it restricts people from innovating, right? Like if you think about all the big like developments that have happened outside, or like in the Ethereum ecosystem, a lot of them come from these like anon, proton mail, like email addresses that just like post some random white paper that like create really cool things, but like they don't want to say who they are. But I want to see a culture like that develop in Solana, and for that we need people to like open source their code and verify the contracts, and have like a centralized repository, not centralized, but like a repository where like people can actually like verify the contracts very easily and see what's going on. But yeah, and with that, like my favorite project in Ethereum was Basis Cash. So it's It's like a basis protocol like clone. They like took the basis protocol white paper. It's like a stable coin, and they built it in Ethereum and just like launched as an anon team. But like that could never really exist in Solana today, just because like people would not trust something like that. So I just want to like see an environment where people could just like launch a project like that, build it, and put it out there, and people can just like use it. And from that, I would see like I think the TVL of Solana would skyrocket after that, because then you just have all these like forks of random projects that just all like keep building and keep pushing out new things, just like we see with Metaplex, right? Like NFTs only really got big in Solana because Metaplex made it really easy for someone to create like a relatively trustworthy NFT where you know you're interacting with a candy machine contract. With Phantom, you can even see like if you're actually going to like get all your funds taken from you. And from that, people are able to just like go into it and like not have to worry about like losing all their money. But I want to see something like that for just DeFi in general. And I think contract verification is like the first step, but governance is also another thing. But yeah, just trustlessness in general, I think, is the most important thing.
Yeah, I have a somewhat, just since I'm not like typically building on a regular basis, I have a little bit different of a perspective on what I'm excited about, and like I think everybody kind of is probably also in agreement with us, I hope, is that like streamlining the developer onboarding and developer experience. Like obviously it's been a huge challenge since day one. There was Docs and there was PawX. Now we're starting to see all these developers. Like I just saw somebody, I think his name is Brian Frail. He just created a whole full like Medium or like Hack.2 or Dev.2 article on PDAs. Like people were going and finding all these gaps that have been confusing, and they're now like writing content. And like originally I was out there trying to find developers to help produce content. Now it's almost becoming a full-time job to like just capture that content and find it, because people are just like coming onto Solana and making things. And like I know I wanted to kind of, since we have a few minutes left, one of the big ones here, I don't know if Armani's here, but like he is doing the Lord's work out there building Anchor. And now it sounds like, I see Ian tweeting about this all the time, that crates are coming out left and right. And like, I mean, honestly, like I think from most likely from the ETH community, like that's going to be like the go-to. Like there's, I don't think we're at version 1 yet on Anchor, are we? Like we don't have a fully do we know when that's coming? The fully audited like V1 version? I think Armani gave me like a month or two like kind of time frame when then that would actually happen.
Yeah.
So, but I did think like, just so we do have some time, like what are your thoughts on that, Ian? Like in terms of like Anchor, like you guys started out Saber, V1, straight Solana, Rust, and then part of that's still that, but you've also built like some components.
Yeah, so the core Saber contract, like the actual swap, is not written in Anchor, but every single other program we've ever used is built on Anchor. But why Anchor is really important is that it, so in Solana, right, you basically have to deal with these like raw like byte arrays to do everything. So you don't actually know what you're like calling. You have to like know what program you're calling in order to like understand what's going on. But in Ethereum, it's not that the case. In Ethereum, you have these things called ABIs, like application binary interface, where you can actually like see what's going on in a contract. So that's also important for this like trustlessness, like auditability stuff, where you actually can see what's going to happen whenever you do something with a contract. But yeah, that's why I think Anchor is really important, and just onboarding a lot of people, not just for like developer like speed, but also for this like auditability thing where people can actually like integrate and see what's going on.
Yeah, super excited to see this happen. Like I know there's some Anchor maxis out there now that don't even like want to even look at like native Solana and Rust.
Yeah,
so it's actually funny.
Yeah.
So we got a couple minutes left. Did anybody have any final thoughts on like obviously we're talking about why Solana developers' perspective. So Irvin, did you have any final thoughts?
Oh yeah, so I think I had that last third point.
Yeah.
So for us, it was very strategic, honestly, coming to Solana. And I mentioned the tech and the community one thing, but personally as a founder and someone who's been since 2012, one of the most important things are the people, right? And this matters because you're essentially, as a founder or someone creating a product, you're gonna dedicate your entire life or your entire weeks or weekends to really build in this ecosystem, right? So ideally, what you want is you want people that, one, have a strong conviction and vision for the product that they're building, right? You want people that are eating their own dog food. So not just folks who are saying, we're building this, and you ask them, are you writing the code? Are you actually using the product? And you don't find that a lot, right? And 3, you want people who are going to be there as you build a product in their ecosystem. And this is what we really found. Like when we talked to Anatoly, Raj, Tristan, who's not here, was a key person, and Bartosz when I talked to him, and now Jordan, and Chase, people are key, and this is what we see in these folks. In all honesty, I think I told Chase earlier, I would say that Chase is one of the top, developer advocates out there. Because if you go on Discord, you go on Twitter, he's out there. And so people do matter. And so if you're a founder or looking to create a product, you'll find those key things amongst the people that are building, and those that are coming also in building Solana as a whole, as an ecosystem.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that as well. I mean, I've talked to several ecosystem teams, I guess, on different L1s, and I think the level of support that Solana gives is just way beyond anyone else. And yeah, really excited to be here for that reason.
100%.
Yeah, well, we're kind of rounding it off here. Thank you guys for coming again, Bartosz, Lipinski, Irvin. Now I'm forgetting all the names that I was kind of memorizing as I was coming here. Cardenas, and Dylan and Ian Macliano. So thank you guys so much for coming. It was great to have all these different perspectives up here. And that's it for our talk. So thank you, and we'll catch you around here.
Peace.
All right, thanks, guys. One thing I picked up, Chase gloating about the amount of people in his DMs. 80 people in his DMs now that he's a Solana developer, so that's funny. I realized that I did not introduce myself. I am Bailey, but I didn't even say why I'm here. You guys are looking at me like, what the hell is she doing here? I'm a longtime crypto reporter, started writing about Bitcoin in 2012, and have moved on to events. So I am part of the team that has helped build Solana Breakpoint. So if you all have any questions, Wi-Fi, how to get to venues, yada, yada, you can come and find me. I will be at this venue soon all day today. All right, so up next, we have the rock star himself, Anatoly, the CEO and founder of Solana, who also, I read on the internet, is a world-class underwater hockey player. I honestly do not know what underwater hockey is, so I hope that they maybe touch on that a little bit here. But they are gonna have a debate about censorship resistance and scaling. And with him is Anthony Di Prinzio of Alio. We don't have Greg. Okay, don't have Greg. Larry Cermak of The Block. And then our moderator today is Tarun Chitra of Gauntlet. So guys, come on up.
Cool. So if any of you have followed Anatoly's Twitter from before Solana took off, you'll know that censorship resistance was one of the things he often got in fights with other people on Twitter about. And one of the reasons it's the most contentious thing, perhaps, especially for newcomers who haven't seen some of the, over the last 5-6 years, some of the kind of things that go wrong when you don't have censorship resistance, is that it can be kind of this daunting task when you kind of have to change your mindset from thinking about centralized services and developing in a centralized world. So maybe we'll start by first having each person briefly say what they kind of are most interested in, why they're interested in censorship resistance, and then either provide us with their favorite metric for measuring it or their favorite attack. So I'll start with Anatoly.
Oh man,
you have a long provenance on Twitter.
Yeah. So the basic theory that I have is the network is trying to reduce information entropy in the world. You're trying to synchronize all of this noise into some real state that's agreed upon by the entire globe. And you're trying to do this at the speed of light, and we don't have a way to do the physics. One way I can think of is we all have neutrinos that all have a fully connected point-to-point network, but we don't have that. So what we can build are these BFT systems, and the way to guarantee that things are synchronized and nobody's mucking with the information flow is to maximize the Nakamoto coefficient. So that's the main metric that I think of. The minimum set of nodes that are up to 33%.
Cool. Yeah, so hey everyone, name's Anthony DiPrinzio from Aleo, and I would say that when it comes to censorship resistance, the reason that I'm so interested in it has to come from a privacy perspective. So I'm a huge privacy advocate, and when we talk about scaling and censorship resistance, I think that's actually a really important topic to take into consideration. And a lot of the things we're doing at Aleo are actually very much focused on that. And I guess a metric I like to look at is just, one, how decentralized the network is overall, and then specifically how particular layer ones are tackling that. I think there's many different ways in which we'll probably cover that in this discussion. But I would say that for me, that's the first thing that I typically look at. And then again, looking at how security works. As well. Is it sort of like a shared security architecture? Is it coming from the layer one itself? Is it coming from a layer two solution? So I would say those things in general are what I typically look for when thinking about censorship resistance.
And I'm Larry Cermak. I lead research at the block. For me, decentralization is it's about two things. So first, obviously, it has to be difficult and expensive to shut down the network, and then it also has to have a good uptime, so it has to stay up. So the metrics for me is geographical dispersion, and then also ability for people, and not just hobbies, but in general, people have the ability to run the node. Those are the two most important things for me.
Cool, and with that, scaling has kind of been on the tip of the cryptocurrency research community's tongue since basically 2015. That was the first sort of scaling Bitcoin conference. We've seen a lot of improvements made to scaling, and at the same time, we've seen sort of a lot of stumbling blocks where a lot of things that people thought would lead to better scaling kind of didn't, or theoretically they worked, but in practice, the engineering sort of difficulties were super high. So maybe let's start with the losses. So in your minds, what were some of the biggest failures in scaling that we've seen over time, especially as we tried to make them censorship resistant? And maybe start again with you, Anatoly, because
failures. Shoot. Why don't Larry go? Okay.
Yeah. So I think if I'm not being too specific, I think one of the bigger failures has been just complete inability to estimate how long things will take. So if you look at I joined crypto full time 2016. Back then, people were saying, shorting in 2 years, proof of stake, stop mining now. It makes no sense. You're going to lose money. And it's been 5 years, and there still hasn't been a proof of stake switch. Shorting's still probably 2 or 3 years away, and no one really has the ability to estimate these things well. So I think that, to me, is the biggest failure because it kind of discouraged a lot of people that were thinking, this is going to scale soon. And now you have, tens of thousands, mostly hundreds of thousands of people joining. And they're looking at Ethereum history and saying, why didn't this happen? Is it just broken? So from my perspective, that's the biggest failure. If I'm not going into specific details like plasma and all of that.
Yeah, I guess for me, I think when you're trying to inherently change something fundamental about the layer one protocol itself, sometimes you see failures there. So an example would be something like, maybe I don't want to name a specific project, but changing the block size, for example, I think maybe we could all agree perhaps was something that wasn't as successful as maybe we would have thought. But when you're looking at least from a layer two perspective, I think there's a lot of promising solutions out there. Larry just alluded to some of them, and I'm sure we'll get into a discussion about it. But I think, yeah, generally just making that distinction between what are the changes happening on the layer one versus the layer two is important when looking at successes and failures.
Should I go? Okay. I don't want to be too spicy. I think
the seat is yours.
Okay. I think things that have basically not succeeded are things that are trying to scale application level TPS without getting to the core of what the network does, and that core censorship resistant piece, the Nakamoto coefficient. If you don't tackle that problem and you're only working at the higher levels, you end up with a system that has a very slow bottleneck at some point or another. And that will manifest itself as a failure. You'll have those bottlenecks that constantly back up against adoption, against real-world usage, against unpredictable real-world usage. So that's kind of how I look at it.
For sure, that certainly is a spicy take in that it's the opposite of what Larry wanted, which is Larry wants everyone to run their own node, which might not be totally possible outside of the app chain world.
Maybe not everyone, but at least everyone have the ability to, if they have decently enough resources. I don't want anyone to have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to run a node a year. I think there's a certain threshold in it. I think that's why there's so much nuance here. It's I don't want anyone on their phone to run nodes, but I want anyone who at least tries reasonably enough to be able to do that. And a lot of blockchains don't allow you to do that.
Aren't you happy that we're done with the 2017 pitches of validate ZK proofs on your phone?
Yeah.
I feel like I remember a million of those pitches.
Yeah.
Man, what a wild. At least this time I haven't seen anything that dumb. So scaling inevitably comes at a cost to censorship resistance. And a lot of this gets passed on to the users or validators or both. And at the end, sort of the goal of improving throughput or reducing latency or reducing the number of interactions a user has to make kind of come at the expense of sort of how easy it is to be a validator and also how many validators you can actually have. Sort of things that oftentimes can be a little bit difficult in this world are sort of a lack of decentralization. So to Anatoly's point, kind of Nakamoto coefficient, a lack of verifiability. There's sort of, to Larry's point, sort of this voter apathy thing, right? So in blockchains, people vote with their node, but if there's not really that many people running nodes that are adversarial, then everyone is just checking the yes box oftentimes. One thing I think that has been interesting, especially in the Solana community, is sort of difficulty in indexing data and doing sort of retrospective analyses given certain constraints that have been built into the protocol. And then sort of one thing that to the end user that is quite apparent is alternative forms of sort of extractable value more than your traditional sort of MEV. Other your choice of design for scalability and censorship resistance can actually introduce extra forms of extractable value. So which costs do each of you think are sort of acceptable to place on the user versus the validator? And how do you kind of reason about that spectrum of who bears the burden? Because there's no way of getting around the fact that someone's going to bear that burden.
Yeah, the way that I think about it is there's some fundamental way to measure decentralization, and I always look at the nodes. How much do they cost a year to run? That's a measurement. And if the network charges the user a multiple that is ridiculously high, above 4x, to use that level of decentralization, then it is overpriced to a point that there should be a competitor that's just beating them at it. That's effectively you have some margin of how much you can screw the user, and if you go beyond that, it doesn't make any sense that you just don't replace that whole thing. And if you take that into account, then the optimizations that get you to that low margin where the user fees are low enough to where the costs of the hardware are barely covered, you're effectively doing that by scaling the single node, making it faster and cheaper, because that's where you get scalability. You get cheaper access to bandwidth at a data center. You get more throughput out of more cores in a single system than a bunch of small systems. And that's where that curve maximization occurs.
Yeah, so I would echo a lot of things that Anatoly just mentioned, and specifically with Aleo, our consensus mechanism is an offshoot of proof of work called proof of succinct work, and with that model, the general idea is to actually incentivize miners in the system to build more efficient hardware for basically mining blocks and grinding snarks in our system. So I think perhaps if you start off with a system that's really heavy in terms of costs for validators and other users on the network, as long as you're trending toward a scenario where you're making it more accessible for a larger and more generalized community. I think that's actually a really good strategy. So yeah, just to add on to maybe what Anatoly mentioned, that would be like another point I would want to say.
Yeah, for me, what's really important is, like you said, Tarun, like verifiability, not trusting Anatoly, like what he says, and actually verifying for yourself is like very, very important. And one of the issues I think with Solana early on, not just when it comes to verifiability, but also just data availability and like being able to verify some of the things that Solana was saying was quite difficult initially, and that has improved a lot in the last 6 months or something. But that is very important. I would not want to make any compromises on that side. I think when it comes to decentralization, it's like such a contested thing. But in general, I think it's okay if a network starts relatively centralized or not the most decentralized, as long as there's the assumption that it will get more decentralized in the long term. And in general, I mean, we've seen it this year. A lot of people, in general, either cannot kind of be able to establish what's decentralized. It's a very difficult thing to measure in a way, and especially for people that are joining now, a lot of like retail and sophisticated people, they don't know what's decentralized and what's decentralized. So in general, as long as those people believe that it will be decentralized enough and that you will be able to perform some sort of like regulatory arbitrage through enough decentralization, that I think it's fine, as long as it keeps kind of going to that goal of decentralization. So that's the most important for me.
Well, actually, maybe this brings us to another point, which is how do you present the value of censorship resistance or decentralization to the end user? Because I think, especially as we get a larger swath of users who don't care about pseudonymity, anonymity, privacy, or any of kind of the earlier goals of cryptocurrencies, you start running into a lot more difficult of a time of sort of explaining to the average person like why you care about this.
So it depends on what they want, right? Like, so you can have a network that is really decentralized, but it has one leader that's always coordinating. And that's fine, actually. Like, if that thing goes down, if all the state is available, people will recover and continue. And that may be okay for some use cases.
But how many like copies or copies of state do you need that you think that you need to be able to do that? Because like a lot of people would say, you need several of them to be able to then verify that that's the correct one.
So the users shouldn't pay for more copies, like 1,000x more copies than they're getting. Like me as a user, I should know, hey, I'm paying.
But you as a validator, right? Like if I'm a seed in a torrent, well, there's like a certain number, there's a certain like depth of data availability that I need, right? Or if I'm like sort of a data availability layer, there's a certain amount of error correcting code paths that I need and shares that I need. So I guess the question is back to this miner versus user or validator versus user spectrum. Like who do you put the onus on? Because you really are kind of splitting this worst case cost between them.
Well, the network needs to receive enough fees to cover its costs. Right, and plus some margin to make it interesting for validators. But beyond like a 4x, it's basically like infeasible. You look at something like Verizon, right? They don't charge you 4x the data rate.
Sure. But actually, why do you anchor yourself to the number 4? I'm kind of curious. It seems like there's a magical constant you've picked here.
If it's like 8, then it's easy to like look at the network and be like, okay, I can compete with that by cutting it by half, right?
But to your point, if there exist existing telecom networks that don't even need 4, why 4? It seems like kind of a random number.
Random in the sense that it's hard to get enough people together to only cut the cost by 2. Like it's just like a capitalism problem. Like I need to like build another competitive network, and I'm only getting this margin. Like it's like there's just some way in place where the network can extract value, but it can't grow too large.
So this actually brings us to kind of the sort of next thing I wanted to talk about, which was as we've kind of seen alternative assets increase in popularity in crypto past just DeFi and store of value assets. We've also seen this sort of stratification of the type of user and chain. So different users will go to different chains. So users who are more price sensitive or kind of this is their first ever usage of crypto. They're not trying to send like $1 million to someone. They're trying to buy like a $10 ape number 5. And that's kind of like, caused a huge amount of growth in Polygon and Solana in particular for these types of transactions. But one question is, as we enter this world where there's different qualities of service and different demands of service from different users, how do you think the definition of censorship resistance will change over time? Because clearly it's already changed since, I think at each market cycle, there's a slight deviation in what the definition of censorship resistance means to the end user. So how do you kind of see how it will change, and how do you kind of sort of see censorship resistance being demanded by users at different levels of quality of service, especially in a cross-chain world where someone might say have done a $100 transaction on Solana, but they want to exit to ETH, and they're like, their mind is blown when they saw the transaction fee, right? Yeah, maybe you can start with Anthony.
Yeah, sure. So I think that's a really good point, and like I'm a huge advocate, or somebody that believes this industry is going to scale horizontally, such that you have application-specific blockchains out there, kind of what Tarun was just mentioning right there. And so I think the thing to consider is that because these blockchains will be built for certain applications, like people are going to be drawn to those specific blockchains for whatever specific application is that they're trying to build, and there's going to be trade-offs with that, right? Like when you look at these different layer ones, there's sort of this classic trilemma that people talk about, which is scalability, privacy and security, which we've been talking about, decentralization, which we've been talking about as well. And so you need to make that decision as to what am I willing to make a trade-off for from the layer 1 base protocol perspective out of those 3 things. And then once we start having these interoperable blockchains sort of like interacting with each other, then we're going to start to see things like shared security, which I mentioned before. So basically, like if you have a certain way in which your protocol is operating in your base layer 1, it's actually going to be interesting to see how that impacts another blockchain which somebody is like connecting to, especially when we're talking about like complex DeFi applications. So I guess the definition, I don't know specifically how it would be quantified in the future, but I think it would have something to do with like how is your chain and its underlying principles as a protocol contributing to this shared security of the overall network. And so perhaps there will be some interesting ways that people will be able to quantify that. And I actually heard a talk by a good friend of mine who was talking about something called like superfluid staking between like different blockchains. And when they described that concept to me, it kind of seemed interesting, how some of these things might transpire in the future. So, yeah.
Yeah, really tough question. I think in general, I think people just are, the people that are coming in right now, they're unable to just determine what is decentralized, what isn't. So in general, I think people right now are drawn to just the opportunities. So, we saw it with Solana, Polygon, Avalanche, all of this. You have new protocols that are basically mirroring the stuff that's happening on Ethereum. And a lot of these people are joining because they can't afford to trade on Ethereum or use Ethereum. And they think that there's a 1,000x opportunity in there. And in general, they don't care how decentralized it is unless they lose money in some way. So that's kind of my view right now is that like most people that are joining right now, they just don't care, and they're not going to care for a long time. What they care about is the opportunity and what they can do on the chain, which they currently can't do on Ethereum. But yeah, just in general, I think I totally agree. I think like there are different use cases that work for different blockchains based on how different people perceive them in censorship resistance. So for example, for me, if I saw that Solana was down for one day, like I would probably not want to trade, $1 million positions and kind of risk potentially being liquidated if the price moves too much in that time. That being said, like I would happily trade NFTs on Solana because that's, I don't really care, like that's good enough. The blockchain is secure and decentralized enough for that, at least from my perspective. And I think a lot of people will start thinking about it in that way as well. Like institutional investors, they're putting billions of dollars on the line, or hundreds of millions. They think obviously differently than the retail investors they're joining right now, the people that are starting to use Phantom. So I think it's just going to be very use case specific.
Nice little like jab there.
Yeah.
Anatoly, I feel like you actually disagree with both of these. views,
Yeah,
because you believe in the one size rules all.
I think like the most important thing is going to be, in some ways, kind of agree with you guys, is the cost to exit, like the cost to run away, and to market makers, that is the cost of a cancel message. How fast can it like get out of my position? And to users, it might be how fast can I get to an exchange, right, or something like that that I can, or convert to native USDC. That said, I don't know if users will attach that to censorship resistance, in the sense that I think it's very hard to build a global financial chain that connects all the exchanges, all the liquidity providers, all the stablecoin issuers without that. Because the fundamental thing that a layer 1 provides is the security properties of running this node that each exchange, each provider runs, and the synchronization guarantees that they get, that nobody's messing with their state, nobody's messing with the information they're receiving. Their security teams need to understand the properties of the system, and they need to feel secure about it, because they're actually putting real capital at risk there. So if you don't have censorship resistance, it might be really, really hard to build that network. And ultimately, that's what's going to decide where users go and where they feel comfortable.
So your argument is that the whales will lead the whales care about censorship resistance. The users depend on the whales, and so because the users depend on the whales, they implicitly are second-order carers of censorship resistance.
By whales, I mean applications, like businesses, like things that care, right? Like
they are the biggest wallets, also.
Yeah.
So some might call them whales, depending how you think about it. What do you think the things that kind of these larger institutions who are evaluating building on these things, what do you think they are evaluating about censorship resistance right now versus individual users? So Larry, you're talking about how users are just like, hey, my friend got rich off the Uni airdrop, so like I want to get into like QuickSwap and Saber and whatever as one modality of user behavior. But on the other hand, on the institutional side, kind of, if we let's say we take the Anatoly model of the trickle-down censorship resistance theory, what is the minimum viable set of features that institutions need, or that you think institutions need?
Yeah, I think they just need some sort of guarantees that their money is safe if something happens. I think that's really the biggest point. Like when we talk to institutional investors in general, censorship resistance only matters to them for two reasons. One is regulatory arbitrage, so being able to somehow interact in things that they were not able to interact with before. And then second thing is like, how safe are these things? How can we evaluate these things? And it's very difficult. Like I don't really know how to answer that. I would say probably Ethereum right now is obviously more secure, but it's hard. It's like, how do you define that? Can you lose some money if like I said, I don't want to take jabs, but if Solana goes down for some time, what happens, right? Do you have guarantees that your money will still be there, that it's not going to be liquidated? How do you explain it to those guys who are already basically struggling with simple things, right? Most people probably think that institutions are pretty sophisticated, but the guys that we have coming to us on the research side, like they're very beginner focused right now. Like they don't really know how to think about these things. They pay us to tell them how to think about them, and we tell them we don't really know. So, it's hard.
Brutally honest panel audience.
I think maybe we've been lucky that like a lot of the institutionals we're dealing with are like traders, like Jump, and they inherently understand risk, and something like a 17-hour block time is to them, they can actually model that as, okay, the liquidation engine's down because the Oracle updates are not happening, and what happens in the smart contract if that price moves by so forth. Does the smart contract actually handle that kind of difference? So there's effectively kind of ways to go deep in the finances of how the state updates work, and understand it from like a mechanical perspective as a trader. And I think the killer use case of these systems is price discovery. It's trading. And those are the folks that will get onboarded first. They'll trade, they'll make markets. And the institutions that sit on top of that level, right, that need liquidity, that are actually doing the big movements of money for business reasons, they will get comfortable because the market makers are there.
Yeah. Actually, maybe quick question also for Anatoly is so Jump, obviously, one of the biggest market makers in crypto, maybe the biggest right now. Tower as well, somehow active. How did you guys, or why do you think they're interested in Solana so much? And they're also doing a lot of venture in Solana. And just in general, how did you attract these guys?
It was that core idea that, in theory, if we keep optimizing this thing, then the information traveling through the network is going to move at the speed of light through fiber. And that's as fast as news can go. So things like NASDAQ that trade at sub-microsecond speed, those trades are not actually happening at new news, right? It's just the statistical noise in the order queue. So if Solana gets at its theoretical limit, imagine a news wire is flying from Singapore to New York. That state transition's propagating at the same time. The trader, when they look at a market running in Solana or one at New York Stock Exchange or CME, they should see that price already reflected. So you don't have arbitrage and real information. And the costs are the cost of hardware, right? And that's effectively zero. So from their perspective, this is okay, all the people that are charging us billions of dollars in fees for the work that we're doing, they're now disrupted.
Yeah, I mean, I guess from my perspective, I guess when I was in trading, one of the things that doesn't really exist in a lot of HFT kind of environments is atomic transactions between multiple venues. So you have to maintain your best view of what multiple closed source systems are doing, and then try to guess when they can actually interact with each other correctly. And a blockchain gets rid of a lot of the guesswork you do there, which can cost you billions of dollars. So I guess one kind of maybe more last thing that we kind of haven't touched on in censorship resistance is improvements in cryptography. So if we think about the last cycle in 2017, a lot of people were really promising a ton of huge improvements on cryptography, both on the zero-knowledge proof side, as well as in sort of other forms of MPC, all sorts of things that should, in theory, allow you to make weaker assumptions in your blockchain, in other ways, like weaker consensus protocols, faster latencies, whatever. But the cryptography would make sure that you would be able to have a high level of censorship resistance. We've seen some of that come to fruition. So we had sort of a Moore's law in snarks during the bear market. So I think for those of you who know Groth 16, from Groth 16 until sort of basically the Stark paper in 2018, we saw this pretty much exponential curve. Since then, it's kind of flattened a lot. But a lot of these kind of dream-like cryptographic constructions that would really dramatically enhance censorship resistance, in the sense that there was a great quote I saw from a talk recently, which is zero-knowledge proofs let you reduce your sort of model of your adversary from malicious to honest but curious. So we haven't quite hit that point yet. But if we do hit that point, I think there's a lot of work that we will reach on validator diversity and kind of being able to kind of reduce state of these networks, make cross-chain stuff easier. So how do you view the impact of cryptographic improvements versus sort of engineering improvements over time? And what types of new censorship-resistant applications will that enable?
Yeah, so I think this is a really interesting question. And one of the things I would say is that when thinking about this topic, essentially, I think a term, at least that we use at Alien, and I think a lot of other projects are looking towards, is building systems that are private by default. So basically allowing users to selectively reveal information that they want to about a given transaction. And I think that's super powerful. So I know, like, Tarun, I think we were talking before this about like vanity addresses, right? Like, it's interesting to think about that as a concept because you're basically adding some sort of human readable element to an address, which I guess implies lack of like privacy on like layer ones. But if you can come up with certain solutions that, you know, for example, we're like everything we do at Aleo is, so actually, interesting fact here. So Aleo actually stands for Autonomous Ledger Executions Off-Chain. You're the first I'll hear this. It's not published anywhere. Basically, everything we do is off-chain, right? So we're generating these zero-knowledge proofs off-chain, bring them on-chain. With this type of construction, like even if you have a vanity address, because we're private by default, you can actually, you know, I can send your vanity address and you can spend from it, and you don't actually have to reveal that vanity if you don't want to, right? So maybe there's a specific reason why you wouldn't want to do that. Maybe it has to do with like a particular financial transaction. That you don't want to reveal certain information, but again, you can do that. So I think moving forward, once we see more of these kinds of cryptographic techniques allowing you to do these sorts of things, we'll see much larger scale adoption. And I guess one specific area that I'm really interested in is, so everybody knows about DeFi. So I think like ZFi, like zero knowledge finance, is going to be like something really interesting.
This is the first time I've ever heard that, and I've written papers on this.
Started it. So yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting things going on, but definitely, you know, being able to bring some of these privacy preserving primitives to existing things like DeFi, I think can lead to a host of really interesting applications, given that you can also maintain composability, which I think is really important as well, right? Because that was one of the big takeaways I think that we got from DeFi Summer and kind of what's been going on in the space right now. So yeah, generally I think, you know, those are some of the interesting updates I'm looking forward to, at least from like a cryptographic perspective.
I'm bullish on zero knowledge privacy preserving finance, but not on ZKP's improving scalability to the level that you should see a reduction in user fees compared to the amount of decentralization that's provided. So, like, simply because if you start like just the engineering optimizations and you start getting to those limits, like 400 milliseconds.
rollups on these solutions. At least that's my opinion, just from a practicality perspective.
Anthony, you want to rebut? I feel like you got two.
Yeah, I was going to say, could you elaborate on like why you think privacy should only be handled on layer 2? Because I
don't think it should. I just think it's like very impractical. It's impractical from a regulatory perspective. So like, why is Monero being delisted on most exchanges right now?
I guess because of like.
Because it's private, right? Yeah.
Like you can't. Yeah.
What is an L2 though? Like, is it just like a Merkle root?
Yeah, like a private ZK rollup, like something like Aztec or some of these solutions are.
I think it's a verifier on another chain that can verify both the Merkle root and like the commitments without actually having the data present, right? So it needs to be a verifier that can be run remotely on another virtual machine that has a different like interface. Yeah. That's roughly the minimum viable definition for it. But I think I kind of agree with Larry a lot on this, which is like layer ones, to some extent, are going to have a really hard time being the dominant player right now until we get to a world where cross-chain communication is so good that people don't go to exchanges as much. And like once there's actually bridges, then like private layer ones are probably going to be able to succeed to some extent. But I think like having to go through exchanges just makes it like quite arduous for sure. All right, so we got 3 minutes left. Let's go through your takeaways. Where do you guys think we're going in 2022 in terms of both censorship-resistant technology as well as sort of some of the new applications, whether it's in DeFi, NFT, privacy, and so maybe start with like what area you think is the most interesting, and then which one you think will have the biggest. And I will go last.
I think we'll probably see that it's easier to upgrade validator hardware than it is to write new software.
All right. The Colo model.
Yeah, I guess I'll stick with like the privacy perspective. I think that's going to be a huge focus area for people moving forward. I think, I think the biggest thing is just being able to educate people on like what applications they would actually care to have privacy for. Because I actually get in this debate all the time. Is like, why do people even really care about privacy and to what extent? But I think once we start to see some of these more specific applications where it makes sense, that'll certainly be an area of interest.
I'm optimistic about ZK rollups just becoming much more widely used. I think like ZK Sync and Starknet are probably closer than people think, and because they're now thinking, it's a year away, I think probably in 6 months we're going to see some like relatively meaningful adoption for ZK rollups. And I think a lot of people are underestimating that. And we've seen like pretty disappointing traction so far with the optimistic rollups. So there just isn't that much interest in DeFi on Ethereum right now. And I think probably like Q1, Q2 next year, I would guess that would
you don't have overlapping global state, you can parallelize it, and you have a lot of room to play around with that. And then as you grow, as you need more and more complex operations, if your protocol is not necessarily simple, you need to, it becomes more complex. You add liquidation, add order, fill order, clear order. And then it starts being more and more involved. And you rely on a lot of off-chain computation. And that's fine if you can manage it. Like off-chain computation is not that expensive. You can have some sort of like a mirror or a shadow library that can track the global state off-chain and then execute whenever something is needed. But you need to incentivize these bots to actually do the processing, because if they don't do it, if you're the only one running it, then you're the single point of failure. Being the single point of failure is a danger to the protocol. Maybe whatever your machine or your cloud, or you forgot to pay the bills on AWS and they shut you down, and then you're like, your protocol is not moving forward. So you want to incentivize people to actually run the bots themselves. You want them to compete on speed. The first one that runs the transaction gets the fee. So there's a healthy competition and your protocol is stable. But as you add these things, your protocol grows and more complex. So let's say someone added a liquidation order, the user is not quite yet processed, is marked as liquidatable, and then the user wants to do something after that. In that case, the problem is that the user is marked for liquidation, maybe the data is not yet, the collateral is not yet moved. And that's fine, you can manage it, but you have to add more logic inside your original instructions to say, is the user active? Can I use it? Can I process it? And this basically means you're adding more and more complexity. The idea is that if you have some constraints in Solana, you engineer your way around it by adding complexity, and this complexity needs to be managed if you want to add further instructions, if you want to enhance the protocol. So as you add scale and complexity, you need testing. Essentially becomes, I know, people have different feelings about testing, but it becomes absolutely essential, because complexity means that you can break something later on when you're trying to do something else, and then because of that, you need to lock behavior, you need to have test coverage, and you need to make sure that everything works fine. And typically people do tests in the obvious way. You write, like, you deploy it on the local validator, compile, deploy, write the TypeScript test, run the TypeScript test, assert balances, or assert that state is OK, and then you know that you've implemented right or wrong. And there's a problem with that. There's like the feedback loop is crazy. Like, you wait so long for something to run. You spend time doing the setup, spend time doing RPC calls. And then only later you find out if you did it right. And if you do it for 2-3 users, maybe you can get away with 1 minute. But if you do it for 1,000 users, it just becomes prohibitive. So, and when you're doing that integration test, you're testing a lot of things. You're testing that the validator works. You're testing that RPC calls work. You're testing that token transfer works. These are primitives that already work. It's like Solana's job to make sure that it works. It's your job to make sure that the smart contract logic works. So you shouldn't be testing all of these things. And it becomes difficult to write tests, and people don't like writing tests if they're annoying to write, so they will avoid writing tests. They will like, yeah, if it compiles, it works. So it's not a great solution. So you need to find a way around it. And the way we thought about solving this complexity problem and testing problem is, how do you reason about your program? So if you think about how your function actually looks, you're doing two things. You're modifying the state, you're updating the state, you're mutating the state, and then you do some like side effects, like token operations, CPI calls. This is pretty much what all instructions look like. So if we look, one way of us designing it is we encapsulate the state mutation inside a single function, and outside of that function, we run the side effects, like the token transfer. And the result of the encapsulated function are the effects that you need to run on the chain itself. So in this case, try liquidate will mutate the user, will mutate the market global state, and it will tell me that I need to do some USD transfer and some SOL transfer. And I don't need to test the CPI transfer function because I know it works. I've tested it many times. And I know that it will transfer this exact amount of dollars that I've told it to do. So then it's like writing it's separating the concerns. You only care about the top function. So now, because you can do this, you can split it like this. You can take the effects. You you can think about your instruction as what should my instruction do? What are the side effects of my instruction, and what are the mutations that my instruction is to perform? What do I want to test? What am I actually doing in this instruction? So this encapsulation separates the state mutation from the side effects. I know functional people will call this blasphemy. Like, not everything is a side effect here. Like, there is a lot of the state mutation itself is a side effect. If clones and copies would not be expensive, you would get like the user account and the market account as a side effect of the computation, and then you'll reassign it. But because you want to save compute units, you actually do the mutation inside the function. That's the compromise we reached. So then you can basically test for 1 million users inside Rust. Testing in Rust is right there, front and center. You just slap an annotation on top of the function, it becomes a test. You don't need to build a new binary. You don't need to create a new make file. It just works. You just do cargo test, and it just works. And it's extremely fast. It's blazingly fast. It doesn't run on BPF. It actually runs on your machine. And you should take advantage of that. Like, Rust brings new tools to the smart contract problem. So you can literally take advantage of this. Like, that's the cool part. You have so many property-based test libraries. You have so many benchmark tests. You have you can profile. You can do a lot of things. And in this case, I can create 1 million users. I can run liquidation effects over. I can fold over them let's say in a functional way. I can accumulate the results and then assert that the results are what I was expecting. And these effects would be actually what the CPI call would do. So if you've designed your state well, then you don't have to write integration tests for 1 million users. You can actually write one integration test inside Rust like a unit test. That's kind of our way to think about it. And this unlocks a few cool things about designing your program. You can test the scale. You can do property bases. You can do fuzzing, all of them inside Rust. You can take advantage of the Rust ecosystem to test your smart contract. It runs in the blink of an eye. If you want to, I challenge you to build like 1 million users for your protocol and tell me how long that takes, and I'll write it in Rust and see how long that takes. And the other cool thing is that you can, because you have to go around the engineering problems to write your smart contract, and you have to do a lot of complexity. In Rust, you can actually write the lazy implementation. I wrote one part of our protocol in like 20 lines of code because I can do a massive for loop. I can have a hash map. I can have a lot of things. And I just test that implementation with the Rust implementation because the Rust unit tests are complete. They match what the side effects would be. So I can test those two implementations against each other and assert correctness. And you have more confidence in the correctness of your program. And ultimately, of course, you can copy 3 lines of code, do cargo test, and it just works. The feedback loop is much faster. It's going to be much easier to write to do TDD. Yeah. So this is what I'm trying to basically what we've learned from building Hubble. How you deal with state and how you deal with time complexity. Don't use arrays, use queues. Arrays make sense for queues in Solana. If an instruction is too much, split it. Create like a state machine where multiple bots will turn the crank and push the state forward to the end state. Separate your concerns, your side effects from the mutations, and try to test the mutations themselves. And yeah, stress test, because you don't want to test in production. You kind of want to test in development, basically. I guess, yeah, that would be it. We're building Hubble. It's a new stablecoin on Solana. We're going to launch in December. So we're looking for devs. So if you want to write Rust, come talk to me. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Marius. Okay, now it's time for a break. I'm just going to give everybody a little synopsis of what's going on. You can go upstairs. There's a really great view. This is one of the best developer venues I've ever been in. So go take advantage of that. Because we had a cancellation, our break's a bit long. But during that break, we're going to have Rocket Hub Lisboa come up on stage here, and they're going to talk about the co-working spaces and nice coffee shops and where you should work in Lisbon if you're planning on extending your stay after this conference, or or want to come live here. They'll talk about that as well. And then the next developer series of workshops is all about the Solana user experience, and that'll start at 1:50. But we have food out there for you. We know you guys haven't seen each other in a long time, so go talk to each other and be friendly. Okay, thanks. See you later.
It's just bounding boxes, collisions. That's something that Solana can handle. I haven't seen that on any other chain. And if the speed is kind of approaching that, it's because you have too few nodes and security is put at risk. So for us, the security that Solana offers at this speed is incredible. That's really what sold us on this very important migration. And for us, forward-looking things on render that are focused on real time are going to be done on Solana. And while we have Ethereum and Matic and all those things, there is that bridge. That wormhole will allow us to keep that data. But there's so many benefits that we get when we're looking at Solana as our primary chain. For one thing, fiat payments are trivial. And there's another really latent and important component, and I think that's the Solana ecosystem. So I want to talk a little bit about Metaplex. So Metaplex is obviously an early but really powerful and important NFT marketplace. And we are going to enable one-click rendering from anything that you do on the render network to Solana and then to Metaplex. And the reason why Metaplex is unique is for many, many reasons. So let me start by describing some of the problems that artists, and we have thousands of artists on Render that are making NFTs. They made about $700 million worth of NFT sales just this year. 115 might be people, but still that's a pretty large amount. And a lot of them want to create things that are just not possible on OpenSea or the marketplaces that are out there. And so as I've been sort of ingesting all of this feedback and information, we've been looking at what Metaplex is doing, and they've just been amazing. They've offered us pretty much anything that you want on your wish list, we will implement. So what do artists really want? They want to be able to create 3D metaverses. I mean, basically, these are Unreal Engine apps that that you're forced to download and run on a PC. It's a whole kludgy thing. They want to be able to stream that, which is not really easy to do on OpenSea or Nifty or any of those other places. And then they want the flexibility to be able to update these things live. They want interactivity. They want to be able to mix things together. And that portability is something you need to program. You need to have the storefront inside of the NFT, inside of that 3D world. And those are pieces that we just can't create in existing marketplaces that are incentivized to sort of create and build off of the models that have been around for years. Whereas with Metaplex, it's code. Like, we can basically do anything that we want. We can add live streaming to NFTs, and you'll see why that's really cool in a little bit. We can obviously support custom stores. Those are built into the artwork themselves. We have logic nodes. For example, Pack that makes procedural renders. Those things can be fueled by oracles, they can be fueled by other things on chain, and they can be built into the actual asset itself. The context that you buy it can make all the difference. And we can also support web-like integration between different, not just art pieces, but also services, like rendering as a service, AI as a service. These are all built on the Render SDK, but they can interoperate. And more importantly, you can create payment flows that handle services, hundreds of different creators that are contributing each a piece of a 3D model to a single NFT. And this is necessary. There's no success for NFTs in the future or the metaverse without these pieces. So Metaplex is an enormous opportunity for us. And now I want to show a little bit about where the NFT trajectory has taken us this past year. So we have Beeple, we have Pack, building and creating beautiful pieces of art in Octane and on the Render network. And where things are sort of heading is that, as I mentioned, is streaming, right? So we want to be able to deliver the high quality work that you're seeing in those, in those films and TV shows as a pre-computed light field or a stream that can play back in AR and VR. And we have many partners. We have Disney and Warner Brothers and Discovery and others as investors. And we've been building this content pipeline for VR for years, but now we have other opportunities both with the blockchain streaming, AR, and mobile. And the reason why streaming is really critical is you're looking at this Batcave scene for Warner Brothers, and that is an actual render from the Render network, but it's also pulling in streams. It's pulling in live web pages. It's pulling in Unity games. And you can embed a Unity game like this Atom demo inside of your Facebook newsfeed. That was something that we pioneered years ago. And you can then bring that Unity game remotely, locally, into a texture. This is what the metaverse is. this is how the metaverse is going to work. You're going to have 2D and 3D spatial relationships, but they're all going to render within each other. And we've had the benefit of working with pretty smart folks like John Carmack at Facebook. 6 or 7 years ago, actually, we did launch a contest with Carmack and Facebook called Render the Metaverse. And here we are. So I want to talk a little bit about how developers can use the Render Network. So we have something called the Render SDK. It's a fully portable graphics API. It allows you to compile pretty much all the code you want, and we dog food that. All the rendering that you saw, all those beautiful graphics, they're all done in a render that we built on this very same framework, and it runs on iPhones, it runs on anything, AMD, Intel, and of course NVIDIA. You can create really complex pieces of code, AI, ray tracing, of course, and we have our own compilers, and it's all node-based. So this lends itself incredibly well to decentralized rendering, but also to decentralized composition for things like virtual worlds. And another really important piece that we're going to be doing with Solana, one of our engineering groups that's been working on GPU compiling technologies have taken it all the way to having C++ code and LLVM code basically cross-compiled to GPU and to chain. But Rust is a really interesting language, and we are going to fund an open source Rust compiler that's going to be an extension to the Render SDK. So if you want to run and create really secure code, and in our case, we want to open this to everyone, right? So C++ isn't necessarily the best, safest language to do that with. Rust is going to be an option. And once that work is done, this is something that the entire Rust and Solana community can leverage. And they can leverage it with Render or without it. But it's something that we feel is so fundamentally important, we couldn't skip that. I want to show an example of multiple renders running on the Render Network. This is Octane, our renderer. And in a split second, I'm switching to Arnold. Third-party render, it plugs in. The Render SDK actually makes this happen in real time. You can even mix renders. You can take the Unreal Engine. You can take Blender's cycles and mix these things together. So while we pioneered GPU rendering, and I think we do a great job, we're going to let every renderer in the world use this system. And you're going to see more than just these first two. There's going to be many, many others that'll follow. And we have an open source spec called ITMF. This can leverage both data and also allow APIs to leverage the rendering network for real-time, offline, anything. And Unreal and Blender, because they're open source, are really interesting, and we want to integrate those inside of our system in the next year. I think the iPad and iPhone portion of render is incredible. There's 100 million devices. We can run an iPhone 11. We can run render net jobs, both real-time, locally, on an iPad and on an iPhone. And an iPhone 11 is actually pretty powerful. It's basically about the speed of an Intel integrated graphics chip, the same thing that half of Adobe Creative Cloud users use for Photoshop. It can render final rendering scenes. And Apple's put a huge amount of GPU memory on most of these devices. So my iPad M1 has 16 gigabytes. That's double most GPUs on the Render Network today. And we have real-time capabilities as well that we're bringing to AR. So this is some of the scenes that you were seeing before, running in ARKit on an iPad. It looks beautiful. We want to basically deliver, obviously, high-quality offline content, but this kind of stuff running on an iPhone or an iPad and potentially in some form or another, maybe in glasses, that's really critical. And to make mixed reality work, it's more than just rendering. We need to be able to take all the data coming from an iPhone or an iPad and use that to blend and relight the scene. Now, some of those things are handled by the phone, like tracking, for example, with markers, but other things are harder, like relighting, shadows. Like you're seeing an example of an asset that's basically being relit by the phone, and the Render Network can send it to the cloud for rendering, or it can do it locally, and it can mix those together. So this is an interesting example. This is taking, that silver robot is totally rendered. It's coming from Render, and it's taking that TV, which is running live, and it's doing ray tracing on that. So this is something that if you imagine social networks, TikTok, Snap, Facebook or others, having this capability where you can take all that power of the Render Network and blend that with reality on a phone, live or on the cloud, that's pretty good. And we've been improving this technology steadily as we've worked with Apple. We've added things like motion blur, which is pretty cool. It's just gotten better and better to the point where you'll be able to make pretty great movies on your iPhone, but you're going to need the Render Network to do that for final frame rendering. And this is an example why. We have these incredible viral videos that have been done even before the NFT craze. Like this one got 10 million views. This was done on a desktop. On the left, we can now do it on an iPhone. And the Render Network will basically make this quality happen from your local device. You can be a filmmaker with an iPhone and don't have to learn all those other 26 3D tools to do this kind of content. All of it done in our software. And while we have final rendering for these effects on the right, you're going to see the iPhone rendering that very same scene live. That's me holding that phone, and it looks beautiful. So, we need basically this massive amount of GPU power to basically allow your phone, these AR devices, to sort of interact with the world around you and to deliver these experiences. Now, you can set up these scenes, but when you're talking about rendering massive virtual worlds, beautiful pieces of art, or IP that's absolutely phenomenal, that's where you need more memory, and you want to have this decentralized compute power. So we've been building these archives for artists like Beeple and Alex Ross to give them a way to sort of put all their content, their life's work, inside of an open metaverse. So we have a data format that is called ITMF. It stores all this data. Artists like J.J. Abrams use the same system, and we have this beautiful content that's been sort of put together this year that isn't just about archiving and creating NFTs. In fact, it's not even about that. It's about allowing these pieces of art from 2D artists and 3D to be mixed together and to sort of show the way towards interoperability. And we have things like 3D scanned data, paintings that we need to turn into 3D models through AI. And it's kind of a future playbook, I think, for the metaverse. Like, we need to be able to deliver tools that allow artists to sort of create things without the pressure of NFTs. I mean, Beeple only does about 2 NFTs a year, but he obviously does 365 and a quarter every day, right? So for him, the render archive, and this is something that he contributed enormously to, is all about providing a tool chain where his entire body of work is just stored for posterity, right? And when he does something inside of our tools or on the render network, well, that data, everything, the Photoshop layers, the Cinema 4D file, and of course the rendering, when he does a post, that work is there. You can then explore that piece of content. You can edit it. You can bring it into 3D tools. You can put it, into AR, which we're going to show here. And this changes the game. I mean, NFTs aren't just a 3D model or a video or a static file. They're the entire graph of composition that goes into a Beeple piece. Or in the case of other artists, a painting or Photoshop layers. But all of these things are composable, not just in 3D space, but time and in 5-dimensionally, right? If you have a thematic theme, this will work. We also have future devices like holographic displays, which I think people didn't take seriously until Beeple showed Human One, right, which is this physical display using OLEDs. But the future pieces of physical NFTs are going to have these kinds of displays, and so will our iPads and our phones. And holographic displays, this is a simulation. It's like looking out of a window. You don't have to wear glasses. There's no head tracking needed. It just gives you a pure light field, and there's nothing like it. Now, to render on these devices is about 1,000x more than 4K. So you need a lot of compute power, either locally or on the cloud or on the render network, to deliver these experiences. But fortunately, as we see the render network grow and the cost of rendering go down, we'll be able to map these holographic display panels to render jobs and even provide solutions for real-time integration. But these holographic displays, that's the future. You may not need AR glasses when you have these panels that are as cheap as OLEDs are today, and that will happen in the next 10 to 15 years. And that brings us pretty much to the Star Trek holodeck. And the last render archive I want to show and talk about is the Roddenberry archive. It's something that I've been working on with Gene Roddenberry's son, Rod Roddenberry, my best friend, for 20 years. But the last 4 years, in earnest, we've been archiving all of his content materials. And interestingly enough, we've also been building 3D models. All the blueprints for the Enterprise, for example, the team that worked on it, they've been building this on the render network. And that's what Apple showed 2 weeks ago. So this is the Enterprise on render. It's not as good as the movies. It's so much better. Every single detail of this ship has been created. The entire solar system, every crater on the moon, all the stars. It's massive amounts of data. It's hundreds of gigabytes. And the ship itself is just beautifully created. And this is the kind of thing where if you're going to define what the metaverse is, you don't want to build a world. You want to build an object. And you want that object itself to define how it works in the metaverse. You take another object, you take other things, you take the planet Earth. How do these things work together? Well, if we have the Enterprise and we map out its 40-year history, its world line, we map every single frame of video and TV footage to something in 3D space that we can then pull back and render, which is what you're seeing here. It looks pretty good. That's Star Trek 1, Star Trek 2. That's running on an iPad. And it's incredible, the fact that you're going to be able to go through the entire Star Trek universe, the history of that Enterprise ship, and see it from any angle, and participate in it. It doesn't even matter what you can do with it. At the very least, it'll give you the narrative history of Star Trek with perfect fidelity. And there's another thing, it's modal reality. In other words, when you see the show, and when you see Star Trek, you can also pull back into the real world and see the sets, see where it was filmed, and you have this transposition, which is pretty phenomenal. So I'm going to close out by just showing some new beautiful renders from the 1960s version of the Enterprise. I mean, it's just massive details. This is Kirk's head, this is Kirk's room. It's just incredible. And the last bit I want to show is where things are heading. So we're going to have to fill that Starship Enterprise with people and characters and actors, and Render will be able to do that. And this image that you're seeing is a synthetic character, and it's using a ton of GPU power, but we will be able to bring that entire universe to life. And that's the future of avatars and humans in the metaverse. It's super exciting, and the ecosystem around Render is just absolutely phenomenal, and we're very excited to have been able to share this with you. And we're super excited to bring Render to Solana and Metaplex. Thank you so much, everyone.
Man. I am just so excited about what Render is building. The transition from CGI imagery that looks awesome, but you can tell it's CGI, like the waves are too good, the storm is too intense, to something that like organically blends into the real world. I mean, seeing like those models where you're doing ray tracing in real time based on something that's being captured by the camera, the whole thing blows me away.
It's awesome.
Yeah. So thanks for joining us for the first half of today. We had some great stuff. I hope you all enjoyed it. Really, what's next, apart from lunch, is a whole afternoon full of programming here, and then as well as at Stufa Fria, and then at Sud Lisboa as well.
Awesome. Yeah, and my name is Maddie. I'll be emceeing the rest of the day. We have some awesome stuff coming up in the afternoon, from creator economy to blockchain interoperability to even including a presentation from the infamous SBF from FTX. So hope to see you guys after lunch. We'll start around 1 p.m., so in about 30 minutes.
Great. Right. See you later.
covering everything from investing in crypto to blockchain interoperability. But first, we're going to have Nigel talk about the future of the creator economy on Solana. So please give a warm welcome for Nigel.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. It's great to be here. I've been building consumer applications for over 20 years, and I can't say that I've ever been as excited as I am now in what we are going to see unleashed over the next 5 years. Because over the next 5 years, what we're going to see is an explosion of creativity, and we believe that's going to be powered by Solana. Solana combines the three things that consumers need, which is it's fast, it's cheap, and with applications like Phantom, it's highly intuitive. This is nothing like we've seen with crypto before. An example that I can give, and where I'm seeing this, is I actually have a 14-year-old son. He loves Valorant, he collects Pokemon cards, and he spends his life on Discord. He also trades Samo coin with his friends. That may be unusual activity given his dad is an entrepreneur, but the interesting thing is he doesn't have a bank account, he doesn't have PayPal, he doesn't have Venmo, but he can send money to anyone in the world instantly and almost for free. So we believe that this is going to be a really exciting next giant because its consumers are coming on board, and that's what we've seen in crypto this year. And it's going to be consumer adoption that's going to drive crypto, not DeFi, not banking, not these other applications. We will get to those, but it's going to be driven by consumer. The thing that's going to drive consumer are creators. And creators are a fascinating phenomena because over the last 10 years, I'll just bring up a slide, hopefully, yes. We've seen an explosion of creators. Today, we estimate over 50 million people earn their living as creators. They're either posting videos on YouTube, they're creating music on Spotify, or they're posting pictures on Instagram. It has been phenomenally successful. However, despite many of these creators being rich, getting rich and successful from it, if you read the news report and you talk to these creators, a lot of them are miserable, deeply miserable. The experience after that first flush of success is a treadmill. You're a slave to an algorithm. You're constantly having to produce more and more content to stay relevant. Probably one of the early examples of this is, and if you recognize this picture, it's Michelle Phan. Michelle Phan started on YouTube around 2005, and over 10 years, built up a huge following. Over that period, she accumulated over 1 billion views. She had a huge following on social media. She had contracts. She started a company called Ipsy. She was phenomenally successful. She became rich. And then, one day, she disappeared. People genuinely thought she had died. She disappeared from social media, from posting every day. She completely stopped. And it wasn't until 2 years later, she posted a video about it, basically why I left. Very emotional video, but there was a key point in it, and I would recommend everyone to watch it, where she says, basically, once I was a girl with dreams, but then I became a product, and I was just selling. Web 2 is very detrimental to creators. And the reason for this is that Web 2 isn't really built for the creative process. The creative process is not about continually pushing out content. Anyone who tries to do that, the impact is that the quality goes down and it results in creator burnout. And this is one of the reasons that we've seen such excitement about NFTs. Because NFTs do fit with the creator process. NFTs allow you to reflect, spend time, think about what you're going to build, and then deliver it. And then after you've done that, you can rest, you can reflect on the next project. And that's why we've seen this incredible explosion of NFTs and incredible interest from creators. And we've seen that reflected in the numbers. If we just look at OpenSea's numbers, from tiny beginnings at the start of this year, they're now doing $1 billion per month in Ethereum sales only. So this doesn't include any other L2s, and it certainly doesn't include other L1s like Solana. We estimate there's over $4 billion in sales every month in NFTs. And the great thing here is that 90 to 95% of that value is going straight back to creators. So this is a phenomenal technology, but it gets better. In crypto, we always say, hey, it's early. But we have no idea how early this is. I just want to give you an example. If we look at MAUs, here's YouTube. About 3 billion people look at YouTube every month. It's like 40% of the global population is looking at YouTube. Instagram is about 1.5 billion. TikTok is about 1 billion. Pinterest and Twitter are both about 500 million. Where does OpenSea sit relative to that? This is the biggest NFT platform by a significant margin, 300,000. OpenSea is 1,000th of the size of Twitter. It is 1/10,000th of the size of YouTube. Like another way to think about that is, say there's like 2,000 people in this room and there's maybe another 2,000 people watching it live, so about 4,000 people. If that was a random distribution of people who watch YouTube, of that random distribution, the average number of people who would have bought an NFT in the last month would be 0. We are really, really early. And so the opportunity here is massive, and that opportunity has been seen by creators way beyond graphic artists. It's been seen by musicians, it's been seen by writers, it's been seen by photographers across all different genres. But one of the problems is the NFT technology today is very limited. I want to give you an example of that. So you may recognize this artist as Grimes. She is a multi-award winning. She's released 5 albums. She has got millions of listeners and followers across social media. She actually did a really nice NFT release back in February. It was on Nifty Gateway. It sold about 300 copies for $7,500. It's a great piece of work. She's a great artist. She actually is a graphic artist as well. How's it performed? 84% drop in value. She's not alone. Give you another example. Steve Aoki, award-winning DJ, 16 million listeners on Spotify. Brilliant musician. He did a release back in March for $2,500 for Character X. It's a really cool NFT. Seen a 60% drop in value. If you can sell it, barely, I think, as one has sold in the last month. Now, these are not cash grabs. These are genuine artists trying to create something that's really cool that they want to see appreciate in value. So what's the problem? The problem is that this is not the medium for them. The 16 million people who follow Steve Aoki follow him for his music. The NFT technology is not built for music as it is today. And so that's why my team at Vault really looked at this and said, how do we unleash the power of an NFT and bring it to these other creators? How do we get the musicians in? How do we get photographers? How do we get writers? How do we give them something that they can sell to their fans, that their fans can really own and consume and then sell at their own leisure? And that's the product that we're launching today. So the product today is called Vault. And I'm going to give you a demo right now of it, but you can download it in the App Store, and I'll give you a link at the end of this talk. So for this demonstration, I have you to imagine that I'm actually the lead singer of a band called Pretend Walrus. It's a stretch, but you have to go with me here. Now, I'm a lead singer, and I'm actually going on tour. And I want to create something that allows my fans to go with me. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a vault. So here I've actually gone to vault.fan. I've connected my Phantom wallet, and I'm going to click Create Vault. You can see this page here. This is the page where I'm actually going to create my vault. You can see I've set it up as 2021 Vault, or 2021 Tour Vault. I'm going to mint 100 keys. Okay, so those keys are the NFTs. The content of the vault is going to be video, music, text, anything that can be digitized. But the keys to the vault are going to be fully tradable NFTs. built on Metaplex, built on the Solana. I'm going to price those at one Sol 50, so about $400. I think that's pretty reasonable. I plan to add content in it for the next 3 months, and so I think that's a pretty good deal. And then beneath that, I've just given an explanation of all of the great content you're going to get. So that's going to take me, what, 5 minutes? I'm going to hit create. My vault's created. Next thing you do is I'm going to get that link, and I'm going to post it to my social media. So this is what I'm posting on Instagram. This is what I'm posting on Twitter. My fans come in, and they're like, hey, you know what? OK, so now I'm no longer the lead singer, Pretend Wallace. I'm a fan. I live in Lisbon. I can't. They're not touring here for some reason. But I want to go with the band. I want to see them behind the scenes. I want to hear their music. And so I'm going to buy this key. And so what do? Well, I hit Buy Vault. Opens up my Phantom Wallet key. I approve the transaction. And now I'm one of the only 100 owners of keys to this vault. Great. So what do? I download the app, and you can see here in the top right-hand corner is the key to this vault. You can see some other vaults that I have access to, because this is cool. And what I do is then every morning I get up, and while I can't go on tour with this band, what I can do is I can check out the scenes from last night's concert. I can check out pictures from the event. I can check out snippets of music that are happening over the next 3 months. That's pretty cool. What's even cooler is that it's not just musicians. These are all types of creators. So I'm going to get up in the morning, I'm going to check out what happened last night. I'm also going to read a chapter from a book from a writer who's writing it as I'm reading it. I'm going to check out some pictures from some great photographers that I follow on Instagram that suddenly realize that why are they giving away all their content for free when people like me would pay for it? Lastly, for NFT artists who are going, you know what? In the real world, whenever I'm doing art, I have a gallery opening. Why don't I have a gallery opening on Vault, and then I can show the NFTs? I could even airdrop to some of the biggest collectors that they could come out and have a sneak preview, and then when I have my sale, they already know what's coming up. So the opportunity for Vault to be, as a primitive, as something that you can use, are really endless. Now, the NFTs that we're minting today are ones that we're minting. But there's no reason why we can't also work with other NFT projects to say, hey, you've got geckos or you've got monkeys. Why don't you create a vault for your community that only your community can see the content of that vault? So we're launching the product today. It's live in the App Store. If you go to vault.fan first, you can register, connect your Phantom wallet. I'll actually give you a QR code as well. You can link to it. We're doing a treasure hunt. It's been inspired by Ready Player One. And so the basic background is we're giving away 3 NFTs. The bottom one is a meerkat. Then there's a wave from Playground. And the last one's a monkey. There'll be 3 vaults. Vault today is already up. You can go in and find it. In it, you will see a set of clues. And the first person to figure out the code will win the meerkat. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. local or 8 a.m. Eastern, we'll drop the second vault. The first person to crack the code will get the wave. And then the big prize, which is on day 3, which is on Wednesday, is going to be the monkey. So good luck. We've had a lot of excitement already to crack this code. I actually don't know all the answers, so don't corner me for it. But I've seen some of the background of how this is created, and I think as it gets more harder as we go through, so we're pretty excited to see how long it takes people to crack it. And that's it. Here's some QR codes if you want to just go that way in. Otherwise, just go to vault.fan, and you can download the app. Thank you.
All right, that was great. Thanks, Nigel. Very cool insights about the future of the creator economy. Up next, though, we have a presentation from the Chief Strategy Officer at CoinShares, Meltem. She'll be talking about beyond wormhole and cross-chain liquidity with bridges. So please welcome to the stage Meltem.
All right, how is everyone doing today? GM, can I get a GM? GM, yes. Also, wag me, like it feels like we are gonna make it. Massive kudos to the Solana team and all of the organizers. I have to say this is one of the most incredible events I've ever been to, and I'm really excited to be here with you. So today I have 20 minutes, and I thought that we could do something a little different. I'm going to take you on a little journey. So I started my career in trading. I love market structure. So today I want to talk a little bit about market structure, how market structure works, and why crypto is so fucking cool in terms of its implications for market structure. So I hope you're ready. I hope you're excited. We're going to go fast. It's going to be weird, and hopefully we will all get something out of it. So I wanted to talk about cross-chain liquidity and the future of financial computation. So let's get started. My clicker is not working. Oh, there we go. It's working now. Amazing. So I have a disclaimer. You can read it. Basically, none of this is financial advice, so note that. And I'll also note that my firm CoinShares is very active in the Solana ecosystem. Here are some of our investments and some of the things we're doing that we've publicly announced, but we're really excited as a market firm to build on top of Solana, to invest in the Solana ecosystem, and to work with all of you amazing people here. So what is liquidity? Who knows what liquidity is? All right, some people. Let's just walk through it. So if anyone knows the movie Wall Street, amazing Gordon Gekko quote about liquidity, and the quote is, I'm not talking about driving a fucking BMW, I'm talking about $50, $100 million liquid. So if you've seen this movie, you know what liquidity is. And why does liquidity matter? So here's a little picture that sort of summarizes an order book. And basically what happens when you create a market, you have people who want to buy and people who want to sell. And where buyers and sellers match in terms of price and volume, that's where trades happen. That's called the volume of the market, right? And liquidity is really the trade-off that you're taking between the price at which an asset can be sold and how quickly it can be sold. So if an asset's really liquid, it means the spread, meaning the difference between buyers and sellers, is really tight, and you can sell a lot of assets really rapidly without losing value. In contrast, if an asset's a liquid, selling it means that you're going to have to take a significant discount typically, or buying it means you're going to have to take a premium because the spread is really wide. So in traditional markets, speculators and market makers do this job of providing liquidity. It's why they're called market makers. But in crypto, we're doing something totally different. So traditional financial markets are NGMI, not gonna make it. And here's why. If I own a Bitcoin, right? Or let's start with something simple. If I own an apple and I give you an apple, I no longer have the apple and you have the apple. The problem arises when we move this to the digital world. If I have an idea and I give you an idea, we both have two ideas. So the way that traditional financial markets work is we're literally copy-pasting data entries in a database between a bunch of different markets and market venues. And so what happens in this entire process is the existing traditional financial life cycle requires people in office buildings and skyscrapers around the world to sit around copy-pasting data from one database to another and reconciling this copy-pasting on a periodic basis to make sure someone didn't fuck up. It is not efficient, it's not easy to do, and it's super, super messy. So, what is cryptocurrency? What is this crazy crypto thing? What are we doing with it? I want to shift your thinking about what crypto is. We're not going to talk about tech. We're going to talk like esoteric, high-level idea. So I want to go back to Bitcoin because that's where it all began for me. So money started with gold, really, right? Gold is a shiny rock. Literally a shiny rock. But the shiny rock had universal value, and we could price it, and it was super liquid. A gram of gold that I could take, with me was a gram of gold anywhere in the world. So we started with shiny rocks, And then we put shiny rocks into these piles, and we built cities around them, and then we built armies to protect our gold. And all of a sudden, we end up in the modern age where we have banks. And as I've explained before, a lot of our banking and financial system is basically just massive databases copy-pasting entries between one another and making sure that that copy-pasting is done correctly. And then we get to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is not a shiny rock, and Bitcoin is not a bank. It is a way to move digital value without incurring the double spend problem, which is novel and profound for markets, and we'll get into why this matters for liquidity. And so Bitcoin, basically, what Bitcoin did is it turned computation into money, but secure money that cannot be double spent. And it also put a price on this financial computation. So the Bitcoin network really is the world's first independent, secure financial network. And the demand for block space is a function of the demand for secure financial transactions. So think about that. Block space is a way of pricing the world's demand for secure financial computation. Then Ethereum came along, and Ethereum extended this idea by introducing financial computation. Instead of just providing secure settlement guarantees, Ethereum provided secure financial computation in the form of smart contracts. And now there are all of these amazing L1 protocols, and some of them you've heard from today, and we're all here because we love Solana. But they're all introducing different models for pricing financial computation by offering different types of security guarantees or opting for certain measures of centralization. So what we're really doing with crypto is all about financial computation. Are you with me so far? I see some people looking confused. Yes? We like it. She likes it. Okay, we're good. So block space is a scarce asset. We can see the demand for Bitcoin block space is cyclical, but the demand for Ethereum block space has been really interesting to observe because it's been persistent over time. The other thing that's really interesting is we can now actually price the demand for financial compute, making it a fungible, tradable asset. We're going there? Okay, so we look at Bitcoin transaction fees, Ethereum transaction fees. We have a real live way of pricing supply and demand for financial computation. Where that settles is called your transaction fee. And so what I think is really interesting now, and I have another meme because I love my memes, blockchain compute in and of itself is becoming a fungible asset across chains. So let me explain that for a moment. So I started my career as a commodities trader. Okay. For a commodity to be tradable, you need to be able to move it around to where it's needed in a cost-effective manner. So if I have a barrel of oil and someone in India needs a barrel of oil, me having a barrel of oil here in Portugal doesn't really help me because my buyer in India can't physically access that barrel of oil. So we created a whole market around synthetic paper derivatives representing barrels of oil so we could create a liquid, really deep market. And today, the paper market for commodities is 30 times larger than the actually physically settled spot market. So for a commodity to be usable and tradable, it needs to be able to move around to where it's needed. Historically, we have not had the ability to move financial computation from one chain to another. But now we can do that. We have L2s, we have bridging, we have compatible chains. And so what we've done is we've opened up the ability to make financial compute functions themselves fungible and tradable. Prior to this, the effort and time that it would take to rebuild my application on a new chain would negate any financial savings on the cost of compute. But now, I can easily migrate my application between the lowest cost chain in order to help me achieve the specific type of financial compute I need without needing to build new code. It's like, this is actually really fucking cool and really exciting. Are you excited? Okay, just me. Okay. All right. This is where Solana really shines. So this morning, I was sitting in my little hotel room, and I did 2 transactions. I bought some GoFX, GooseFX, let's go. I bought some GoFX, I bought $1 worth, and you can look at the network fee I paid on Solana. It was teeny, 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 tiny. It was less than 1/100th of a cent. And then I tried to do a 1 USDC buy on Ethereum on SushiSwap, and for my $1 buy, I was going to pay $57 in fees. Like, that's fucked. So it's not going to work. NGMI. And I'm not dissing Ethereum. Ethereum's amazing for specific things. But when we talk about people actually using crypto for financial compute, we need really low-cost transactions, and we need the ability to be able to switch between different types of computational networks. So this is really exciting to me. So let's get to liquidity now. So we've kind of talked about what liquidity is, we've talked about what crypto is at a high level, and the need for fungible computation. But now let's get to liquidity. So how do I make market depth and liquidity fungible? Super exciting. Well, I want to start by saying, this is a really important disclaimer, there is no free lunch, right? We're trying to optimize for throughput, we're trying to optimize for speed, and we're trying to optimize for lowest cost. And in order to do these things, in order to achieve scalability in financial computation, we have to recognize that we're making inherent trade-offs in regards to both decentralization and security. And if you've ever interacted with an L2 bridge, like say, for example, the Avalanche bridge, which has $5 billion of TVL on it, you know that all of that TVL is managed by a single SGX key, right? So there's some real risk there in smashing your assets into a bridge. So you are making trade-offs, but those trade-offs are required right now in order to facilitate the scalability that we want to see. So let's just go through sort of the history of what liquidity in crypto markets has looked like. And what I think is really interesting that we don't talk about enough is really the first innovation of cross-chain liquidity was connecting TradFi with crypto finance. In 2013, Bitcoin had a major problem, and the problem was this. When I settle a Bitcoin transaction with someone OTC, the Bitcoin transaction settles with finality within 10 minutes, within block time. But the cash side of the transaction takes 2 to 3 days to settle and has 0 settlement guarantees. So how can I settle a Bitcoin transaction with a cash counterparty directly on chain? Well, they made something called Tether. And Tether was the first time that you could settle dollars against Bitcoin directly on chain with the same settlement guarantees. And now stablecoins make up $140 billion of market cap, but putting these dollars on chain has created also a massive, massive amount of liquidity that is developed completely outside of the traditional financial system, without any prime brokers, without any banks, and without any traditional credit providers. It scares the shit out of banks, by the way, because it's absolutely incredible. The other thing that's really interesting is thinking about the utility of this liquidity. So the top 3 stable coins by market cap are Tether, USDC, and BUSD on Binance Smart Chain. But what's really interesting is if you can see the little orange dots, the velocity of these is very different. Velocity is the amount of times that dollar is used in a day in a transaction. The velocity of USDT is by far the highest. USDT turns over about once a day, whereas USDC only turns over about once every 10 days, meaning that people use it much less. So the sheer volume of stablecoins is impressive, but the velocity is not yet there. So then let's talk about the next innovation. So first we put dollars on chain, which is super cool. Then we put Bitcoin on Ethereum, which is also pretty wild. So today, fully 1.4% of Bitcoin has actually been bridged over onto Ethereum. So we have an asset that settles with finality, and we took it and we put it onto a chain that created the ability to have financial computation with that asset. So again, here we've seen a tremendous amount of growth in the amount of Bitcoin that's on Ethereum. But again, a lot of this Bitcoin is fully custodial. It's managed by a third party who keeps that Bitcoin in a vault. And one of the big areas I think we need to innovate in is making that Bitcoin non-custodial. So that was the second innovation. So we started with dollars, then we said, hey, we have this Ethereum thing, let's put Bitcoin on Ethereum. And then this summer, something incredible happened. L2, baby. L2 happened. So there's currently $5 billion of Ethereum that is moving to L2 because Ethereum's cost of financial compute is too damn high. And again, this is where it starts to get really interesting. This L2 activity is currently dominated by Arbitrum, which makes up about 60% of this volume. And L2 solutions are really interesting because they fully or partially derive their security from layer 1 Ethereum. So you don't have to rely on the honesty of L2 validators for the security of your funds, but you are relying on a wide mix of platforms and applications that allow you to bridge into L2. So L2 is growing. And my view of the future is this. In the future, all assets will become fungible across all chains. And here's why, because the function we're optimizing for is the cost of financial computation. To date, $25 billion in total value has been bridged away from L1 in a variety of different assets, and $20 billion of that has taken place in the last 30 days. Over 90,000 unique addresses have bridged away. This is not limited to a small set of users. Like, this is happening en masse at scale because, again, liquidity seeks to go to the broadest market. And in order to build liquidity, in order to get more users in, we need to find the lowest cost of computation across blockchains. At the end of the day, I don't care what network my transaction settles on. I care that it settles with finality and at the lowest cost possible. So as more and more bridges get built, I think we'll see volumes grow. Users are going to seek speed, ease of use, and availability of financial computation. And what's really a challenge to the Solana community here is if we look at these assets being bridged away, less than 1% of them are going through Solana Wormhole. Who's using Wormhole today? Anyone? Wormhole users? A couple. All right, I moved some money around on Wormhole this morning. It's pretty good. So it'll be interesting to see how over time this pie chart continues to change. When I made this chart about a month and a half ago, Ronin Bridge wasn't even on here. And today Ronin Bridge, which is a Flow blockchain bridge, is about a third of this chart. So these L2s can get really popular really fast, especially if there are a lot of users using them. So challenge to all of us in this room is, how do we increase the amount of volume going through Solana Wormhole? I'm going to work on that. Hopefully you guys take that challenge away as well. And ultimately, this is where we're getting to. In the future, all assets will become fungible across all chains. Today, as of this week, crypto is a $3 trillion asset class. Let's break down where those assets live. About $135 billion of that market is stable coins. That's about 5% of the total crypto market. That's cash that we've made liquid and fungible in the crypto ecosystem. So we took something out of TradFi, shoved it into crypto, and it's now 5% of the market cap. About 1% is wrapped assets, meaning assets that we've moved to chains where the cost of financial computation is lower. About 25 billion is in L2s and bridges. Again, these are assets seeking financial compute at lower cost. And about $7 billion is in liquid staking derivatives. And I don't have time to talk about liquid staking derivatives today, but if you're working on liquid staking derivatives, please come and find me. I would love to chat with you about it. And financial computation. So at the end of the day, this is not a money story. This is a compute story, which is super exciting. Okay. And here's why this is exciting to me. And this is really the point of like my very long-winded bullshit. Anyone can be a market maker. So Liquidity 1.0 was boomers in Blazers, Citadel, KCG, Flow Traders, Virtu. Being a market maker in the TradFi world requires a significant amount of money and adequate regulatory capital. And because market microstructure varies by your asset type, each firm tends to specialize in a very specific market. Some firms are commodities market makers, some firms are FX market makers, some market make in equities. And firms gain edge through proprietary order flow, their technology and infrastructure, and their relationships. That's the old world. We are going to kill that world, and we're going to build a new world. Liquidity 2.0 is about degenerate apes like us. Degens shall inherit the earth, and here's why. Literally anyone who holds a crypto asset and has a risk appetite can be a market maker today. Whether you have $1, $100, or $100 million, anyone can be a market maker via liquidity pools and AMMs, or automated market makers. And because all assets settle with finality to the network, liquidity is hyper fluid and can migrate really quickly to capture these juicy yields that we see. And the best part of all of this is the way you gain edge in this new world is through your market intelligence, your speed, and your risk tolerance. Not relationships, not how fat your stack is, not how rich you are, not how smart you are. It's all about being in the market and having risk appetite. And even cooler yet is, in a lot of instances, scale can actually hinder your edge, meaning too big means you can't achieve as high of a return. So it will start to favor smaller and smaller traders and individuals, which is really exciting. And this is just the beginning. So let's think about how big financial markets really are. Crypto, $3 trillion. Precious metal, literally rocks, like fucking rocks, $12 trillion market. Real estate, $30 trillion market. The M2 money supply, $40 trillion. Global equities, $106 trillion. So we're starting in our little $3 trillion market, but I believe that by the end of this decade, all of these markets will operate 24/7, 365 globally in one giant market called crypto. Crypto is a motherfucking black hole that is going to absorb every market in the world. Super exciting. And so let's build this future together. Let's put the fun in financial computation. Thank you for listening. If you're working on anything related to this, my email, my Twitter handle, open DMs, would love to meet all of you, and thank you so much for your time. Bye.
Okay, that was really awesome. I think, yeah, we're bringing on some chairs now and some tables for our next panel, which actually fits really nicely into what Milton was talking about with L1s and L2s and the liquidity between them. The next panel is entitled Virtual Machines, Interoperability and Maximalism. So welcome to the stage, Georgios, Kyle, and Tegan.
A big fucking stage.
Welcome to your very first Solana conference. So we have a really exciting panel today. So with us we have Kyle Samani from Multicoin Capital and Georgios from Paradigm. And today we will be talking about virtual machines. On one side of the spectrum you have interoperability, so the future, or the multi-chain future. On the other side you have maximalism, so one chain to kind of rule them all. And I think both serve a lot of purpose in the ecosystem, but I'm excited to hear from our panelists today about their kind of opposing views on this. So just to kind of set the scene, so we kind of started with this Ethereum-dominated ecosystem, and then in the last year, we've seen the rise of EVM layer ones, EVM sidechains like Polygon, like Binance Smart Chain, like Avalanche. And then now, it feels like we're kind of on the cusp of something new. We have layer 2s on Ethereum, pulling security from Ethereum. At the same time, we have Solana kind of out here creating a new kind of paradigm and ecosystem for itself. So excited to chat about it. So let's dive in. What is your vision? What does 3 to 5 years look like? Will there be one chain to rule them all, or will we live in this multi-chain future?
Should I start?
Yeah, Georgios.
Is this thing on?
Is that on?
I'm not sure if it's on.
It is.
Oh, it is on. Okay, great. I think it will be many chains, 100% sure. We're way past the stage where there was 1, 2, 3 chains. There's going to be many of them. And the important question will be, how are you going to be going from one chain to another? What are the bridge protocols? What are the security models of these protocols? How capital efficient they are? And so on. So we're past the phase of the multi-chain future, and we're in the phase of interoperability and how to do it properly.
Yeah, so
we pretty clearly are in a multi-chain world now and will be for quite some time. I think there's kind of a few open questions. One, how many chains should there be? Not really obvious what the answer to that is. Most people, I think 2 or 3, and that feels right. But there could be 8 or 10, I don't know. And the other, I think, really big open question is, how do you make the different kinds of functional kinds of L1s play nice? What I mean by that is, you've got Ethereum, Solana-like things, which are, I'm going to call them DeFi engines. But you've got stuff like Arweave and Filecoin and Saya, which are just functionally very different. And you've got stuff like Ceramic and Textile, which again are very different. And I think the Web3 apps in 5 years will be leveraging all of these things in various ways. And so we don't yet have an easy way to make it all work together. Hopefully the graph will provide an indexing and querylarity again. But I can't wait to see all of those things kind of work together.
Absolutely. And kind of on that, Kyle, what do you think about layer 2s versus Solana, which will have larger market share?
Yeah, reasoning about market share is difficult. The kind of cop-out answer is they coexist, obviously. I think the question is, what do the apps need? And I think that probably drives where things go. Today, kind of sort of the answer is just cheap fees. But I don't think that's enough. I think expectations of what apps should be able to do are going to continue to grow. And I think composability is probably going to be like the main vector to think about those things. And how do you combine multiple apps together that weren't previously planned to work together? I'm optimistic that future will be quite powerful. And so I think the answer will be wherever you can have composability and cheap fees. I think some layer 1s and some layer 2s will have that, but I don't know about market share. That's hard to reason.
Yeah. Anything to add, Georgios?
I think the market structure is not winner-take-all. There are various. The demographic of the consumer is not uniform. Some people want more security. Other people want lower fees. But in the end, security and fees are kind of intertwined. So we have to think about that. In terms of how will that play out with ZK rollup tech in Ethereum, optimistic rollup tech, or Cosmos, or Solana, I do think that asymptotically, as we horizontally scale with many ZK rollups, the upper performance bound potentially can be higher than Solana at the cost of composability, potentially. And the whole trick is going to be how we do low cost, or rather low overhead composability across 2 networks. And it will switch from this synchronous composability that we have today, the atomic transactions, Alice calls Bob, and both happen or nothing, to a more asynchronous programming model, similar to how you do transactions in databases.
Yeah, Kyle, you mentioned composability, so let's talk about that. Do you think composability will happen across different layer 1s, and if so, how, and who's thinking about this in the right way currently?
Yeah, I'd say assuming it won't ever happen across layer 1s is probably wrong, because enough people are tackling it from enough angles that probably one of them will get it. I have no idea who or which angle, though. It's a pretty hard design space, and no one's cracked it yet. In the near term, it's definitely going to happen on Solana. You can start to see it, just the inklings of it now, with Metaplex things and DeFi things and some social token things, but it's still really not there in a meaningful way. The question is going to be, can you make it fluid and seamless across L1s and L2s? I'm pretty optimistic the answer is yes. I just don't know when or how.
I think it's already happening, if you notice IBC on Cosmos,
That's
where
true, yes.
it is literally you interoperate 2 networks, they have a light client of each other, and they can just talk seamlessly. We've seen that already happen with Osmosis, and there's more to come.
Yeah.
So it's a solved engineering problem. Like it's live, it works. It's all about just putting it in more places.
Yeah, so Anatoly this morning spoke about the impressive growth that we've seen in Solana with 15 billion in DeFi. I think it was 3 billion in USDC on Solana. So it does feel like Solana really does have a head start compared to Ethereum layer 2s with the roll-up model. What are your thoughts on this? Can the layer 2s kind of catch up to Solana?
I think so. We see DYDX already on Starkware. Starknet is going live. You will be able to launch any application with full composability on a single chain. Optimism has almost $1 billion in value. Arbitrum has $1.5 billion in value. So I think it's a good race. Developers drive which of these platforms grow the most. Some developers know Solidity, so they will prefer the EVM ones. Some developers know Rust, so they will go to Solana or to Cosmwasm. Some other developers, they're okay with learning a completely new stack, and maybe they will build on Starknet, Cairo. So it's a bit of a, I don't think it's clear yet if there is a difference in the traction of the two, but I think it's going to be a good fight.
Kyle, anything to add?
Yeah, there's enough inertia in all of these ecosystems, both capital and developer activity, that it's hard to see any of them slowing down. I wish I had something more nuanced than that, but that's all I've got.
Fair enough. And then Kyle, I know you recently spoke about kind of roll-ups on Solana, which is how kind of Ethereum has approached the space. Anything to kind of add on that?
Yeah, I think a lot of my comments on Twitter a week ago were a little misinterpreted. I do think, without question, roll-ups will matter in 5 years' time. Zero-knowledge flavors, for sure. The question is, what do they? Are they 10% of transactions, 50 or 80? I can make all three arguments. I don't know. But they will matter. And I think the degree to which they matter will primarily be a function of how composable and programmable and easy to work with they are. In terms of roll-ups on Solana, I mean, Solana is permissionless, and so you can build roll-ups on it because no one says you can't. I don't think you're going to see optimistic flavors of Solana. I probably don't think anyone will bother to build that. Yeah. But I think people will probably bother to build ZK rollups on Solana. It just seems like it will have to happen at some point. When, timing, usage, all very unclear, but it will be a thing.
Great. Georgios, would love to chat about MEV. Do you want to quickly, for the audience, kind of describe the problem and then talk about how Ethereum is handling that and then how Solana is?
Yeah, so MEV stands for miner extractable value. In blockchains, transactions arrive in certain ordering. So Kyle makes a transaction, I make a transaction, Tegan makes a transaction. But sometimes the ordering at which the transactions get confirmed affects the output of these transactions. For example, Kyle makes a swap on Uniswap that moves the price of ETH, and maybe I make a trade on Uniswap, but the price has moved. And so maybe there's an arbitrage opportunity created by the first transaction. And so MEV is the value that can be extracted by somebody ordering, inserting, or censoring transaction in order to make money by this reordering. The example is arbitrage, and another example is liquidations, because whoever gets first to the liquidating position wins. So MEV is a very important aspect of blockchain security, in particular because it directly ties to the incentives of the block producers, because normally the block producers, they don't participate, they don't interact with the ordering of the transactions, but recently Flashbots kind of blew off the Overton window on what you can do. And now we see that miners are openly accepting bundles of transactions, which will say, I will take Kyle's transaction, I will take my transaction, I will also insert another transaction, which always gets confirmed first and has always sort of a first look on the arbitrage opportunity. And the outcome of this so far has been that the mempool in Ethereum has split into two, which is basically one is all the private mempools, which is where all the MEV extraction happens, and the non-MEV mempools, which is where all the normal transactions happen. And what's good about this is that the user does not end up users have stopped paying fees, so have stopped competing for block space with the MEV traders.
And is Solana solving that with proof of history, or can you chat a little bit about how?
Yeah. So MEV is specifically a function of who has the right to order, insert, and remove transactions. So it's up to the validator. As long as you don't add the method to encrypt the transactions such that when they arrive at the validator cannot produce the block without reordering the transactions, MEV always exists. There's a joke that we make about MEV that there's the great theorem of conservation of MEV, that any technique that you do, it just moves it elsewhere, but you cannot get rid of it. So in Solana, instead of, whereas in Ethereum, it's like very obviously at the mempool layer, on Solana, it is like it transforms from a gas optimization game to a latency optimization game, because you got to get to the validator first. And the only anti-MEV argument I've heard on Solana is that because the validator does not have enough time to maybe do the front running because it is 400 milliseconds or lower blocks. It is not a good argument because most good MEV traders, their bots, the moment they see a transaction, in 10 milliseconds they already have an ARB, or they already know if there is an ARB. So, Solana will eventually have to face the MEV problem or the MEV opportunity. I think it's a problem that we will see a bit later on in the game.
Anything to add, Kyle?
Yeah, so totally agree. You can't get rid of MEV, although I will give a shout out to Sunny and the Osmos team. They have some of the most interesting and innovative stuff they're doing, but it's kind of separate. As you reduce block times and add proof of history, you can make it more difficult to do MEV as a validator, but you can't get rid of it, as Georgios alluded to.
Sorry, Kyle, I don't think that proof of history has anything to do with MEV. My understanding of proof of history is that the only thing it lets you do is to have a predictable leader schedule without having to assume network conditions or clocks or whatever. Whereas the fact that there is a predictable leader schedule, like in Ethereum 2, is actually makes MEV sort of worse. Because if I know that you are the next block producer and that Tigan's the next block producer, I will call you and I will say, hey, since we're the next 3 block producers, why don't we censor like a bunch of transactions and for us to make all the money from all the ARBs? Or why don't we just do all the liquidations? So, predictable leader schedules and MEV are a bad combination.
That's totally fair, and I agree. We're gonna have a very different MEV environment on Solana, and there's gonna be a lot of teams working to mitigate that and come up with clever solutions in that ecosystem.
So this one might get a little controversial, and JR might kill me for asking this. But Kyle, I know you were a big supporter of EOS back in the day, and many kind of draw that parallel to your support on Solana. Can you chat a little bit about that and how this time is different?
Yeah, so I always was struck that the idea that there was only one, I guess, ethos around scaling struck me as kind of wrong. That you need to really try other fundamental approaches. EOS was, I think, the first credible attempt at trying to scale an alternative way differently from Bitcoin or Ethereum. And so we made that bet in a pretty big way and ultimately got an egg on our face for it. It didn't work out. It didn't work out, though, because the thesis was wrong. It didn't work out because the execution had a lot of problems, which I won't go into. One thing I think that's actually very important as an investor is to recognize some of the best opportunities ever are when you see independent teams over a multi-year period, try and tackle the same problem space, continue to fail for whatever number of reasons, and then new smart people keep trying anyways with some alternative differentiated approach. And usually when that happens, that's usually like one of the best signals. And if one of those teams starts to get traction and the product starts to work in a meaningful way, that's usually actually one of the best risk-adjusted moments to double or triple down on an investment. In the case of Solana, we certainly didn't have the ability to see that it was going to be used when we were buying most of it, so we had a leap of faith there. But it's generally a good idea when people keep trying to solve a problem and failing and keep trying anyways.
Yeah, absolutely. And you were both very early to the Solana ecosystem, really early investors before many others.
I don't think it's comparable with Kyle.
Can you chat a little bit about what you saw in the founders of Solana early days?
Yeah, I've been very fortunate to work with Anatoly and Raj since kind of April, May of 2018. And there were always a few things that struck me. One was Anatoly was just very focused on making things go fast. His whole career, if you kind of looked at the work he did at Qualcomm and at Dropbox and at Mesosphere and the different kinds of stuff he's built, he's just like, I make things go fast. And that struck me as like very just different than a lot of the other founders in building these layer 1 systems. Also working with Raj in the last few years, what I love about him is he's just so diverse. I mean, he is managing a public face now, managing growing a team, dev relations, business development, fundraising. He's been amazing to work with because he just handled so much and let actually Anatoly and the tech team really focus on the core tech. And it's been a pleasure working with both of them and super excited to see what Solana has become.
Georgios, anything to add?
All my work has been on scaling, and so to me the attractive part is that the programming model is very differentiated compared to other approaches to scaling, for example, like Polygon, BSC, all of these, they just go Ethereum, and they take the constants and they make them 5x. But that is not a way to scale because you're still bound by fundamental issues that the software will have. Like you just cannot just increase all the numbers. Whereas Solana took a somewhat differentiated approach with the parallel virtual machine and with the mempool optimizations and so on. So I think that's interesting. And obviously, when something gains traction like this, you put away some ideological concerns, which you know that I have, and you listen.
Yeah, would love to kind of shift gears and ask kind of from the developer, builder, entrepreneur perspective, as an entrepreneur, you do need to focus. And so how would you suggest kind of approaching this multi-chain space currently from the developer perspective?
I guess I'll take this. It's really tough. Building on Ethereum and Solana, let's say concurrently, or EVM and C-level concurrently, to the best of my knowledge, no one's really done it yet. I think it's just a function of engineering focus and recruiting and talent and such. But it's just going to be hard. And then even if you do it successfully, you still have a lot of open questions about bridging and DAO mechanics and governance and voting and whatever, all these other things. So it's just very complicated. My suggestion for developers, at least for now, is pick one tech stack and own it. It will get easier to manage an app across multiple runtimes. Today, it is almost not even a thing. Although Aave just announced something like, I think, yesterday or 2 days ago. So hopefully that kind of pioneers the way a little bit. But I'd say focus on your tech stack.
Which tech stack would you choose if you were a developer starting today?
I mean, it depends on what is your goal and your audience and who are you building for. There's a lot of, at this point, the inertia in both ecosystems is, I think, clearly at escape velocity. So function of what you know as a dev and a few other things.
Georgios, what about you?
I think every company will need to have a multi-chain strategy if we're in a multi-chain world. If you're an Ethereum company already, you probably want to deploy on all the other EVM chains because it's just take your software, you deploy it, and you change nothing, and it's easy. When considering the multi-chain strategy and saying, should we deploy on Solana? Ethereum teams don't have Solana expertise or Rust expertise. So it is a bit harder, I think, for them to adapt or expand to them. So firstly, there's that. Secondly, developers in Solidity or in Ethereum and the EVM, we know very, very, very well how it works. Inside out, we know what its security properties are. We had 5 years of Ethereum vulnerabilities, and we're still going strong, unfortunately. But we know how the system works. And so as a new developer coming into the ecosystem, you're like, OK, what do people understand more? What security properties does the system have? How many blogs, tutorials, whatever there are? What is the tooling? What are the indexers, the ETLs, and so on? So all the peripheral infrastructure, also called, the moat, are very important. So if I was a new developer, typically I would say Solidity, but granted, I have my biases. But at the same time, I have seen smart Solidity developers who got tired of having to fight some of the EVM's idiosyncrasies, and they're like, OK, we like the Rust, we like high performance, low fees, so let's give it a try. But it requires a little more effort, and so I think the current, let's say, very good Solana developers are very, very, very good.
Yeah, indexing on Solana will become a lot easier very soon. There's an announcement later today on this with the graph.
I think it will be challenging.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Solana is definitely pushing bounds of what's possible on blockchains, but it's a good challenge. Would love to kind of understand, are there any dark horses that exist on, a Polkadot or a Cosmos ecosystem that might have, layer 1 composability potentially sooner than Solana?
I mean, on Cosmos, there is already, on Cosmos, there is a thing called Cosmwasm, which lets you write smart contracts there. So right now, Terra has been the one that's been using it for a while, and Terra has been doing quite well. At the same time, there was a new chain, I believe, called Juno, which is going to be basically the Terra where people deploy contracts other than the core development team. So yeah, on other developer platforms like Polkadot, in Polkadot they've taken the strategy. Also in Cosmos there is also a chain called Evmos, which is basically the old Ethermint, which is you take the EVM and you put it on Cosmos, you use Tendermint and all that, which is a good tactic to go, a good go-to-market. Similarly in Polkadot, they have a way to write smart contracts, although I don't know many people using it. And most chains, they try to lean in on EVM compatibility. So I think Akala, Moonbeam, and 5 others, they all have that. But it's not differentiated, and there's not much traction over there.
Yeah, so I think, Tegan, the original question was, where's composability going to happen next? I think as Georgios has suggested, the answer is clearly Cosmos. Seeing Terra and Osmo work together, and I think Terra's got a presence here as well, and I know they're trying to bridge into the Solana ecosystem effectively. So I think that's clearly happening now, and IBC's made that infinitely easier for those devs. I think the other ecosystem that is just very interesting to look at is Flow. There's just a lot of cool IP there. The DeFi infrastructure is still pretty lacking, but I think there's a lot of smart people starting to figure it out and build it. So keeping an eye on it.
And what about
we took a look at Flow smart contracts, and it doesn't look bad. The developer experience looks solid.
It looks what?
It looks good. The developer experience.
Yeah, and when EVM on Solana? I know Neon's kind of tackling this. Are there any other projects, and when do you think that will come to fruition?
I don't have any insights. I'm assuming the Neon team is here. If you want to talk to them, I'm sure you can find them, but I don't know.
Although getting compatibility is a very different thing from being Ethereum or equivalent. We saw that with Optimism, a layer 2 project on Ethereum, that they initially tried to go for EVM compatibility and try to make it look as close to Ethereum as possible, but then other peripheral tooling started to not work great. And so, it may look like it's compatible for 60% or 70% of the use cases, but the very power usery type workflows, they tend to break, or you end up having to run into weird edge cases and so on. So I think the Neon team is great, but there is a lot of work to be done until we're there.
Absolutely. I know we've talked a lot about kind of like the blockchain ecosystem, but when I think about Solana, what I'm really excited about is going after NASDAQ and bringing all of Wall Street into the blockchain space. Can you speak a little bit about that? When will that happen, if ever? Do we need to solve MEV before institutions kind of come into the Solana ecosystem? What do you think?
You definitely don't need to solve MEV to get institutions using these systems. Trading on a permissionless system will incur costs that you don't have in a trusted environment. That will always be true. Gas costs, MEV costs, whatever. Institutions, for the most part, don't need those properties. So I don't think they care, and that's why there will always be centralized venues that provide trusted guarantees on execution. And there's a lot of people in the world who will be willing to incur the cost, are incurring them today and will incur them in the future to get some of the benefits of being permissionless and decentralized. I don't think you're going to see big pension funds and endowments trading on Solana directly. That seems extremely unlikely, or any of these distributed systems. I think what's much more likely is you're just going to have 1 billion or 2 or 3 billion people all over the world trading social tokens and synthetic equities and whatever these other things are. And there's going to be market makers, obviously, providing liquidity in these assets. You'll have some AMMs, you'll have some order books, you'll have some things that cross both of those, like range orders, for example. And you'll need to provide liquidity wherever the retail flow goes.
Georgios?
Nothing to add.
Yeah. Okay, well, what are you most excited about as we kind of close out? What are you most excited about within the Solana ecosystem currently?
Anchor.
What was that?
Anchor, the development framework by Armani.
I am the most excited to see all of these things come together. So like DeFi, what DeFi Summer demonstrated was the amazing power of composability in the ERC20 standard, right? You could take an asset, go put it in Maker, make some DAI, go trade it on Uniswap, put it in Compound, lend it out. And what made all of that work was the ERC20 standard and Oracle price feeds for managing liquidations and such. And I think we're going to be able to take a lot of those concepts and extend them into NFTs, into social tokens, into games in really, really cool ways. Again, none of it is really live today. There's a couple of, like, Polygon has a couple of cool things happening, as do some other ecosystems. But I don't think we've had, like, that aha moment for the world of seeing composability hit a consumer-facing application in a meaningful way. And I really, really want to see that happen on Solana.
To also give one more data point from the developer perspective, I'm excited to see people learn Solana security. Because right now, if we're going to do all of these good things that Kyle has been talking about, we cannot do it if we don't know what we're building and if we get hacked and rugged and destroyed. So learn security.
Thank you to the security devs. I know your work is underappreciated. Yeah. We need you all to keep these things safe.
Absolutely. Well, give it up for Kyle and Georgios. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tegan.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks Kyle, Tegan, and Georgios. Before I introduce the next panel, it's a pretty full house here. I just want to remind everyone we have two other venues. One's called Sud Lisboa. The other one is Stufa Fria. They're both 5 to 10 minutes away from here. They also have their own full schedules with great talks. So just wanted to give a shout out to those as well. Shifting now to more investing in crypto, we have a couple panels back to back on that topic. The first of which is Beyond Capital, how investors add value. So please welcome to the stage Bach, Shane, Ian, Jasmine, and Nolan.
Come on, guys. Come on, come on, come on. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. You've heard a lot of investors talk today about how they can see the future, and this is what you got to follow, and everything like that. But I'm here to tell you, and you're going to hear a lot more about how we've democratized investing and investments. What I'm going to tell you is that's already happened, right? We've already democratized the role of investor, and there are now millions more than there ever were in the world, right? Millions more. We've got the Binance Mafia, we've got the Coinbase Mafia coming, and we have all you retail folks who have figured it out and started to add value yourselves, so you know what you're talking about. These guys here are all investors too. They're successful because they've gone one step further than just writing checks, and they're here to share what really differentiates an investor from someone who writes checks. They're different things in this world. They're different things in this world. So first up, I'm going to talk with Shane. I've known Shane for a long time. I remember when Shane was trading coins and all that kind of stuff. But now we've got someone with us who has led this charge. And what I want to ask, so, even when it comes to these events, right? Even when it comes to events, just a few years ago, a VC, an investor, would have been every single time a panelist. Recently, as someone who programs events, I'm often putting VCs in the role of asking questions and leading conversations, because there's so many of you guys now. How do you differentiate? How do you get ahead? Shane, let's hear what you do first to add value.
Absolutely. So I think to your point, in terms of differentiation, everyone here on this panel can probably speak to the fact that getting access to a cap table, to a project with compelling fundamentals, is very, very competitive. So finding some point of differentiation or value add is really, really important. I think for us as a cryptocurrency exchange, we seek to be a little bit more tangible and hands-on with that value add. So the most obvious point of differentiation as an exchange is you can say, well, I'll facilitate the liquidity event. I'll list your token. You can go beyond that as an exchange by doing things like building out infrastructure, actually serving as a validator on the underlying ecosystem, and participating in governments, offering staking or DeFi yield farming directly to end users once you list that token. So those are just some of the ways that we're trying to personally differentiate, just so that we can get access to the cap table.
Excellent, Shane. And Beck, I'm going to follow up with you just because I'm very familiar with the Korean market, and folks investing, folks trying to make their capital work is not a new thing. This whole aspect of North Americans and Europeans participating in early stage ventures and investing has been in Korea for a long time.
For sure.
You guys have a long track record of standing out in this field. How do you do it?
Yeah, we do it by being on the ground, hands-on. We incubated X Infinity and Terra, and how we did it was Terra. It was easy because they were in Korea. We were building together since 2017, scratch from the white paper. X's case was a little bit difficult because they were starting in Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam. And we realized that we got to really understand the market together. So we flew to Ho Chi Minh, built with them, spent weeks doing hackathon, building community. And eventually what we did was we actually brought them on board the Korea office in our Seoul office, and just started jamming together on esports, gaming. And we go further now, right? Our fund is Prop Capital. It's run by 100% founders' money. And now that we have grown in size, we bought 2 game studios in Korea. And that's now a 40-people team building 4 different games on top of our portfolio, such as Solana, Terra, Ethereum, and on. And now we can actually build with our founders rather than just saying that we are a hands-on investor. We're actually putting hands on their code, building entertainment, fun, games on top of the protocols.
And that, I guess, means is the extension of being a user and a product tester and all those things. Jasmine, in your case, tell us a little bit about where you're based exactly, though. I would like to hear about your actual focus first.
Yeah, sure. I think that for us, it'll be a bit different because we are actually a newly established fund. We just started this year in April, but we actually invested quite aggressively. We have done 23 deals, deployed 20 million US dollar already. And for this fund, I think it's quite different because I've been also thinking what is the unique selling point to our portfolios, right? Because after all, you talk with all the time with portfolios or investments, potential investments, and they always ask you what is your potential value add. And it's really like the topic. I mean, we have been asked so many times because we are Fund 1. So our focus at the moment is finance related because we are very well connected with institutional money, and also like with Web 3.0, especially how the DAO is like infrastructure and so on. And the third point we are looking at is like a metaverse, so like NFT and GameFi and so on. So I think because previously I was also with like a crypto fund, a crypto VC. So I think when I started to fund this new capital, I wanted to think a little bit forward. So how like the institutional gonna act when they started to have like a foot in crypto, and that is exactly where we stand.
And in your case, Ian, you know, we've got tremendous amount of projects where you're based. Do you get an advantage from a geographical location, or how do you pursue standing out in this environment?
Yeah, it's a good question. So I'll start by kind of saying how we, you know, I think there's a way you contribute to the community, and then there's a way that you contribute to portfolio companies specifically. When I talk about the contributing community, we try to be very active, right? So Solana Demo Day was co-hosted by Sina Global, for example. Well, we try to engage with institutions and educate them around crypto economy. And generally, we've gained the reputation of people who are community-first investors who like to do cool shit with cool people. And basically, portcos want to be part of that too. When we look at portfolio companies and how we help them, a lot of people do want us on their cap table for the geographic support, right? So we're very strong in the Asian region. Even most recently, we just made a lot of hires in the India region as well. So investors or portfolio companies know that if we're on your cap table, we're going to be able to help you in idiosyncratic yet very important regions to crypto. And it does provide us a tremendous advantage in kind of finding and sourcing the deals because we have roots in these, we'll say, underserved geographies sometimes. We're embedded in these communities where we go to the AMAs, we sponsor the AMAs, we go to small meetup events. So yeah, absolutely.
And so I want to follow up on that with you for a second, Ian, because you know I remember I invited one of the original, let's say, crypto funds in 2017 to talk in New York City. Linda G, who everyone knows today as one of the pioneers of this whole thing, one of those Coinbase Mafia folks. And she told me in 2017, her alpha trick was to head to all the meetups and all the different places that the early crypto community were joining. But in this case, we haven't had that advantage in a few years. How did you make do without access along that line? And we're going to talk about that more in WAGME. But in this case, how did you make do without those self-curated communities that you could just go to and listen for 2 seconds and know that's good, that's bad?
So I would say even if we aren't physically at some of these meetups, these are overlapping relationship circles in some of these geographies. So even not going to physical meetups sometimes, you still kind of have these relationship circles deep in some of these very hard to reach geographies. I would say the other thing that we just focus on like more than anything, and we guide all of our decisions like this, are we a long-term high trust investor? To me, that's the alpha drop here. Just your reputation is worth everything in this industry. Always be growing the pie. And if you're ever not growing the pie or you're not approaching it in a long-term high trust way, then I don't think it's being done in the right way. So those have been our guiding principles.
So, and this to Shane, talking about growing the pie. When you were talking about the liquidity feature of the exchange to be able to add that piece of liquidity as an incentive or an enticement to get the cap tables, A16Z last year came out with that amazing blog post, which I recommend to everyone who's doing anything in this industry to read. Social Media Strikes Back or Social Strikes Back. It was about a year ago right now. And what they said was, and you're starting to see it with Coinbase getting into the content creation game, and a lot of these exchanges getting into it. So growing the pie, is there a world where you see that all exchanges really have to start becoming media companies too in order to be that long-term assistance? Is there a strategy that you think is now you can't get around, that media has to be part of it, and messaging and broadcasting of that message?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think we're already starting to see that largely is that centralized exchanges or those at the helm of centralized exchanges are perceived as the subject matter leaders in the space. I mean, just look how big SBF has gotten in the space and the sort of voice that he carries. And becoming more than an exchange, just a liquidity venue, is nothing new to centralized exchanges. They're not just the matching engine anymore. They're the custodian, the broker-dealer, the clearing agency as well, also the issuance, and now investors as well. So to become part of the media conversation, to actually generate content, to then distribute to the established millions of users, I think is an organic next step. We'll see who actually pioneers that the best. I think that there are a couple of candidates amongst the centralized exchange players, but yeah, I think it's a great question and probably an organic piece of evolution in the space.
And I want to continue along that line of media and content with BIC, simply because Korean language is quite small, probably the smallest of the major players in the industry, let's say, right? So I count Korea as a major player with the United States and with the big places. But of course, the language, there isn't a lot of speakers in the world. What do you do to try and get those messages across? Is it keeping it in the Korean language, or do you have a wider scope of how to access that content layer that VCs are more and more interested in? Or do you just speak a technical language and that works for you?
Yeah. That's an interesting challenge, but we do it through our portfolios. Our portfolios are about 80% global, so naturally our platform has to be global rather than being limited to Korean language and the region. But we do support a lot of our founders with the Asian market and global market in the reach and go-to-market. And right now we're actually expanding our office to Singapore, Philippines, and we also have office in Bangalore, India. And we've been building research team there. This is all in effort to build both the media, but also the local presence, so that we can really cultivate the founders down the line. Because I feel that many of the Asian funds sell Asia, that we will help you go to Asia. But what you should be really doing is really cultivating the next generation founders, so that there's more talent coming from that region, rather than helping DeFi startups or NFT startups get to Asia. But it's really about growing within that ecosystem and building that platform globally, coming from that region.
So that means like tapping into the entrepreneurship of Koreans who've got all these great ideas and want to get them to market.
Right.
Yeah. Now, following up on the getting to market piece, and this is for you, Jasmine. So we look at these blockchains, right? And we see a roadmap, let's say, of features that come from an ecosystem and built on top of the actual network. And that's always a great sign when we see, let's call it product market fit. You see people building themselves, going off and doing stuff. And that's one of the great things about the open source aspect, I would say, is that people can come at it without permission and start developing. And when you see it, it's almost like an indication that it's working. So when you look at that, when you look at the ecosystem, do you think of it as, well, okay, Solana's missing this piece to get feature parity with, let's say, Ethereum. That's an opportunity. Do you look at it in those terms? Do you have to know the ecosystem related to every chain to see if people are using it, building on it, whether that's viable, and then to see if there's holes in that, let's say, creative output? Is that a way you look at it?
I think for every new layer ones, it's always have a stage where at the very start it tend to be a lot of forked projects, right? I mean, you see a lot of projects they are doing similar stuff already on Ethereum maybe a few years ago. But I think during this event we also saw some new business models and so on. That is exactly what we want to see for this vibrant prosperous ecosystem. But I think that is definitely a way for us to look for the next opportunities, but we definitely also have our own research and also product team to see what is missing, what can be possibly due on Solana, because after all, different layer ones have their own different strengths, so we can definitely identify that and then try to invest in them.
And is there a range of pivot that would be acceptable to the project based on your advice? Do you say, oh, that's too much of a pivot, even though you think a team might be perfect for some change? I'm talking about long-term adding value. If you have to come in with someone you're already working with and get them to change slightly because you believe if they just see it from this way, they'll get that perspective. Is that a way you would look at it?
Definitely, because we also look at like stages like between like C stage like to B like around like a project. And definitely I agree with Yan just mentioned like it's important to be like a long-termness investors. So we do our fund is like a 10 years like a fund life. So we definitely have the patience and time and also be able to support like the portfolios to really change or modify like during their life cycle.
And now for you, Ian, on that change and modification piece, right? So continuing on the idea of change, modification, how do you go in and say, if you go this way, it's going to be better? Is there a range for you too of acceptable pivot from what they might have started and you tying their product, ideas, talents, skills? It's kind of like a talent stack question when you're looking at some of these folks. You see what they've got and you say, if you focus on this piece of that stack, you're going to get there.
We do. So we have 3 product managers, including myself at one time, on staff. And we absolutely love doing whiteboard sessions with a protocol or project. Look, take us through the research. Take us through who your customer is. OK, let's build that up to what is the insight here. OK, now you're going from your insight to let's ideate around that. Let's run a design thinking workshop and really get into this. And then from there, let's rapidly prototype something new, maybe. Or even just see how a design on this would look. So absolutely, it's a wide range. You got to be really flexible in the crypto ecosystem. And just because a project comes with you with one idea, they're relying on you to help them find that product market fit. One thing that everyone on the stage has an advantage of over a portfolio company is that we are very broad. We get to see the opportunities across chains, across different verticals, and things like this. And in a potential investment or a portfolio company is a portfolio company because they are narrower and they are deeper. So we complement them by essentially helping them see opportunities that are outside of their kind of blinded zone, if you will. So we've run a couple product management workshops in the last 2 weeks. We just get everyone on a Miro board, and we start rapping. It's actually the best part of my week. The legal stuff is the worst.
So you would say, like, you're taking, let's say, a typical corporate vertical piece of the stack, product management, and you're saying as a VC, we can push product management as a piece of the stack into that. We can offer that as an addition.
Yeah, I'm essentially saying that the product management mindset is a little bit different. And sometimes when you have, for example, 2 technical founders in a project, they don't have this experience on staff. So they rely on you to bootstrap that experience at the beginning until maybe it makes sense for them to hire their own product manager or whatever their engineering team setup and product setup is. But absolutely, we have the skills on staff. So we contribute those skills where we can.
So, and I'll go with you, Beck. We think of talent stacks as, you're good at public speaking, you're a good writer, you have a degree in this subject. When you look at founders or products, do you follow a similar matrix of I've got a set of skills, whether it's familiarity with this language or not? Is there something that sticks out to you that says these combination of talents are what I want to invest in, irrespective of the products?
I think what we look at right now is really around how can this founder turn capital power into talent and into execution. In crypto, I think there's a lot of over-premises, and to be honest, around the globe, not that many people total have raised more than maybe 10 million. But in crypto, that's quite common, and not many have experienced how to turn that capital into work in a very effective and fast manner, so that you can use that capital as a result to deliver value to the market. And we see sometimes that some of the founders say we have a long runway because we raised this much. But I think in crypto, what's really important is growing the pie fast and managing treasury very effectively, so that you can cover those talent stack fast, so that you are working on these at a scale rather than going one by one. And that's something that we really look at when we talk with founders. Is this a person that can turn that into work?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I never thought of that different frame, and that is that, runway was everything in the last iteration of VC and investment, and it seems like in crypto, runway kind of isn't as important in a sense, because there's so many kicks at the can, right? You get so many chances there. along the lines, and this will be the last question because we're almost out of time, for you, Shane, along those lines of kicks at the can and chances to make it work, right? How do you approach that from a, it's done, or I can give you the confidence to let you go further because I believe in you, and we'll try this again this way? What's the formula there?
Yeah, absolutely. For us as an exchange, since when we list an asset, and as I mentioned, that's part of our differentiation, we're often perceived as the investment advisor, even though we are not. I would say that never ends for us. So it's a relentless pursuit to always make sure that those projects that we've listed, that we're supporting, are doing everything in their power to actually build truly compelling fundamentals. I think where we provide immense value and where we're constantly urging the projects is to try to focus on grassroots mobilization, get retail involved. I think that's sort of the next iteration here, is that even though a project may have had success from a VC perspective and have lots of institutional support, at the end of the day, if the retail end user isn't actually engaged in the underlying protocol, it's really not what we can consider compelling. So I would say, again, just more of a relentless pursuit, always trying to provide strategic value in any way possible, especially with regards to infrastructure build-out to support the projects.
Great. Everyone, thanks to our great panel. We're running out of time. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, that was great. Next, we have a very special group of investors that have experience deploying capital across DeFi, blockchain gaming, Web3, and everything in between. So the next panel is entitled Next Season's Trends, Where the Smart Money is Going. Please welcome to the stage Austin, Rodolfo, Paul, Amy, and Imran.
GM, everyone. So my name is Imran. I'm one of the partners at the DeFi Alliance, which is a Web3 accelerator program. And today we have 4 incredible investors in the crypto ecosystem. And so what we'll do first is kind of go through a quick introduction and talk a bit about the fund, what they do in terms of thesis, and what are some of the upcoming trends that they're seeing. And then we'll start to dive deeper into those trends. So I'll start with Amy.
Hey everyone, I'm Amy Wu from Lightspeed. We are a generalist VC fund, have about $12 billion under management, and I lead our crypto and gaming investing. So we've been deploying a lot of capital in crypto this past year, about 400 million. It's still a very small percentage of our fund, so we have a long ways to go. And some of the deals that we've done this year include FTX, Alchemy, Solana, and others, and so really excited to be here.
Hey everyone, Austin Barak here. Coin Fund is a generalist multi-strategy fund, actually one of the first funds started in crypto in mid-2015. Since then, we've launched a couple early-stage venture funds, liquid hedge fund, as well as just a couple days ago, actually, a joint venture with NFT Venture Studio.
Hi, everyone. My name is Paul Verettatakit. I'm a partner at Pantera Capital. Pantera Capital is an early institutional investor in cryptocurrencies and blockchain, so we've been investing into companies and currencies since early 2013. We also have a multi-strategy approach where we invest into early-stage equity, early-stage tokens, and also do liquid trading. Manage about $7 billion right now, and I guess what helps us stand out is we do both sort of CeFi and also tokens. And so we've invested into a lot of the sort of infrastructure to kind of support a multi-token world.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rodolfo Gonzalez, partner at Foundation Capital. Started our crypto practice back in 2014 and have been investing in this space ever since. Our claim to fame is that I believe we're the first institutional investors into Solana and supported the team from the early days through the first few rounds.
Earn, DAOs, we're starting to see social tokens and other emerging trends. Now, let's talk a bit about gaming. You recently announced a fund with Solana and FTX, and a $100 million fund. And so how are you thinking about the, the future opportunities with gaming, and what are some of the trends that you're seeing within Play to Earn?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've been a gaming investor or involved with gaming for almost a decade now, and actually longer than crypto. And it's been pretty awesome to see the two trends really coming together in full force. A few months ago, kind of came on everyone's radar. Even though blockchain games have been around for a few years, Axie Infinity is like a overnight success, 4 years in the making, right? And Play to Earn has captured people's imagination because of how mainstream Axie has become, with over 2 million DAUs, and at this point over 10 million of revenue per day. So it's pretty awesome to see, and I think we're in the super early stages of gaming. I have always believed that gaming is the best use case for NFTs. Obviously NFTs going through its own wave right now, but if you don't have use cases for it, then we want to shift NFTs from speculative use case to actually something that people can do for fun. And where there's been 2 decades of experience of players who buy digital items in games. And so it's just like such a natural, fit for the NFT use case. And I truly think gaming, which kind of attracts between mobile, casual, and AAA hardcore, over 2 billion players and growing. It's actually the fastest growing entertainment category, even outside of crypto. And so it's, I think, the best way to onboard the next billion-plus users into Web3. And yeah, I've been working really closely with Sam Romnick at FTX, and then Anatoly, Raj, and Kulin on the Solana team for months now, actually building out gaming, their conversations with publishers, and also talking to so many studios. And yeah, this $100 million fund really is like an announcement of the partnership we've been doing already, and really excited to meet with gaming founders and also people working in the gaming ecosystem around this in general.
Awesome. So within gaming, you mentioned Axie was an overnight success, which took actually 4 years. And there are now hundreds of startups that are building for this model. And in fact, Axie Infinity is like top 5 most valuable studio game in the world. So what is the market opportunity here? And what are some games that you're seeing that could become successful over time?
So I think that right now, Play to Earn, which is really kind of the evolution of gold mining, players, like kind of a way to really attract that type of player into the game, is the first phase of what we've seen in terms of blockchain gaming. And we're yet to see this whole wave of more mainstream game come in and use, I think, blockchain in a lot of different ways, like tokenizing it, like Axie has, and I think that there's going to be a huge evolution of that. One of the things I'm really excited about is looking for people with teams with gaming background and also with crypto background, because I've always said, you gotta be able to build a great game. That's really difficult. People have been learning how to do that for decades. It's an extreme, in the gaming industry, right? It's like you have a few titles actually commanding the vast majority of revenues in this space and attention. And I think in the future, when we have hundreds of blockchain games, a similar sort of distribution will follow. And so we're really looking for people with pretty deep game design talent on their teams, but also understand that you can't just apply Web 2 concepts to Web 3 like copy-paste. You need to learn how to build a community. How do you actually deploy your community, do NFT drops, work with tokenomics in a sort of holistic way. And so we're looking for teams that can do both.
Awesome. You mentioned community, which is obviously a very big topic for all of the founders that are building in the crypto ecosystem. How has it changed from Web 2? Because in Web 2, you ultimately build an MVP, then you try to get product market fit, and then kind of grow your user base. In this case, the token is your customer acquisition strategy. And so how do founders think about that as they're building the space, and what are some newer trends you're seeing from that perspective? And it's open to everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say one of the really interesting things about NFTs is, and I think we're only beginning to see this shift, is it's going to be the way that brands engage with their users, and not just in Web3, across Web2 and in all facets, almost replacing loyalty programs. Because if you think about, in a Web3 context to start, like in DeFi, how do brands retain their users, and how do projects make sure that liquidity isn't just completely fast flowing and goes to wherever the incentives are highest? And that's about growing the community, and that's about kind of tying together all of the different use cases that there are to have people be able to kind of earn achievements and have a digital footprint and an on-chain record. And the best way to do that is with NFTs. So I think we'll see over time this convergence between DeFi and NFTs, where DeFi adopts NFTs for engagement, between NFTs and DeFi to then pull in some of those token economic incentives. And there's going to be, NFTs are going to sit at the center of pretty much every facet of our day-to-day.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating to see how communities develop within this ecosystem. Again, you're not incentivizing people with just dollars. You're incentivizing people with ownership within a network. And so there's more incentivization for them to get involved and really do certain things within the product to help support it, to make sure it functions correctly, or maybe even refer other people, create a network effect, things like that. I mean, that's extremely powerful. And what we've seen the best communities do within this ecosystem is, especially when there's a lot of money that's coming in, there's going to be a lot of nefarious actors and things like that, is for teams to really focus on building brand and building trust. Because at the end of the day, I mean, if you can have the trust of the community, and part of that is also deciding how transparent you want to be in every step of the way and making sure that things are secure. But trust is the most important thing, and once you have that trust, that's really where the community just kind of grows organically.
I think a lot about the stage that we're in the ecosystem, right? Because there's a number of things that were talked about in the past, but were not yet technically feasible or very easy to do. We're finally getting to the stage where you have blockchains that kind of like do their thing, they produce blocks, and we're getting to the stage where those blockchains can talk to each other. And now the aspect of community is like, if you're a founder that is connecting the dots between these different assets, these different entities that are coming together, is like, why that connectivity that you're creating is important? Yeah. Like, why does that matter? Where is it going to take us? And is that going to be in gaming? It's like whatever it is, like social. It's all kind of like, how do you convince a group of fans to engage with you in that journey, and kind of like have them incentivized with ownership into that network, into that connectivity? And I think that's why it's so exciting right now, because everybody's trying everything. There's like all kinds of iterations on gaming, NFTs, DeFi, collateralized loans. Like people are taking mortgages on NFTs and different pieces. And like, it's all, the community is like just this social contract of like, I believe in this having value, and kind of like going and building on top of that, which is just incredible. Like as an investor, it's like the best time to be around this ecosystem.
Quite simply, community is the center of Web3. And if you're a project and you don't know how to build community, you're not going to make it. However, it's not enough. You have to have a great product as well, because the community that you've built early on is essentially trusting you to deliver them a great product and value. And so I think you need both, but it starts with community.
Thank you. So the next trend that we're starting to see is DAOs. And you're starting to see people just come together and think about how they can participate in the Web3 economy. So we're seeing investment clubs. We're seeing projects that are focused on like carbon offsets and other areas. So are DAOs just a fad, or are we seeing some real traction here, and maybe pointing to a few that are very successful today?
Yeah, I think DAOs are definitely not a fad, but it's important to not overhype them beyond what they are. They will be the foundational organizational infrastructure for Web3.
But to say that, you need to be investing more in DAOs doesn't really mean anything. It's the equivalent of saying, like, you need to be investing more in tokens. Like, everything will be a DAO. Everything will have a token. But I think what we're seeing now is this reorganization around how people coordinate collectively. But right now, we're still at that 1.0 stage, and more tooling needs to come about in terms of how do you better kind of more efficiently coordinate low-level decisions such that it's not one token, one vote, which then makes it incredibly inefficient.
What are some DAO toolings that that you want to see in the market today that doesn't exist?
DAO tooling, you said?
DAO tooling.
Yeah, DAO tooling. So one of the ones is the one I mentioned around how can you create subgroups within a DAO that are focused on a particular subject matter, whether it's operational elements, security elements, treasury management, even pushing governance forward, and see those small working groups develop as sub-DAOs within a DAO. Also, I think we're about to see, really, and we've seen some of these in the past, with Flamingo and others, but an explosion of on-chain investment collectives that are closer to the communities and are able to work collaboratively, invest strategically with other projects and with other DAOs, almost as joint ventures of sorts. And I think that could be an interesting development. So those are two things that I think are on the horizon.
Rudolfo, you run Foundation Capital. It's been around since 1995. And so you're heavily invested into fintech. So how do you see fintech and crypto merge? Or is there something I would love to hear what you're thinking?
It's the best. It's the best. Right now, I think about 90% of the companies in our portfolio that are in traditional finance, the only reason they want to talk to me is tell me what can we do in crypto? Should we tokenize our XYZ thing? Or how do we get into the space? What does it mean for us? And so on. I think everybody's getting very crypto curious, and people are trying to experiment. In some cases, there are very obvious paths into how to make this happen. For example, getting exposure to crypto, right? It's still a big deal, and people are trying to figure out how to give native exposure to crypto to their investors, right? So how do we increase the AUM from an institutional perspective, a retail level, and so on. So we have a number of companies that are operating in that space. In some other cases, for example, we have now joined a company with the team at Lightspeed, where it's like an insurance type of product, and it's not in crypto, but it's basically using smart contract functionality to do claims adjudication and payouts. And it's all programmable, so it's how do you enable parametric insurance, but happening with crypto tools, even if you're not in crypto necessarily. And then doing attestations and other pieces, it's all starting to happen on chain. And in some cases, it's a hybrid model. In some cases, fully people are starting from scratch and just literally doing risk management within a more guarded set of rails, but getting exposure to this next wave, because everybody has seen this movie before. There's a new wave of companies, there's a new architecture, there's a new set of technologies that push the ecosystem forward, and you don't want to be left behind. And so everybody's doing that exploration at the moment.
Balaji famously coined the term DeFi is a linchpin for fintech apps. So fintech front end and then back end is going to be DeFi. How do you think about that, and are you seeing some of those trends today?
I think we're gonna get there, but we're still at the stage where, for a lot of people, signing a transaction digitally, having the understanding of key management and what that represents, it's we're not there yet as a space, right? And so I think we're still at the stage where education is critical, having transparency, having just a very user-friendly experience to onboard people so that they can start learning about the space, having the opportunity to get exposure and learn and kind of like go what many of us did like 6, 7 years ago, which is going down the rabbit hole. We still need to do that. And a lot of these institutions are thinking kind of like, how can I give exposure to these people without putting like all of the burden of custody or key management and so on their hands, because that's a big ask, right? Like, and I think like as a space, we're still kind of like in that transitional phase.
I think one thing there as well is one of the key enablers to have this really widespread adoption at the consumer level is mobile wallets. Because if you think about how people engage just generally, socially, in games and otherwise, it's for the most part on mobile, and right now the experience is largely driven on a desktop as a Chrome extension. So I think better mobile wallets will also ease that transition and kind of convergence between Web 2 fintech and Web 3.
Yep.
I think that the wallet, the mobile challenge will be solved within the next 12 months.
Yeah,
I think that the Apple, Samsung, et cetera, realize what huge financial opportunity there is here, and they don't want to get left behind. I think when you look at fintech meeting crypto, it's happening real time. And for the most part, crypto companies going into fintech has been limited by regulatory considerations. And so, the other way is happening faster. So you see, for example, neobanks like Current, and others are offering lending products directly connected to Compound and other, DeFi protocols, which has been pretty awesome to see. But if you fast forward in 10 years, I am much more bullish on a Web3 company like FTX becoming the next sort of bank, consumer and institutional alike for both the fintech and the crypto side than I do the other way around.
Paul, you recently led an investment into Alchemy.
Yeah.
And so they provide developer tooling for Ethereum, DeFi, and other areas. How do you see someone like Alchemy expanding outside of Ethereum to other layer ones like Solana?
Yeah, so just to clarify, we led the Series A in Alchemy, and Amy actually came into the most recent round after a Series B that we had at Series C, and I think Alchemy is wonderful. I mean, in terms of spaces that's going to get sort of larger and larger, it's going to be developer infrastructure and developer tooling. Alchemy is a great start. They provide node infrastructure where, as you're sort of building your application, you don't have to worry about, running nodes. And then from there, they have developer APIs where you can monitor what's going on with your application, everything from sort of like your user base, activity, geolocation, testing out bugs, checking out the mempool, whatever. So these guys are really providing a one-stop shop, and there's a lot of different things that you can sort of expand to, and I think part of that is going up and expanding into more and more developer features and tools, but then also going cross-chain. So I definitely think that they've already had partnerships with other chains, and I think it's a natural progression for them to go horizontal and make sure they have coverage across all blockchains, but then also vertical in terms of making sure that anything that is needed in terms of figuring out how to best set up and how to best optimize your application, and maybe even eventually being able to help distribute your application to other people, and maybe even things around interoperability, I think are all within the cards.
Austin, you recently, we just chatted in the back talking about NFTs. I know CoinFund has had a very strong thesis in NFTs since 2018. Now, from those kind of ideas, what are some of the trends that you're seeing that validated your thesis today? And what are some things that we're going to see soon?
Yeah, a couple of things. So, CoinFund, we've been really excited about NFTs for some time. And, we've long thought, and this is played out in the last year and a half or so, that NFTs represent digital content and IP coming on chain and being able to provably and permissionlessly and also in a censorship-resistant way own those assets. So we've seen that as far as art. We've seen that as far as collectibles and NBA Top Shot, where that really catalyzed a lot of the momentum around NFTs. We've seen that as people using PFPs as their avatar and associating their digital identity with an NFT, and how some Anon people are also using their entire identity. So for example, Punk6529, who created Nouns DAO, that's the entire identity, and that's I think really, really unique. And what we're looking at, what we're expecting to see next is major brands capitalizing on NFTs to really make their communities much more engaged in what they're doing. So we talked about play to earn, but I think that's really just the beginning. There's going to be exercise to earn. There's going to be learn to earn, drive to earn, and all of these things will necessitate NFTs to prove kind of where you are as far as experience level, and also what achievements you've accomplished, and then bringing in other general IP.
Now, for everyone, what are some key blocks of crypto that's missing today that needs to be solved before we get to 1 billion users in crypto?
I'm happy to start. 2 areas that I'm really excited about is just generally consumer gaming Web3 apps. And I think that's going to bring the next 1 billion+ users. But it starts with the user experience, whether it's in a consumer app or a DeFi finance app. And right now, it's difficult, honestly, to use almost any protocol, like right now in Solana or otherwise. I don't know if when my money's going to settle. That's not a problem on Solana, some of the other chains, or and I think that experience, it's like if your user feels dumb, then you have not solved the user experience. It needs to feel good. It needs to be easy to use. Love Phantom Wallet, shout out to them. And I think that's super important. And like one underserved area is absolutely infrastructure software, like Alchemy, The Graph, and others, that is going to help developers get to that and really be able to focus on that UX a lot faster and solve some of the infrastructure challenges of building on-chain.
Yeah, another thing I think is networks that automate smart contract execution, just to the user experience that you were discussing before. I think it needs to be a lot easier to transact on the blockchain, and what that means is reducing the number of transactions for any specific set of actions. So if you can have an automation network that takes 7 transactions and wraps it and makes it into one, or based on a predetermined condition, then you'll have execution of a contract. Then that's, it allows the users to be involved and engaged in a crypto context, but without the heavy lift that there exists today. So I think that's, another set of tooling.
Yeah, I guess quickly I'll talk about 2 things. The first one real quickly on, folks getting into crypto that might not really even think it's crypto, and it's just getting into sort of a more dynamic loyalty point, like an NFT. So I think a lot of existing companies and marketplaces will use NFTs to further engage their fans, and I think that's one way. Obviously, the user experience has to be good so that people can actually get into these existing platforms without the friction. And I think the other part that could get to the next 1 million users would be around the emerging markets. So, we believe that infrastructure is pretty well developed in the US, but it's probably greater use cases for crypto, whether it's things around yield, whether it's banking, whether it's play to earn, that's going to evolve in like Indonesia, Philippines, et cetera. And so investing into some of those companies, like me and Amy are in a company called Pintu, which is a Coinbase of Southeast Asia, but enabling those fiat on-ramps into crypto and enabling new economies to develop around things like crypto gaming, I think is going to really get a lot more people into crypto.
Yeah, the emerging market story is like critical. I spent a lot of time in Mexico, where I'm from, and part of the efforts that we're doing is how do we enable more developers to come into the ecosystem, right? So like we're dedicating a fair amount of resources into, like, for example, our nodes are gonna start running out of Brazil and Mexico for the Solana validators. We're starting to do market making with certain players in the local markets, basically, so that people can get exposure to Solana, for example, which is still incredibly hard today for a lot of people to access, right? So it's like get people access to the token, and then it like teach them how to use the token and what are the key properties of this network, which is like incredibly fast. And so like a lot of the trade-offs that people would face with other chains, like you don't have to worry about that here. And so now we're spending a lot of time with some of our other portfolio companies, like doing education and so on, so that we increase the pool of developers, and then they understand their local economies much better than anybody else, right? So they can start building projects that, you know, for a bunch of people, like in Argentina or in Mexico or in Brazil, like people are tokenizing the purchase of apartments in New York because they want to see that as an investment mechanism, and people are doing that, and they're building that on top of Solana or on top of like a couple of other chains. And so we're keeping a very close eye into everything that is happening. And then the other one that we're seeing quite a bit is like we're investors in a number of neobanks all over the world, as Emi was mentioning, and like a bunch of this stuff is already happening in Africa, across Latin America, and so on, where people are just tokenizing the thing and running it on top of crypto rails. Because today, like you can do basically like a global Venmo just using USDC and doing mint and burn, right? And just like move money around the world. And all of that stuff is like already possible today. Like you can, like there were hackathon submissions that were exactly that. And so we're excited to see all of that activity kind of like turning into reality, because that's where a lot of the new concepts are going to come from, in our opinion.
And the way the DeFi Alliance is looking to solve this problem is like founder education, technical support, and so we just introduced our Play to Earn program last month, which we're quite excited about. So we think of founder support as also a very key area that's missing in this space. Well, thank you guys so much for listening, and if you have any questions, feel free to stop us, and we're happy to talk. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, everyone. We have a pretty exciting next session. We have Sam Bankman-Fried and Tristan from FTX. They're going to be joined by Zach from CoinDesk. They're going to be discussing all things FTX, and I'm sure you guys are going to enjoy it a lot. So yeah, without further ado, here's Sam, Zach, and Tristan.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. Hey, everybody. Bom dia, BD to you. I am Zach Seward. I'm one of the editors at CoinDesk. This is Tristan Ivor. He's the head of strategy at FTX US. And I think behind us we have Sam Bankman-Fried, the CEO of FTX. Hello. Hey, Sam. Can you see the crowd at all?
Yeah, I can see you guys. That's something.
Cool, awesome. I can kind of hear you. We're going to do this the best we can. So, where in the world are you joining us from today, Sam?
I am in the Bahamas.
Ooh, how are the Bahamas going?
It's very nice. I'm really glad to be here. I think it's a really big improvement. Just on a number of fronts. I mean, it's, you know, one of the only countries with comprehensive crypto regulation, so that's pretty nice.
Yeah, I want to start on the regulatory conversation because, you know, obviously you moved headquarters from Hong Kong to Bahamas. Kind of wanted to get your perspective on, like, the global regulatory context from where you sit.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty messy. And, one of the things which I think is like a little bit staggering when you think about it is just the number of countries in the world. There's about 195, depending on exactly who you ask. And that's a lot of different countries. It's a lot of different regulators. And there's very little in terms of sort of like, global or joint regulatory frameworks right now. And so it's sort of a different answer in every single country, although there are obviously some common themes. What is sort of the variety of those? Well, it's everything from a few countries, the Bahamas is one, that have really rolled out comprehensive frameworks for crypto. And, given sort of real regulatory clarity. That sort of is the gold standard, and it's really a single-digit number of countries, probably a one-hand number of countries. Then there are a number of countries which are sort of working on it and have announced plans to develop frameworks, might have partial frameworks. Today they might have frameworks for spot cryptocurrency, but not derivatives, for instance, is a pretty common state for places to be in. And then there's a number where there just really isn't much sort of explicit framework to speak of. And what often that means is sort of, we end up looking at, well, what is sort of the financial products framework in general? And which pieces of this seem like most applicable to crypto? And when we look at licensing, in some jurisdictions, that means that we get basically the equivalent of a, money transmitter license and a CFD license. Because, you kind of put those together and you got something for spot, you got something for futures. And that sort of is, the best that we have given what that jurisdiction actually offers.
Gotcha. So same question to you in the US context, Tristan. So you're FTX US. How would your answer differ from Sam's based on where you operate?
So from the US side, on the regulatory standpoint, as many may know, FTX US is a completely regulated US entity, and the main focus and aim there is to service the US market. And as many also may know, we've recently acquired LedgerX, which is going to really expand our potential offerings there with the DCM, DCO, and CEF licensing. So as FTX.com goes towards its licensing goals, FTX US is also seeking very interesting venues in that pathways as well.
All right, so you touched on the acquisition. It's been a pretty splashy, 6 to 8 months for FTX and FTX US, I'd say. You got the Miami Heat thing, you got the biggest funding round in crypto history, esports, Major League Baseball, all sorts of stuff. I'm gonna ask Sam, what's next? How do you top these splashy announcements of the past 6 months? Leak us a little alpha on what's next.
Totally. I mean, I'm really excited about a number of them. But one thing that they haven't really done is, represent sort of live product releases. Some of these obviously have been on the branding side, others on the licensing side. But ultimately, the place we're ultimately trying to get to here is a place where we can offer really world-class products. And so what does that mean? It means, looking at what we can do with, FTX US derivatives. Looking what we can do, being able to offer futures in the United States, which no crypto exchanges are doing right now. It's what we can do in terms of making just a great user onboarding experience for sort of retail consumers and growing out that base quite a bit. Looking what we do to, can do to kind of join regulatory frameworks between different asset classes. Looking what we can do in terms of making a sort of neobank that works for the users the way that they want it to. I think those are some of the things that I'm most excited about. And, I frankly feel pretty excited about much of what we've done, but I would feel pretty embarrassed if it didn't come with follow-up in terms of the actual product side.
Yeah, and then I could just add on that the interesting thing on FTX US is, as many may know, derivatives, crypto derivatives are available in the United States through places like CME and ICE, but they're very walled garden products, and you have to have very special access to be able to reach them or trade them. And the interesting thing with the LedgerX acquisition, of course, CFTC withstanding, is that we'll be able to offer some of these products to retail as well and really open up the space, not only from the trading perspective, but also from the access to the markets and data, and actually start trying to bring the traditional markets more into a crypto focus. So very excited for that.
Got it. So you guys are quants, obviously very data-driven. I see, oh, you're not a quant. I guess I'm gonna ask this of Sam then. How do you know that all this branding spending is working, right? You guys have splashed large sums on these sponsorship deals. Is it working? Are you making your money back on these investments?
It's a good question. So let me first try and convince you that it's not working before I try and convince you that it is, or that it might be. Here's one pretty straightforward metric you could use to evaluate the spending that we've been doing. What impact has it had on our revenue this year? And has it made us more revenue than it has cost in expenses? And by that metric, my honest guess is that no, it has not made up its cost. And and so like in terms of net profit take home at the end of the year, I think it'll have been negative. And in fact, I actually don't think that's led to that large of an increase in our user base. Even from like, even given that many of those users will be around for a while. So why do it then? The way that I think of it is I think very differently about marketing versus branding. And I don't know if those are the right words, but they're sort of the words that I use to think about it. When I think of marketing, I think of Facebook ads, Google ads. I think of paying money to try and get clicks, to try and get people to go register on your website. And it's sort of direct pay for conversion. And that's the kind of thing where you're looking at just like users and revenue and deposits and things like that. When I think of branding, what I think of is what does the world think of when they think of FTX? Or do they think of anything at all, or do they just think it's a nonsense string of 3 letters? And from that perspective, it might not revolutionize in the short term what happens with your actual, usage. And I think it hasn't yet. But if you ask pretty much anyone who knows anything about FTX, they know about our branding. And in fact, just the fact that you asked that question means that it clearly made an impression with you, right? Enough of one that you decided to ask about it. And I think one of the funniest things is when people come up to you and say, Sam, like, I don't get it. It seems so dumb. Like, I heard about you from these like stupid endorsement deals you're running. This seems like a bad ROI. And I'm sort of like, let's retrace that to the point where he said, hey, Sam, I heard about you because of these endorsement deals. And what I think they've been incredibly valuable is really trying to make FTX stand for something in sort of the broader world, not just a crypto ecosystem. And it's done quite a good job at that. We have really, really large reach for them. And these aren't all people who immediately go and create an FTX account as soon as they see, FTX Arena. But it's step one. It's step one. It's really, really helped increase, the role that we play in sort of the public consciousness. And I think a lot of the context for this is, everyone has seen plenty of scammy crypto ads on Facebook. If you see just like an ad for some crypto company you've never heard of, I think the odds are like pretty low that that's going to turn into a conversion for you. And we really are coming from behind there. Coinbase is 30 times our user base. We do not have the mass name recognition and trust that Coinbase has, especially in the US. But we're building up that brand and trying to get to the point where, if someone hears about FTX one more time, he might actually come on and sign up for it.
All right, I want to stick on the marketing question because I think it was last month, I don't know, last week. It all kind of blends together. Sam, you tweeted that you wanted to do a negative value investment to troll the cryptos of the world. And if you were to do that, I'm not thinking that you're going to do that. I think that was kind of a joke. But if you were to do that, what would your negative value investment be?
Oh, it's a good. The context here was, I mean, we see directly, the things that we do, sort of percolating through the crypto duplications of it coming, and I'm, go for it, right? Like this is, we don't have a monopoly on the ability to try and run campaigns, and yeah, people should be learning from what other players in the space are doing. But I think we often seem to feel like other people are not really understanding why we did it or what we were thinking when we did, and end up sort of doing it quite differently than I think we would think would be the correct way to do it. And it's sort of fun to hear other people's analysis sometimes of the campaigns that we're doing and contrast that with how we see them. So, all that being said, what would I do? I mean, obviously I wouldn't actually do this, but I think I would take a near neighbor to what I think would be a good investment, but actually make it a very bad one. But something that sort of like looks like it possibly could be good. And I think one thing there is I've used this anecdote actually many, many times. So I apologize to those who have heard it before, but do you know what Fed Dak Prescott sleeps on? I'm guessing the answer is no. In fact, I'm guessing basically no one in the audience does. I've kind of yet to talk to anyone who does, which is a little bit weird because if you watch football, American football, I think like over half of all football games in the last 2 years have had an ad featuring Dak Prescott advertising sleep number beds. And so theoretically any football fan should know this. In fact, they've probably seen it way more times than they've seen FTX Arena mentioned, or our MLB deal, or the Tom Brady endorsement. But I basically think it has not had any branding impact at all. And part of that is just because I don't know, it's probably a little bit harder to come up with a really engaging brand for a mattress than a crypto company. But I think another piece of this is these are super, super top heavy. The set of people who hold the world's collective imagination in the palm of their hands is very, very small. And I think, Tom Brady is one of them. I think Giselle is one of them. I think Steph Curry is one of them. I think we've tried to find those people in our partnerships. But there are a lot of people who are almost as talented as those people and have very little sway. And so I think what I would do is just go on a spree of sort of A- tier endorsements that cost half as much as the A-tier endorsements, but conferred effectively no branding or excitement in the average viewer's imagination.
Got it. By the way, if we lose connectivity with you, Tristan is going to recreate the Tom Brady Sam meme. Sam. So if that, just FYI, in case that happens.
Yeah.
All right, Tristan, I'm going to pivot to you. FTX US just did a big thing with an NFT marketplace. I guess my question is, what are the signals in the market that make you want to launch this big platform? What do you why do you think NFTs are sticking around?
Sure. And before I go into that, I just wanted to add one thing on the endorsement side, and I think it's that now if anyone sees the FTX logo, they know that's FTX, and now all we have to do is make it when people see the FTX logo, that's the place they want to go trade crypto. So it's one more step, but we're in that direction. On the NFT platform side, so the way I look at it is like this. I talk to a lot of friends who aren't in crypto. They want to participate. They ask me questions. They all want to know about Shiba Inu, whatnot. But if you think about it, blockchain, crypto, it takes some time. It takes some studying to understand what's going on and how these coins are ledger entries on the blockchain and what it means to do a transaction, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's a lot of people don't necessarily have financial literacy or haven't thought about these things too much, but everyone understands art to some degree. Everyone feels some resonance with art to some degree. It's very easy to describe to someone that if you hold this token, it's the representation of your ownership over this image or over this piece of art. So I think in that sense, the NFT platform is just a mechanism of onboarding to bringing more people into our space and just expanding the pie for everyone. That was one of the reasons. And ideally, it's a very good customer onboarding mechanism, but as well, in time, it can develop into a bottom line thing. But I think the focus right now is we just want to make cryptocurrency and blockchain more accessible to the masses in general. So I think that's the main thought process behind this.
Gotcha. And then sort of also in the entertainment space, I know, Sam, you guys, I think it did a $100 million GameFi fund that was announced the other day. Seems to be sort of another potentially new and buzzy thing that may or may not have legs. So I'm curious on your view of why GameFi made sense as an investment.
Totally. So if you think about what are the most engaging things in the world, that's a pretty broad category. I think bread and chocolate are probably very close to the top of that list, and I don't exactly think we can get a global chocolate endorsement with the chemical or whatever. But if you restrict this to to sort of things with which one could theoretically partner. I think that video games are basically the top of the list. If you look at the amount of time that people spend on them, and if you look at how engaged they are when they're playing a video game, it's just sort of off the charts. And if you look at the number of users of these games, it's absolutely massive. They're in the hundreds of millions, sometimes of billions. And so I think in terms of almost anything, games could be a very compelling on-ramp. And then you look at crypto, and I think there's some really natural partnerships there. When you look at NFTs representing in-game collectibles, items, achievements, skins, when you look at crypto-based payments, when you look at having secondary markets for these goods in-game with royalties going back to the game, I basically think it's a really compelling value proposition, and that's pretty exciting. I think that if you told a story, the punchline of which was that 5 years from now, 2/3 of all crypto users had entered this space because of video games, I'd be surprised, but that wouldn't seem impossible. And so I think it is possibly going to be an absolutely massive area of this, the intersection of crypto and gaming.
Sam, I have to ask, personally, are you a gamer, and what's your game of choice?
I am. More than I should be, less than I once was. I play, in terms of video games, I play League of Legends a decent amount. I also play Bughouse, which is a chess variant, offline, a decent amount. And in general, I think I like sort of time pressury board games, where there's a clock, you probably dial it pretty short, and the goal is to make the best decisions you can in the time you can, rather than try and grind out to the theoretically optimal ones.
Gotcha. All right, let's shift back to the U.S. real quick. So U.S. regulatory strategy. How are you guys approaching that right now? What does the education effort look like in D.C.? I know we're seeing a lot more activity on the crypto lobbying side lately, and I'm really curious where FTX US and FTX itself stands in that conversation, whichever you guys
I'll
want
let
to take
Sam take that one, because he's been having the conversations himself in DC and other places. But I want to add something, Sam, to the previous question, and it's that NFTs have exploded, right? We've all seen it. It's pretty wild. And right now, it's just this representation of culture. It's kind of this image, this JPEG, this thing without much utility. But the reason I think blockchain gaming is so exciting is because it's the next utility layer for all these NFTs. So there's a multi-billion-dollar market, and now there's actually going to be a way to plug them into something where you can find value through utility. So I think that's what's also very interesting about Web3 gaming. And sorry, go for it, Sam.
Oh, I totally agree with that. In terms of U.S. regulatory stuff, I think that right now, obviously, other than sort of complying with the regulations that exist today, there are sort of two things that we are focusing on the most. The first is licensing, and I think LedgerX, now FTX Derivatives, is probably the single biggest push that we have there, which I'm really, really excited about. But we're investigating other potential licensing operations with the CFTC, with the SEC, and others in the U.S. as well. That's one side of it. And then the other side is basically around education and conversations about what regulatory structures could look like. There already exist regulatory structures for a number of things in crypto in the U.S., but not everything that you could do that. And there are a number of gaps right now, which I think the SEC and others have been quick to point out. And I think one example of this is the lack of a clear markets regulator for some spot markets in crypto. Another is, that could be the CFTC, that could be the SEC, it could be a joint thing. I think another thing is, the lack of oversight of the collateralization of stablecoins. And so one big thing that we've been working on as well has been basically conversations with lawmakers and regulators about what frameworks could look like here for getting more oversight for the crypto industry in a way which helps the industry grow safely. We've written up a few policy pieces on this, which you can find on blog.ftx.com/policy. And we've just engaged with a very large number of conversations, and part of this is giving what thoughts we can, but a lot of this is also listening to what regulators and other key stakeholders have to say about the future, the present and future of crypto regulation in the United States, and making sure that we understand that and that we're able to do what we can to support their efforts.
Got it. Should we, I guess the other question is, Sam, are there, obviously the LedgerX acquisition was, as you mentioned, a big thing about the licenses. What other licensing arrangements are you seeking as a company right now?
So, without giving, there's some which, I think are a little bit public. I think, the fact that we are, seeking a broker-dealer license is one of those, to be able to offer traditional equities. But, I think beyond that, there are a number of things which I don't have confidence in, but which we are actively exploring right now. And, I think a lot of that looks like, what could a regime look like for spot cryptocurrency markets in the United States? There are a lot of possible options here, and we're exploring licensing for a number of them. We may do one or multiple of those. Some of that also looks at, what about cryptocurrencies that might be securities? What about ones that aren't? What could those regimes look like, and what licenses could apply there? I think that you've seen the SEC and others sort of repeatedly say that they would be really excited to see crypto venues coming in and applying for markets licenses, which I think is pretty reasonable, given given that we have markets. And there's a question of figuring out what the right license is. But I think we're investigating the existing CFTC and SEC regimes and maybe applying for licenses in those. And we're also investigating what a modified or hybrid regime might look like. And obviously, in the end, that's all going to come down to regulatory guidance. But we are, having active conversations about it, giving what thoughts we can, and trying to understand where they're coming from, so that we make sure that we're, applying for the right licenses.
Gotcha, sounds good. All right, we're at the Solana conference. We talked about the NFT marketplace that you guys are doing. That's, potentially shot in the arm for Solana NFTs. And clearly through Alameda Research and FTX itself, there's been a lot of investment in the Solana ecosystem from y'all's company. What else about the Solana ecosystem is attractive? What are you guys working on? To a crowd of Solana fans here, what's the message? And I'll start with Tristan.
I'll start here, but I think a big part of it at the beginning was the team. Anatoly, Raj, Bartosz, all of these guys are incredible human beings. So not only did they build very, very, very good technology, but I think there was a lot of connection between our team and theirs, which led us to work quite closely with them. Another thing that I don't know if everyone's very aware of, but one of the biggest aids FTX brought to the Solana ecosystem from early on was to create an easy on and off ramp for SPL tokens. A lot of people were able to access the Solana ecosystem natively because they could withdraw as an SPL from FTX, or deposit to FTX in an SPL, and then perhaps withdraw as an ERC20, or other things of that nature. Now, in more recent times, this FTX NFT platform, where we're going to make it so that you can have all of your NFTs custodied by FTX, and you can trade them directly on the platform without latency in that sense, or without having to have these things in escrow if you have them on the blockchain, etc. A lot of investments, but Sam, I'd be curious as well if you have thoughts on this.
Totally. I mean, I'll give sort of some of my hobby horses here, and don't take these as like the only things that matter, the most important things, or what we or any particular parties are going to be working on necessarily, but they might be. So first of all, just continuing to get better at user interfaces, really, really important. No blockchain has nailed this yet. Second of all, is I think social media on the blockchain. I continue to think that this could be absolutely huge. I think that it solves a lot of existing pain points, which are really coming to the forefront of society right now. And having a composable, cross-platform underlying protocol for encrypted messaging, which then multiple user interfaces could access, I think is an absolutely massive opportunity. I think it's one that's right for Solana. I think Solana is the only public chain we see today that has the scale of throughput necessary to potentially be able to house that. And so that's something I'd be really excited for. Excited to see more financial instruments built out on the Solana blockchain. And I think we have seen some of those coming online. And then just, the community continuing to grow as it has been.
Got it. From where you sit, Tristan, are there any other, I think that's interesting, you sort of talking about sort of the infrastructural elements that are still lacking to a degree. Are there any other pieces of the Solana ecosystem that you'd like to see come around?
Yeah, I mean, I think the interesting thing here, so so my bullish case on Solana in general is that it's the first time I've seen a blockchain that you can abstract away that it is a blockchain, in the sense that if you create a beautiful UI UX experience, you put into an app and you hand it to somebody, they could be using it without necessarily knowing it's running on the blockchain. So I think something Armani told me that I think is very, very interesting is right now we're still in the very early days. The primitives are being built out. It's the very initial stages of all of this. Like, the competition hasn't really started, because I think when the competition, or what he told me the competition really starts, is when people take these different pieces that are being built now and make them in a way where they can be mass consumed in the way that we have apps like Tinder, for example, where almost everyone has it, or Instagram, et cetera. So just aim for that, I think. Don't get stuck in the blockchain crypto ecosystem. This is a technology that I think could actually go out much further in the world.
That's a good point. I was talking to someone who called this concept mullet-fi, and I'm really into it. The mullet, obviously, is business in the front, party in the back. And he was talking about, fintech in the front, DeFi in the back, as the mullet-fi concept. Sam, I want to ask you, I'm really curious about your Maps.me investment and some of the projects that are working through that interface. Seems like a pretty good case for mullet-fi there. What are your thoughts on, again, sort of that hybridization of blockchain and slick, sort of user-friendly interfaces?
Totally. I mean, I think that there's a few things that are necessary to get mass adoption. One of them is you need to build the product. Like, you need to build a great product, and if you don't have that, you're going to be shoving things down people's throat. I'm not super optimistic about that approach. And I think that we're not quite there in terms of anything in DeFi, but we're not that far away. We're getting closer every month. And so I really do think an important part of this is just getting that beautiful user experience and identifying use cases that are compelling enough that people are going to go out their way to use them. But once you've done that, then you need to get the mass adoption. And when we're talking about mass adoption, some numbers here, all of DeFi put together is 100,000 active users roughly, maybe 1 million ever. And some of the largest companies in the world have 1 billion users. And a pretty large company has 100 million. So it's just orders of magnitude bigger. And the sort of adoption that we've seen in crypto, especially in DeFi so far, pales in compared to the adoption that we see with some other applications. And I think that it is one potential way to absolutely supercharge DeFi adoption is to first build a great product, but then combine it with an already existing massive user base. And many of these user bases, again, are just orders of magnitude bigger than all of DeFi put together so far. And you talk about the adoption so far that we've seen in the industry, but that might just pale in comparison to what a single gigantic platform can bring forward. And so I'm just really excited to see that happen. And really excited to see, whether it's Maps, whether it's, existing social media platforms, existing fintech platforms, or just natural growth. What happens when you try and scale DeFi up from hundreds of thousands, hundreds of millions of users? Because that's where all the upside is, right? All the upside is in a world in which the current DeFi user base is inconsequential compared to what the user base ends up being.
Interesting times ahead. Going to be a lot of stories to cover. Well, we're going to wrap it. We're going to wrap there. Thanks for joining us, Tristan and Sam. You're both lovely. Thanks for being here with us. I'm Zach Seward from CoinDesk, and we hope you have a great day.
Thanks everyone. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Sam, Tristan, and Zach. We have one more panel for you guys today. We're going to move it back into the investing side of things. And so the next panel is entitled, We're Going to Make It, Ask Investors Anything. So please welcome to the stage Chase, Amit, Bach, Chris, Amos, Ian, Joe, and Nolan.
really have like a lot more utility. And I was interested in learning more about like kind of like the Unity Solana wallet that you guys were working on. Could you tell us more about that?
Well, actually, the guy there, he's called Vuk, and he will be giving a workshop on Wednesday on Unity Solana wallet, then explain how to use it. We also now have NFT implementation in the Unity Solana wallet, so we will release that during the conference. And what is interesting here is that Unity is one of the core game engines on the market, right? So VRL Art was built in Unity. And we see that if there is an easy plugin for Unity to use Solana blockchain and NFTs on Solana blockchain, actually this will give kind of a boost for the whole industry of games, apps that are delivered in Unity to actually be, the cornerstone of implementation of gaming verticals and maybe some other marketing verticals, apps in marketing that will spark the next, revolution in VR, AR, things like that.
No, I truly agree, and especially because like I think that with our recent announcement of like the $100 million Lightspeed FTX and Solana fund for gaming, I truly do think that a lot of us at Solana Labs like really think that gaming is kind of going to be the next level. Like it's going to be the next level of like NFTs and just like mass user adoption.
You know why? The thing is that when you talk to children, right? I mean children like. Adolescents playing games like when they're, I don't know, 13 years old, 14 years old, 15 years old. They want to play to earn, right? So this is what they want, because the current state is that the only way that they can get to the audience or let's say earn some money is by making it a YouTube channel for them, right? Being a YouTuber. And that is not for every child, because they cannot go, on camera, they don't have the charisma. It's not for them. But they're looking at these YouTubers and thinking, oh my God, if I could earn some money on it, But if the NFTs and cryptocurrencies and play to earn models come into, like we will probably be eating the food that provided the kid and not ourselves. I mean, this is going to be crazy future. But I see a lot of potential in play to earn, but we need to kind of think where this is actually going, because it's not an easy thing to kind of rotate everything around value and money. And currently it is. I mean, in the NFT sector, it's a, complete cash grab, and it's all about, making money on NFTs. So we need to move this into the arts space. We need to move these things into the, real culture.
Right, and to more experience, like giving people the experience of like NFTs as well, like with VR all art, like it's absolutely amazing, kind of like what you guys have built.
Yeah, but you have to try it in VR. I'm serious. We have to meet in VR.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation today.
Thank you.
That was Vito from All Art. And we're now really happy to announce our next speaker, Matt from Valhalla. And Valhalla is another NFT marketplace, and we're seeing just a ton of growth in the NFT area on Solana today. With like 2.2 million NFTs minted like in the last 3 months, which is absolutely insane. But Matt, take the stage.
Thank you. All right, hey everybody, nice to be here. My name is Matthew. I'm starting Valhalla.io with my co-founder, and Valhalla is an NFT protocol based on Solana, and the base layer is a NFT marketplace, and we're really focusing on UI, UX to really bridge the non-crypto, to help bring non-crypto users over to the NFT space. And I think, what I think the space really needs right now and what we're really focusing on is a heavy focus on UI, UX, because at the end of the day, like non-crypto users are, they're not gonna spend time, setting up wallets, doing all that stuff. That's a little bit more complex. So we're really trying to bridge the non-crypto user over to the NFT space. And beyond that, once we have sort of perfected the simplicity of an NFT marketplace that is very usable, we want to expand on that by integrating DeFi tools to add instant liquidity and helping users extract more liquidity from their NFTs. So it's been a pretty exciting process so far. We just started building a little over a month ago and entered the hackathon with not too much time, but it was very fun. And we have something that I want to show, which is I would call pre-alpha. And yeah, and so basically this is what we have so far. So you can go connect your Phantom wallet, explore, you can set your profile, you can verify by Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and eventually want to allow users to automatically import content very easily and seamlessly. So, again, everything is sort of tailored to the non-crypto users so they can come in and access these tools that everybody else is enjoying right now. So we also have minting functionality layered on top of Metaplex. So you can come in here, mint your NFT, and it will then appear in your created collections down here. You can select your NFT and then list it for instant sale or an auction. And what isn't really displayed visually here, which I would like to talk about a little bit more, is how the Valhalla token will play into the ecosystem. So we're aiming to have this be the first community-run DAO-governed NFT marketplace on Solana. So what we're going to be focusing on is having the bulk of the fees generated from the protocol flow to the Valhalla treasury, and then users of Valhalla, people who participate in the ecosystem, will be eligible, to earn those rewards. So that's sort of the vision behind Valhalla, and then we also really want to incorporate, cross-chain. We think eventually this is going to be a very cross-chain ecosystem. So, and the usability of Solana is just unbelievable. So, we really think that we're going to see a lot of NFT activity from other chains move over to Solana. And so we want to be able to help facilitate that as much as possible. And eventually, I've spoken with a lot of creators from the crypto world and the non-crypto world, and the bulk of them are pretty chain agnostic. They care about their art and not much else about the crypto space. So we really want to help make that process a lot easier for the artist. And so I think the natural evolution of that is going cross-chain. But in terms of the layer that we want to be based on and have everything run off, it's a no-brainer for that to be Solana. So yeah, this is Valhalla. We just started recently, and it's been extremely fun building it. And the Solana community is very badass, and we're happy to be involved in the Solana community. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Nice.
Hey, man.
Sweet. Here, I'll unplug for you, brother.
Great presentation.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, so how long has it been since you've started working on Valhalla?
So the entire process started back in April, funny enough. That's when I got in touch with you guys. But the actual building of the app has, I think we decided to enter the hackathon a week or two after it started. So
wow.
Yeah, so it was it was a rush to actually build in that short time frame. And I mean, we've been building out a Rust team with Rapid Innovation, who's our co-founder. So yeah, it's been pretty fun. But
that's amazing progress, man.
Yeah.
And I also like the aspect of a community-driven marketplace. That's.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, we started. I mean, that's been my whole reason for getting into space. And the previous projects I've been involved in, we've always focused on building out DAOs and having everything be community focused and run through a token economy basically. That's for me, that's the most fascinating part about this space. So, and yeah, and when we announced that we were doing that, there was massive positive feedback from the community. So clearly there's a product market fit there. So and people definitely want it on Solana. And
right, and I think even with all of these NFTs, for example, you see Monkey DAO, and they're all kind of centered around community, and I think it's almost to a sense, product-led growth is like incredibly important, but community-led growth is just as important. And it's seeming to be like more important as time passes.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see how that plays out. I mean, you already see like the DAOs being popped up left, right, and center on Solana, and it's just going to get better and better. So we want to contribute to that. So
we're excited to see Valhalla launch, man.
Yeah, it'll be exciting.
All right.
Yeah, so if anybody wants to learn more, you can just go to valhalla.io and join the Discord. And and we'll be onboarding people into the closed beta in the coming weeks. And yeah, looking forward to chatting with everybody after.
Okay,
cool.
Thank you.
All right, sounds good.
Matt. I am excited to announce our next presenter, Antoine from CryptoPlease. Take it away.
Thank you. Super excited to be today to talk about. My name is Antoine. I'm going to talk about a project that we started in February, which is called CryptoPlease. So why CryptoPlease? We were in beginning of this year. We were in a restaurant. We are thinking like, would be great if you could pay with crypto, and so the guy would come at the end to give you the bill, and how do you want to pay? Crypto, please. So that was the idea and the vision. We want to bring crypto everywhere, and we wanted to know how we could bring it everywhere. So it's been many years that I am in the space, and everyone here understand how works cryptography, understand how works a wallet, understand how works an address. And usually when you want to send some crypto, you still need to know the address of the receiver. You still need to have the receiver, he needs to have a wallet. And so it's very easy to send crypto between us here. It's not that easy to send crypto to your mother, to your friend, and eventually one day maybe to your dog. We'll see. So why it's very complex? Because obviously before being able to send crypto, you need to have done a lot of steps. So we are building a mobile wallet on Solana with a special sauce. The idea here was, what if we could send crypto to everyone with a link, and from this link, the user will be able to onboard into the Solana ecosystem very easily, very quickly. So we are building a wallet with this special sauce. I will show you how it works now. OK. So as you can see, it looks like a traditional wallet, mobile wallet. We are building it on Flutter, on Dart. So the experience will be very fast. So let's say that I want to send some Solana token to a friend who doesn't know nothing about Solana, but I have some Solana token. I would like to say, give it a try. So I'm going to click on the send button, and here normally on all the wallets you're going to have the opportunity to send to a Solana address. But in my case, he has nothing. He has no Solana address. So I will be able to click on the second option and type the amount I want to send to him. So let's say $2. I say, I'll give you, or you're in Pizzeria, I'm going to tip you in Solana token, and you will see how it's easy. So here, I type the amount, I process the transaction, and at the end, I get this pre-filled message that I will be able to share with any social media platform. So it could be Telegram, Signal, email, and you name it. So here, I'm going to send to my friend Quentin, click on the share payment link, and I just click on the button, I share the message, and he will get it. Once I share it, it goes back to the balance. I have a little bit less Solana on my wallet. So, how it works. So you can send this message on any social messaging platform. we think that that's an opportunity to actually expand the ecosystem. Why we choose Solana is because we believe that Solana is fast and cheap. So for this use case, it's perfect. The message you see here has 2 links. The first one is very smart. He understands if the receiver already has the application, yes or no, we'll be able to get some context around who is this user. If it doesn't have the application, it will provide you just a page, hey, you need to install that, like any marketing tool where you need to do something to get the money at the end, right? So you will actually click on the first link, install the mobile application. As soon as it arrives in the mobile application, it will see a second pop-up. Hey, money is waiting for you. Please click on the second link. And what happens in the background is actually we are having here a private key which is split in 2 pieces. And by actually clicking on these 2 links, I will be able to recombine this private key. And so as soon as the wallet is able to recombine the private key, it's just moving the funds from a temporary address into his own address. And it's very simple. We spend a lot of time on that. We are almost there. We think that could be a very important breakthrough in terms of adoption. So if you want to go into the detail of the protocol and how it works, you can go on our website. We are also on Twitter. So guys, if you believe that payment links in crypto are inevitable, like us, please follow us on Twitter because, to give some love a little bit. We're here just to push the ball forward and to trying to, expand the reach of what we are doing. And we believe that could be a way. Thank you so much for your time. We are really excited about it. We will launch a mobile wallet end of this year. If you are interested, you can talk to me at the end. And thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah, Antoine, thank you so much for that. Could you join me here? Yeah. So how did you kind of end up tackling this problem?
Yeah, it's been many years that I'm in the space. I've been passionate about bringing more people into the space. Before doing this project, I was working on a name service in the Cosmos ecosystem. And at the end, I realized that the only way to get more people is not necessarily to have a username, but actually using links as a way to get more traction and get. So it's been it's a long journey, but I believe we're close now. Let's see.
Right. Yeah. No, for sure. I totally agree with the simplification of all the functionalities, specifically because for mass user adoption, we need to kind of get away from all of that, right?
Exactly.
Complexity.
Yeah. I mean, we believe with links, people can follow step-by-step process. And at the end, they can understand during this process what means a secret recovery phase, and with education in this process, then that's possible. It just needs to be gradual. So, for instance, in our wallet, we explain at the beginning of the onboarding what is a secret recovery phrase, and then you have later notification to make sure they back up properly. But we don't block, the flow, otherwise they are lost. And especially if you send money to a friend in a bar, they have no paper and no pen, so it's not the right time for him to write the phrase. He need to do that for sure. It could be maybe the night after the party or the morning. So gradual process.
Payments is going to be absolutely huge, and I truly think that Solana is kind of the place to be for it.
Exactly. Yeah.
No, I mean, well, excited to witness CryptoPlease early next year. Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me today.
Alrighty.
Thank you so much.
All right. Yeah. Next, we have Stella from Slope Finance. So we're really excited. Please take it away. Yep.
Thank you, Tom. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, great. Okay. My name is Stella Kwok. I'm the co-founder of Slope Finance. We are the first mobile wallet for Solana. And I'm a bit nervous right now, so I'm not the one with the best speech skills in my team, but it happens to be me here. And like in my eyes, everybody are carrots right now. So yeah, and we are a mobile wallet, and we launched 3 months ago, and we have 150K downloads right now. And we are not the competitor with Phantom, because you simply can import your Phantom wallet to our apps to enjoy all types of features in our wallet. And there is an explainer video, and I would like to show you guys all the ideas of our app. After that, I will give a demonstrate of the app, so please play the video first. Thank you, guys. And also thank you the tech team, because I'm the only person who will going to demonstrate the app today, so went through some problem there, yeah. Yeah, please.
Glad you came. Here comes a walkthrough of the renovated Slope wallet. Let's get the hang of it. Born in June 2021, Slope Finance has been dedicating to building the world's best mobile gateway for Solana ecosystem since its birth. Our first product, Slope Wallet, is simply not a mobile crypto wallet. Definitely, it contains all the basic functions, such as send and receive. You can check the balance of the different types of assets you have. Not only does the Slope Wallet support the mainstream tokens from the Solana network, but it allows users to add their custom tokens by themselves. Besides, your NFT collectibles can all be displayed here. Noticeably, Slope Wallet offers something you cannot miss. Slope Browser, a dApp aggregator, can truly facilitate the connection with other popular projects under different categories. For instance, Port Finance and Francium for DeFi, Metaplex and Rhodium for NFT, Star Atlas for GameFi. Doesn't it sound so cool? You can experience all of them at one go. Moreover, Swap as a wallet. Of course, you are allowed to swap your digital assets whenever there's a must or have. You can swap different token via the liquidity pool. Furthermore, Slope Nucleus, the heartbeat of Solana, ensures you can keep in sync with the rank, news, and activity on Solana. Anytime, anywhere. It's a place we display the latest and fresh information about Solana Eco. Slope NFT Market as a platform for NFT transactions. We provide users with a better transaction experience. Slope NFT Market can access you to the hottest NFT collectibles on the Solana network. At the same time, users can also find relevant information by searching for the name of the NFT or the name of the project. Let's stay ahead of the game. It is universally known that some users have multiple wallet accounts. In Slope Wallet, you can manage your wallets in My Profile, and you can make changes for some system functions in the wallet, such as changing the login password, changing the light mode, opening Face ID or Touch ID, etc. More to be explored, only on Slope Wallet. Enjoy the ride.
Yeah, thank you guys. So I'm going to do a demo of the app. Right, here's my phone right now. So we're on Mainnet, and so simply you guys can see we have send and receive and functions, and with different type of wallets. Right now I only have one wallet. And the second thing is we have NFT markets here. We built this with Metaplex, and to be the first mobile NFT markets here in Solana. And we have a lot of features, so visualize management your NFTs, and also we have a ranks here, so you can see all types of Solana NFTs collectibles here, and you can see the rank by owners, ranked by TFVs, even ranked by the floor price of it. And you can simply type into any collectibles. And with the dashboards, it will show the price within 1 day and 1 week and even 1 month. And it can sort by the number of owners and sort by the number of tokens listed. And we also have the top 10 owners there. And you can even step into the owner's address and to see what else NFTs they have in their address. I think the internet is not very good right now. anyway, and we also give the tag of the scammer address here, so people can see like which address it has a high possibility to be a scammer address. And besides this, and we also have like, let's step into one of the collectibles. Okay, with the listed of tokens, you can rank those tokens, give them a filter of the backgrounds like blue and forest or whatever and green, and to sort it. And you can type, like multi, filters and to sort which NFTs you like. And we also have the rarities of the NFTs for all types of collectibles. So yeah, this is it. And for our NFT market, so our ambition is to lower the entry barrier for all non-crypto peoples. Since we are collaborating with Solana Labs right now, we are doing a pilot. It's to deliver USDC payment to one of the world's largest e-commerce. Think about the scenario if the e-commerce customer come into, they want to pay something with USDC and pop into our wallet, and they can see a whole NFT markets there. So it's give them access to all kind of collectibles there. So our logic is quite different from other wallets. So we will do a lot of efforts on user acquisitions, and we would like to share the traffic to all types of dApps in Solana ecos. So I'll show you again. Another column is a dApp browser. So this is our dApp browser. We've already connected with over 80 Solana projects. It's ranked by DeFi, NFT, and GameFis. So when people step into this wallet, they can see there are tons of interesting dApps. They can just simply, use their favorite dApps, for example, like Radium. So they just click it and go to Radium website, and they can just simply swap any assets with here, and it can connect wallets. It can connect all types of wallets, even like Phantom, Soulflare, etc. And yeah, there are a lot of things. And besides the dApp browser, and we have a token swap feature right now. It's only SPO token at this moment. Our new feature, our new version will be launched in the middle of next month. So it will be a cross-chain swap. So people can simply just swap your ETH or whatever. We will support ETH, we will support Terra, and we will support BSC and the next version. So people can swap their native tokens to SPO native tokens. So the cross-chain swap happened before our app they are all swapped from wrapped tokens to native tokens. So our solution is to swap native tokens to native tokens. This is another way to lower the entry barrier for like retail users, because they don't need to understand what's happening beneath this. We help them to change the wrapped tokens to native tokens. And the last one is a very interesting one. So this is, we call it Solana Nucleus. Actually, the name is from Solana Capital. They gave us an idea to have this name. So it's an aggregator. It's a one-stop aggregator of the whole, Solana eco informations. We have ranks here and all types of SPL tokens, and we have news here. It's about all the Solana eco news. So we have Solana today, and we have a lot of news, fundraising news, and new product and new features coming up. And also we have the activities, actually. We have the latest IDO information for different type of projects. And when you step into this column, and you can see where they did the IDO. And if it's ongoing one, you can simply just participate the IDO through this link. Yeah, here is it. The Goose FX, they're doing IDO. This one is done. And also we have like AMA things for all types of Solana eco projects, like lyrics like Francium. And if you get into this subpage, and you can see the links of the AMAs, so you can just get all the ideas, all the questions asked from the AMAs, and you can read it afterwards and to get more ideas about the projects there. So why we are doing this is just we would like the Solana user to get all the information, just one stop. They don't need to jump out of the app to go to Twitter or Discord or whatever Telegram group to get those informations. It's too many places. So they just need to use our mobile wallet to get those informations, and simply they can jump to the token swap page to buy those assets. Or if it's an NFT, and you can just jump into our NFT market to buy it. And if the NFT is from different projects or different collectibles in your wallet, happens in your wallet, you can just simply sell your NFTs in these markets. It's connected with Metaplex. So yeah, and I think that's it. This is a demonstration of that, and we are not only building the payment option for the e-commerce thing. We are also talking with several different type of Web2 companies. For example, Breakpoint. They have like 50 million users. They are huge Web2 companies, and they would like to do tokenize, and they want to involve like crypto wallet. And we think they have a huge amount of users, and we can give them a very, very simple, straightforward, UI, UX to let their users to use, to trade cryptos and to buy NFTs, to get exposure of all types of information. So that is our ambition. And we have another innovation is to even lower the entry barrier for non-crypto peoples. We are building we're using like biometric status to generate and restore wallet. So people only can use their face or fingerprints, and they can generate a wallet. They will be a part of the C-phase. Since I try 100 times to explain to my family members, my non-crypto friends, what is DeFi, and you have to open a website in your laptop. They have no idea about that, and they also have no idea about what is C-phase to write it down. So they are we will give them a simple and straightforward option to do that.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
That's fantastic. Thank you so much for. It's going to bring about another whole level of mass user adoption. Thank you so much for your presentation, Stella.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. So we've come to the end of our demo session today. We do have another demo session moderated by our very own Andrea from Solana Foundation. So join us then for an additional look into all of our ecosystem projects. So thank you once again to all of the developers that are building on Solana. We know the commitment. We know how much effort it takes to really work with teams and build something out. It's truly challenging. We know that. We respect it, and thank you so much. And I'll give it away to Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom, and all of the ecosystem companies that participated. Everybody new to Estufa, welcome. Come in. We have a very special presentation coming up next. We have the one and only Anatoly, and joining him is Brendan Ike, a man that almost needs no introduction. He is the co-founder and CEO of Brave and BAT, and previously was the CTO and CEO of the Mozilla Corporation. This man invented JavaScript and launched Firefox. Everybody, a very warm welcome to them both.
Thanks, Ryan.
Cool. How's it going?
It's awesome.
Great conference.
I know. Thank you. I'm really excited to be on stage here with you. You're like
back.
One of my heroes. Like as a programmer, JavaScript is like a language that really revolutionized how we do application development, how we build. It's the foundation of the web, and I often think of Web3 really just being the web, just part of the bigger web.
Yeah, me too. That's how the web grows, by evolution. So I have a little presentation I can share with you if you can bring up the slides, and we can just chat about it. Got some good news. So we think the Web3 browser should be the gateway to 1 billion crypto users. And we are therefore integrating Solana into Brave as soon as we can. And here's the cool thing. This is like an evolutionary path. We're going to make it so any dApp that is Solana enabled, wherever other chains, EVM compatible or Ethereum, whatever, it supports. If it supports Solana as well, we'll make it use Solana by default. So dApp builders who build for Solana as well as other chains, in Brave it's going to use Solana. And that's going to just help, I think, pull all the dApps onto Solana.
Yeah. Super exciting.
You like?
Yeah, it's wonderful, yeah.
Let's see what else. What do we like about Solana? We like NFT games. We like DeFi a lot. We want to make it easy for users to earn and get yield without having to be super expert or do a lot of complex operations. So we're going to work on building that probably in the first half of next year into the wallet so that you can just kind of robo-earn, robo-yield. And we want NFT galleries and NFT transactions to be super slick. I was inspired by the Jules Orbach's talk earlier today, right? And the demo earlier here with NFTs. There were several of them, actually. It's all good. We want as many NFT marketplaces integrated as we can, so that's on the agenda. And yeah, Radium is there, of course. Radium's still yielding good. Let's see, what else? On-ramps, I mean, the thing that we do now with basic attention token tends to have to settle on Ethereum, and it's going to cost you gas. And there are, our valued settlement partners like Gemini, Uphold, Bitflyer in Japan. But once we're on Solana, I suspect that BAT, which is already reflected through Wormhole, proxy through Wormhole, might just find it's better to settle on Solana. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
I'm giving you the softballs here. We really do want to get this out to all users. We think, whether you're, having a hard time in some part of the world where it's hard to get banks to let you save or borrow, or you're beyond banks, like a lot of us are or want to be, Solana is the way to do it. So, and I mentioned the auto earn already. I got ahead of myself, but I think this is going to be huge. You take some skill. You got to make sure if you get on the wrong side of yield farming, you go somewhere where the grass is greener. But we'll make it as automatic and easy as possible, and it's just so much better on Solana. I'm making you blush. And yeah, the dApp ecosystem is growing, but if we do this Solana default on multi-chain dApps, I think we'll just pull every dApp that's really popular over that Brave users want, and I hope that's going to be every dApp. So here's more NFT marketplaces. There are lots of cool projects in crypto. So we're not doing only Solana. We have obviously Ethereum. We're going to do Bitcoin in the new wallet. It's coming up fast. It's in the Brave Nightly builds. And we might do other chains, but I think it's important to pick a chain as default. This is a lesson we learned the hard way with search engines, because when you make a search engine the default, first of all, you can get paid if you can get a deal. Not always true. And really, the user expects to just type keywords into the address bar and search. We want the wallet to have a fast, good default, and that's Solana. So enough said. And we're bringing it to mobile, too. This is important. I think a lot of fragmentation has occurred due to how wallets are split across mobile and desktop. We're seeing some good mobile first or mobile also wallets. We want to do it mobile and desktop, feature parity, evolve at the same time. And we're happy to do that with Solana as a partner. So the last bit of news is the BAT system is a triangular system that involves privacy-preserving ads. And users opt into it to get 70% of the gross revenue. What we've built so far has a part of our BAT ad system requiring us to verify things to be the trusted third party, which is a security hole. And so we've started a project called Themis and worked with several crypto projects to see if we could bring it to high-speed chains that can do things like you need smart contract systems for zero-knowledge proofs. You need some part of it in the browser because you're measuring attention. You don't want to put your detailed attention log on any blockchain, however fast, because it'll fingerprint you. So we're using black box accumulators in the browser with Themis, and we're then minting ZK proofs. And the cool thing about Solana is we can just put those on-chain. No aggregator, no trusted third party. So we're getting rid of ourselves. We're firing ourselves as what trusted third party. And that's something we're excited about.
And that's awesome. That was feels like 2 years of research, right? Like,
yeah.
It took quite a while to get to that design.
And now it's going fast. I think now we've got good working relations with Solana, and we can crank out the Rust code because we love Rust. Because I was executive sponsor of Rust at Mozilla, so I have a tear in my eye to see my little baby's all grown up. And Amazon's hired a bunch of the Rust core team. It's okay. They need jobs. But yeah, we want BAT to be fast, low fee, DeFi base pair, and for ads on Solana. So Brave and Solana are doing the new crypto and ad system, and it's going to be awesome. Thanks.
That's awesome. I'm like huge fan of the web, huge fan of all the work that you guys have done in Brave. And I remember pre-mobile days, I was working on Brew, and I was trying to optimize the web and flip phones, and there was a brief moment where the iPhone came out, we had a browser, and it felt like the web has opened up. And then it kind of just got away from us.
That's right. Jobs said when he did the iPhone 1, he said, the web finally works on a phone. And then the story I heard from somebody who would know is that they had to port a bunch of games, which were C++ or whatever, and they had to do native apps. And they never looked back after that. But I think the web can always catch up and should catch up. And Web3, if you have this sort of evolutionary path with dApps and dApp triggers from web pages, then you just evolve to it. You evolve into it.
Yeah, that to me is like the really exciting part, is there's now an opportunity to have cryptography power the next generation how web is monetized, whether it's through advertisement like with zero knowledge proofs or through direct payments and micropayments. Do you feel like Apple's gonna crush us?
People a few years ago were worried about this Facebook thing, Libra, now DM, and they got kind of crushed because some politicians hate them. But Apple is very cautious, and if they're doing anything with blockchains, it's a ways out, and then when they arrive, it's going to be like the diva at the party at midnight, like start the party now, and the booze has already run out. So we're going to drink all the booze first, right?
All right. Yeah, I'm down for that. What are some of the challenges with building a browser for general consumers, but also with cryptography?
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem with browsers, is they are universal apps. You spend a lot of your digital life or online life in them. And so if you make the crypto stuff be this sort of expert-only area, or it's kind of scary, like I use wallet apps, I use hardware, like Ledger hardware wallets, but it's a little bit scary because you feel like did I forget my PIN, or did I have to reset it and do the word list? And there's some anxiety and fear of loss. We want to make crypto be positive sum. That's why the robo-earn is important to us. Just like with BAT private ads, you could get 70% of the revenue. So you're always kind of building up your assets as well as spending or sending them. And it should be slick. It should be for e-commerce. You can even do things like disintermediate Amazon. I won't give away all my secrets, but we think we can do that without having a bunch of JavaScript, user scripts to attack every merchant checkout flow. We think there's a way to get into the interchange charge and do it. And crypto everywhere, right? It should be slick, should be easy, should be comfortable, make you feel like you're going to win, not lose.
What about custody and keys, and how do I get my parents to understand this stuff?
Yeah, it's really a little different, but we're looking at Taurus. We're looking at various ideas for backing up your key that don't just put it on paper and word list in a safe, which we've all been through. In some ways, the old web went with username and password and had to add a second factor. which often had to be a temporary access number generator on your phone. So at that point, you're almost as complex as self-custody. I would say you just have this more conventional recovery path. Like you lose your phone, you know your email, you can try to prove that you're the same person to Coinbase or whoever. But I think self-custody has a sort of complementary role, and we want both. We want people to use self-custody and be comfortable with it. So we're looking at all these usability challenges, and we think we can get it just almost as good. And then, unfortunately, the regulators insist if you want to do fiat on-off, you're going to go through a custodian.
Of course. Well, the challenges, I mean, like that's the exciting part. No one has figured this out yet, and we're going to dive right in, right, and see how can we actually scale crypto to the general public.
Make it easy for your parents.
Yeah. Yeah, well, would love to see it. What do you guys see as kind of like the tension between, the App Store on the mobile device and the mobile web?
Yeah, discoverability is always a problem, and we don't want, these kind of brutal curators like Apple. So having lots of stores is good, but then you have the need for like a search engine, which Brave now has, which is a private engine, and it also involves users opting into building the index incrementally. That's the Web Discovery Project. So we're going to aim, because we're very crypto first, and our ad sales teams, one of whom is here, always looks at crypto options and NFT options. We're going to aim at making our search engine best for crypto. It already uses, I think, CoinGecko charting, and it's still in beta, but we're working out all the kinks. So I think search, the good old search we remember from 2004 when Google was great, needs to come back, and it needs to be the way you find stuff in marketplaces and crypto exchanges.
That's awesome. What kind of information do you think users would want out of a crypto-first search engine or like curated environment that's different from the traditional web?
Yeah, search always gets into, is somebody trying to SEO you and compete for keywords? We're aware of this problem, and there's no silver bullet. But we think with crypto, you might actually have a better chance at mechanizing this and having a fair playing field, an automated system for finding the best, lowest fees and the best yields.
Cool. Is there like hope for like a decentralized search engine?
Yeah, so I had a friend who was involved with pre-search, Rich Skrenta, but I think he's not. And pre-search looks like it's running a bunch of nodes that scrape Google, which Google does not like. And if they're running on co-load IPs, Google's going to shut them down or use their anti-bot team to take them out. We're building a legitimate search engine, but we can't decentralize the algorithm easily, because search is sharing queries, looking for some kind of objective best results, like page rank, the eigenvalues of the random walk. And decentralizing that is a research problem as far as I know. But we have an active team, we're evolving search, and we need your help, because we're trying to crowdsource the incremental indexing of the web. We're not trying to index everything from 1998 on. That only Google can do that. And hats off to them, but their time is passing.
When I was, like growing up as an engineer, the web was just starting. I was really passionate about Linux, and I had this dream of a, Microsoft free personal computer. Are we gonna have? It feels like the Web3 is potentially a dream of like a, like ad exchange free, like that parasitic Google free web. Is that possible?
If you don't collect the data, you won't go wrong that way. There's still other ways that the central powers can turn on their users and take advantage of them. But I think there is, and that means ultimately you might need hardware that's sort of indie or that's user first. And Brave's not capitalized to do this yet, but I know people, including friends from Firefox OS, which actually, after it folded at Mozilla, continued in KaiOS. And there's an open source lineage that you can trace back. And people at Qualcomm, we both know,
of course, yeah,
were working on it at the time. So I think there's a chance for a new open source OS that has Web3 and none of this Java or Swift native stuff. And JavaScript, Web3 all the way down.
Are we gonna end up building a phone?
Brave OS. I don't know. Have to raise some more capital.
Yeah, that's a way to nerd snipe me for a couple of years.
But people need independent hardware that serves their interest first.
For
Absolutely.
sure. Yeah, it does. It always feels like that's a really tough challenge. But every 2 years, it gets easier and easier. Like hardware gets cheaper and cheaper, and the tools get better and better.
And then Apple has something new and shiny that the commodity hardware can't match for another year or two, but that's just the nature of the game. So I'm sure we'll have iPhones, but we can probably have bat phones too. Solana phones.
The bat phone. I love that. The bat phone sounds really cool. As you guys see the Web3 evolving, I think there's just, from your presentation, NFTs were such a huge focus as well. Do you think this is the entry point for the metaverse is what people call it, or that really interactive, rich environment with ownership of the stuff around you?
Yeah, I think you have to keep running at these problems. And usually, if you're a startup and the timing isn't right or something goes wrong, you run out of capital and then the investors reset or maybe they try again. With crypto, we have this great ability to just keep leveling up. So we're seeing, Bitcoin, now we're seeing smart contracts on Ethereum, now we're seeing Solana. And as you level up, you can start to do some of these things that seemed hard before. Like you want some kind of cryptographic proof of ownership. I think one of the demos talked about this. You want to make sure that somebody doesn't copy the pixels. And if you get into VR, there's been interesting research on this, and my friends at Otoy have done some work on this. You can actually watermark in a way that's indelible. And if somebody copies your art and tries to remove the watermark, they degrade the quality. There's no way to, because it's been sort of convolved with the luminance and the chrominance. So I have hopes for this being useful in games and connected verses. And to me, that's the metaverse. It's not going to be something centrally planned in Menlo Park by Lieutenant Commander Data.
I hope not. What I see out of the gaming companies that we talk to is that, especially the ones that are crypto focused, is they want to build browser first games. Everyone that I talk to had this idea that as soon as you open the page, you jump right into the game. There's no sign up, there's no friction. Your wallet is your identity, and you're just exactly where you left off.
That took a lot of work in Mozilla, by the way. We did ASM.js, and that led to WebAssembly, and you could show games in the store, you can start playing them, and then you just convert. I think it's a great model.
Do you feel like mobile is expressive enough for that? Or is the difference between iOS and Android and desktop is too hard to actually make that work?
There's certainly a difference. Like you're just, even with the latest chipsets, you're just not as fast. You have less bandwidth all around. But games can scale down because the viewport's smaller. There's hope that you can use the kind of tricks that we see with the remote rendering, cloud rendering. So I think mobile is the future, but I heard this like 12 years ago. People would say around Silicon Valley, mobile's the future, and then they would say that means there's no desktop, and that is very false. Everybody with a laptop or any big enough screen and a keyboard is still very high value, and that means the economics there don't go away. It just doesn't grow as fast.
I mean, that's true. Like if you look at the growth of the Solana ecosystem, a lot of the users are basically desktop only.
Yep.
And that to me says that a lot of folks, maybe there was a switch during COVID where we went from being so much in mobile to where we're staring at screens again.
A bit of that. I mean, you go to India and a lot of people are mobile only, but you need both. And I think as mobile gets stronger, you're just going to see more parity. You won't see this need for apps, which is often artificial. It's like holding the browser back, like Apple's sandbagging Safari a little bit. This is what my friends at Google, or one of them who went to Microsoft, always accuse Apple of, and it's not wrong. You got to give the browser its due, and then it can compete with native better.
So, got to ask you about languages.
Okay, sure.
How do you see smart contract development in the future as somebody that had incredible depth and understanding how application development happens on the web?
Yeah, I think the thing you're seeing with TypeScript, especially with large teams, is more confirmation that you need some kind of proof system, or it could be just a warning system, but it's based on model checking. Often it could be based on higher level models than you can express in sound type system, which is something where there's just this sort of timeless world of types that's essentially syntactically checked and prevents bad things from happening at runtime. You need dynamic systems, dynamic code, JavaScript, and these static checkers. And you get best of both worlds if you have really good ones. So I remember at Mozilla, we were investing in model checkers for C++ because it's memory unsafe. And you could build these higher level checks that knew about sort of security properties you wanted to enforce. And I think this is what you're seeing with smart contracts. I was talking to somebody I met at a hotel bar about this, because it's still a very fruitful area that's had good research in sort of computer science, programming language theory, and it hasn't always been brought to the programming masses like it should. There were companies like Dawson Angler's Coverity and others like that. The compilers themselves grew the ability to do plugins for static analysis. And now LLVM is there.
Do you think that smart contract development needs to have a high-level, kind of easy-to-use language environment, or can it kind of be driver code?
Yeah, exactly. Driver code in the era of C was the worst code in the kernel, right?
Driver code with Rust is a little bit less frightening.
In fact, a friend of mine who was at Microsoft at the time, went to Mozilla, and has his own startup now, did at Microsoft a checker for driver C code, which he could skirt the halting problem and kind of statically reason about it and say, this is garbage driver code, send it back to the vendor. But yeah, I think you don't want to have happy, fun JavaScript looseness if there's big money at stake. So I think it's important to have the right tools with the right static and dynamic checking.
Do you think smart contract development is strictly financial, or are we going to see like things that are not financial that you can actually?
You'll see things that are not obviously financial, but they'll turn into reputation in a game or gifting, and those tend to matter too. So you still don't want too many dynamic errors. So I'm still a fan. I talked about this in my chapter in Coders.org. I'm still a fan of static, even if it's unsound, semi-static checking.
And what do you guys see as like the opportunity for us to grow crypto to 100 million users, like actual signers?
Yeah, I'd like to get Braid to that scale in a year or two. It depends on everybody here and others. It also, I hate to say it, depends on the nation states of the world not, doing something adversarial. But I think given the state of the world, not a great state, but there will always be options to do things with crypto. The internet routes around censorship, right? And that's true in the Web 2 and the Web 3 worlds. And it's true with blockchains. You still have concerns. Do you have to fork to undo the censorship? But at least you have options.
Do you think, like, what kind of applications do you envision will actually drive that growth,
I think at first it's going to be people using crypto for payments and for DeFi. And, some leading edge of that user base will be getting more sophisticated and doing other things. But just having, things like gift cards, where we often find that they're useless points, even if we can use them or Congress passed a law that they don't expire, we still just don't use them. We should have much more liquidity. We should have liquidity across all kinds of assets. And this is where you start talking about tokenized securities and can you have primary and secondary liquidity for companies? I think we've all, if you're as old as me, you all had a tiny piece of some startup that went sideways for 10 years and then sold, and you couldn't trade it easily. And you might have wanted to do that because you might have been squeezed out when it sold. So there's lots of room for blockchains to solve these problems. I think in general, connecting people more directly, getting rid of these officious or censorious intermediaries. It's a lot of room for application.
In this, like, I guess new evolution of the web, I often describe crypto as a fully connected network, as opposed to like a social graph like on Facebook.
Yes.
Do you think that's true? Like, do you think we're gonna enter a stage where, I am effectively with my cryptographic signatures, I'm in this true global peer-to-peer environment?
I hope so. I think that's. I showed at Web Summit last week, I showed the slide with the correct diagram, which is more like a mesh for decentralized, and the incorrect one, which sometimes is called decentralized, which is really distributed, but it's mostly tree structured, or if it's a graph, it has a dominating spanning tree. That's Google, that's Amazon, right? So with projects like Helium, with WebRTC making it so you can sort of make connections into the endpoint instead of only out. In the old days, in the 90s, we could only make TCP connections out from the browser. I think we're heading toward this world. We have to build it iteratively and collaboratively. We have to get around the concrete firewall problems that WebRTC mostly got around. It's still a little dodgy. And I think that is the future. I think we should all have Helium nodes if we can. I'm a fan of the project.
That's awesome. I mean, the idea of like decentralized browsing on an open source phone connected via an open network.
Low raw radio.
Run by the people accessing Solana. That would blow my mind.
It sounds too good to be true, but I think it could be true, especially if we build it carefully and quickly enough and get it out there and make it usable, which is why I've always wanted to make Brave be about crypto. Even when we started using Bitcoin for our prototype, it was clear once you shield the user by blocking all those trackers, you break all the economics that pays advertising money into the publishers after taking a big slice out for the middlemen like Google. And if you cut that out, how are you going to reconnect it? It's crypto. Peer-to-peer.
All right, let's do it.
Awesome.
I'm excited. So thank you, Brendan. Thank you so much for
doing
being
Solana.
here, for working with us.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Thank you to Brendan Ike for joining and dropping some huge news on the Estufa Fria growth stage. Everybody, we have an exciting panel coming up next. We have a few people from the Solana ecosystem going to be talking about TikTok, social media, and bringing apps to 1 billion daily active users. You heard it here first. We have 4 people: Andrew from Republic Crypto, Ranil from Audius, Sumit from Chingari, and Tanmay from Super Team DAO. They're coming up in a second. They're going to be discussing a few items about the new Audius partnership, Chingari's great fundraise, and their massive growth over the past few months. They're sponsoring the closing party. And how we can bring Solana to people around the world. We good, everyone? We're getting set up. Okay, they're joining us now. Everybody, big round of applause for our next panel. Bring them up. Come on, guys.
Test, test, test. Everyone hear me all right? Yeah? Awesome. Super excited to be up here with some old friends and some new friends. We're going to dive into a series of questions around social media, social tokens, DAOs, etc. But first, I think a couple intros. So I'm Andrew from Republic Crypto. You probably know us as a kind of a crypto investment banking framework. We work with a number of these guys here. But we'll go ahead and go through it. Sumi, you want to start?
Hey guys, I'm the CEO of Chingari. We are like India's TikTok with 30 million monthly active users. We recently moved from Web2 as a Web2 company to Web3. Excited to be here.
Hey everyone, I'm Ronil from Audius. Audius is a digital streaming service that connects fans directly with artists and exclusive new music built on Solana. And today we see about 7 million, just under 7 million people using Audius every month. Around 200,000 artists have uploaded so far.
Hey guys, I'm Tanmay. I'm a comedian, YouTuber, investor, and building a DAO in India. And I think Sumit and I are very bullish on India, and hopefully the next 1 billion users will come from here. I'm excited. Thank you for having us.
Awesome. Well, we'll just hop on into it. How do you foresee the transition from Web 2 to Web 3, and how can your companies and Solana help facilitate that transition?
Sure. So as a Web2 company, like a typical Web2 company, the team was deciding everything. Now we just launched a token called as Gari. We also did a public sale on Republic, a successful public sale. We raised close to $20 million there. And now we have a DAO, so all the creators, become decision makers, and they decide like how Chingari will grow. They decide on the future roadmap of the product, of the asset, So it's very democratic, and like giving power back to your community. I think nothing better than that for Chingari.
Yeah, so I think at Audius, we've always felt strongly that in this transition from Web 2 to Web 3, it's really important to make Web 3 products feel and look and be approachable in the same way that they expect their normal Web 2 counterparts to be. So we've always kind of tried to go to very great lengths to structure that user experience in a way that users can approach and find easy. The majority of our users don't know there's any decentralized backing of any sort to Audius. Yet the way Audius is set up, like our company doesn't need to exist. It would all keep working without us. So being able to provide the value propositions around decentralization without beating your users upside the head with the fact that the product is decentralized every day, right? Not forcing them to download a Chrome extension and purchase some asset from an exchange to be able to use your product for a first time. I think that's the road to 1 billion users, and that's how those of us who are building early right now in crypto and at that forefront of consumer adoption in crypto can ease the transition.
I mean, I use Audius. I just found out that it's decentralized. I had no idea.
That's awesome. These guys are incredibly humble. They are doing some incredible things for the industry, and in particular on Solana themselves. So I'm going to kind of give a little bit of some bragging opportunities here. So Audius has done a tremendous job of abstracting the blockchain layer away from product, right? Which is an incredibly hard vehicle to do. Do you think that's been like a key to the overall success of the business, and really, like, how do you expand on that now?
Yeah, we certainly believe so, that it has been the key to the growth and adoption that we've seen. I think it's users shouldn't need to understand the full technical stack of the products that they use, right? How many of you all can say you know how Facebook or Twitter are built top to bottom, right? Like, doesn't matter. Service does a thing for you that's useful. Same thing for products like us. Sure, maybe some of your early users might come because of some of those marketing things, et cetera. But ultimately, users are looking for your product to do a job for them. And if your product can do that job well and can do it better than other things can, like, great, they'll use it. You know, from our perspective, the value around decentralization comes from the artist's ability to own the relationship with their fans, to be able to message to them, distribute to them anything that they would like, and to get back all of the data that those fans generate around that relationship and those interactions, right? Being able to port those relationships between different kinds of experiences. And folks get that, and that's great. They don't need to know, you know, how every single layer of everything works if the product can do those things well for them.
So what's the next phase, right? So that's, you guys are doing that now, killing it. It's amazing. Everyone on this panel uses it. How do you expand that? Like, how do you drive that kind of to the next level?
Yeah, so the continuing growth around Audius, I mean, the growth so far has kind of blown away our whole team, and I think the whole community around it. So this time a year ago, Audius saw about 500,000 people using it on a monthly basis. Today, we're nearing 7 million in a 12-month period, which has been pretty incredible, right? I think the chapters ahead to unlock, you know, 70 million, 700 million users, that's where things will continue to go, are in continuing to provide utility to the community around Audius and giving them the tools to grow their audiences, which ultimately funnels back into growing the total aggregate audience around Audius, right? That network effect has kind of taken over at this stage for, you know, both of our products, right? And the nature of the game changes quite a bit, right? It's from our perspective, the the next phases of providing value to our users revolve around helping them monetize those relationships and helping our artists do all of the things that they have never gotten to do on other platforms, right? That being able to connect those relationships they have with their fans across everything from, like ticketing or like the street teams that they organize around live shows, giving the developer ecosystem around Audius the tools to build all these things that one product can't serve all of. So
amazing. I think 500,000 to 7 million in 1 year. That's incredible. And so where Audius and Renil's team, they started crypto native. Sumit and Chingara, you guys started on the other side of the fence, right? You've got massive Web3 community engaging with this app over an hour a day, I think is what your stats are. You just flipped Facebook in the Google App Store for most downloads for this month, which is incredible. How are you looking to onboard these active users into the role of participating into a DAO?
Sure. I think the value proposition that the Web3 ecosystem brings, where we tell our creators that, look, now you own your own content, or so basically every content that you upload on Chingari, every short video you upload on Chingari becomes an NFT on Solana, and then these NFTs go to a Gari marketplace, which can be bought, sold, and traded. So when you upload content on Instagram or TikTok, you are just giving your content away to them, and they monetize it, and you don't get nothing. I mean, the value proposition where you are actually sharing value back to the creators is what will enable them to be part of decision making. And it's like an incentive that, okay, I own my content, I am part of the DAO, and like my vote counts. So we will have like an interesting voting panel where all the Gari token holders will be able to put on-chain proposals, and this is all the Chingari user base, and they will be able to vote, like all the Gari users will be able to vote. So I think the community will decide, and they will see value in this. I see the future of Chingari has this opportunity where we can actually build the future of social media equal to the future of crypto. So like we could actually bring 1 billion users to crypto first. I mean, hundreds of millions of users in India will be actually minting Gari tokens before they even see a Bitcoin or Ethereum. I mean, Gari would be their first crypto, which they can use within the app. So that's like a really, really exciting opportunity, and it's like a huge opportunity that we have. So
yeah. No, I love that coming at it from both angles, which I think is absolutely essential to the long-term viability of the space, in particular in the social token side. At Super Team DAO, the goal of $1 billion DAO is super ambitious, right?
Yeah.
So where
it's the first time I'm vocalizing it, that we want to build India's first $1 billion DAO.
It's recorded now, so now you can't undo it.
Yeah.
Where do you see DAO's role in kind of ascending economies? I mean, India is a great example.
I think people yet aren't seeing the full potential of DAOs. I'm going to give the Super Team DAO's example, right? So the way to enter the DAO is, at least for us, we want to be a work DAO or a service DAO, right? So the way to enter now is we partner up with Solana ecosystem projects, and we put up a bounty, right? Hey, write a deep dive about this project, or hey, can you redesign the website for this? And people apply, and then we give them money for having won the bounty, and then they make it to the DAO. So right now the DAO has 80 level 2 members, which is people who have shown proof of work, and then they've entered, right? So essentially for these guys, because India is ascending economy, they're currently making money in fiat, but post 6 p.m. in the evening, they have a day job, and now they group together and they're working on newer projects. People, different Solana ecosystem projects, they come in and they give something called an Instagrant. Which is anybody can come, pitch an idea, and then get a grant from one of the projects. And they make money in capital assets, which until now was not possible. Already, a few members of the DAO are making more money from the DAO than their actual job. And we think that India it's a talent hub, right? Like you throw a stone out of your window, it's going to hit 5 engineers. They'll actually tell you threw the stone wrong and all kinds of stuff, right? So we think that we're so bullish on Indian talent that I think it's only a matter of time before Indian talent is a part of multiple DAOs and working for global companies and making money through capital assets in a way that they never did. So that's one of the reasons why we're very bullish on Indian talent, and that's why I think we will be the first $1 billion DAO from India.
Amazing. And what are some of the other markets you think that are really important to that vehicle?
I'm sorry.
Some of the other markets that are really important to that vehicle, even outside of that.
Other markets?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm just so focused on India right now that I got blinkers on. But I think the principles that make this that make me so bullish on India, it applies to other ascending countries as well. I think we will see a pattern. And if there's anybody else who's trying to build a DAO in other countries, happy to chat about what we're seeing and some of the best practices.
Amazing. Pushing DAU overall and pushing the Web3 kind of agenda obviously is a huge goal of everyone in this crowd and everyone at the conference. What would you say are some of those common pitfalls that you see managing a Web3 community? What can everyone here learn from you guys that have been kind of pushing that needle? Maybe Ranil, you want to start?
I think he started as a Web3 company, so.
Yeah. So we've been Web3 native, I guess, since day one. Even the first public version of Audius was fully decentralized. I think the one of the biggest mistakes that I've seen others continue to make, and we made early on too, was not giving the community the structure and information and tools that they need to do their jobs best. But more importantly than that, giving them the empowerment to create those things for themselves, right? Creating the expectation that there's a place for anyone that wants to join your community and contribute and create value. And there are kind of ways for them to level up through that process. That's how a number of our core team members have come to the project, was through joining the Discord one day and starting to engage. And there's a guy named Michael Cullen that runs community at Audius now, who found us through that. So I think we have become much more thoughtful as a community around how to approach these things. And that is the coolest part about Audius today, right? Is that power is no longer in our hands or any individual's hands, right? The Audius DAO and the broader community of folks engaging with and earning the token are in the driver's seat. And the best we can do is to help suggest structure and see where they will embrace it, right? And that's kind of the key. Is being community first doesn't mean that you just ignore all the learnings of the last 50 years of how to build communities, right? Structure is important, but you also cannot declare that structure by fiat. You need to create the place and the space for the community to create that themselves.
Sure. I mean, so for us, we had a very successful Web2 app. And the users, the typical problem for us is there is a large community, but they are not crypto native. 30 million monthly active users, probably 1% to 2% of them actually understand what is crypto. And these are the people who are most vocal right now. So from this 2% to 80% or 90%, making our community crypto native and making them understand what is crypto and Web3 and DAOs. I think that is the biggest challenge for Chingari. Educating the Indian users or global users, whenever we launch globally, educating non-crypto users who just use a short video app and start making money on it through crypto. Making them realize that you have voting rights, governance rights, and this token that you are earning by making videos can actually be sold in an exchange. This is a massive work or educational work or job. I think that's the main challenge. I think we can easily build product. We have community. We can build that. Educating the community about crypto and maybe taking them from a non-crypto user to a crypto native community is, I think, the biggest challenge for Chingari going forward.
But Sumit, I think we should be fairly optimistic. We're one of the biggest democracies in the world. If there's one thing we know, it is how to vote.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Is this something that you've been also dealing with, putting this DAO together, especially particularly at this size?
I think the problems with on the DAO side of things is, of course, there's the regulation and the legal aspect of things. Then there was payments, right? For me, in the DAO, if there's one dashboard metric that I want to optimize for is how much money am I able to make for the folks in the DAO. So I think payment infrastructure is coming in, DAO tooling. We're speaking to so many different protocols in the ecosystem to figure that out. So there's not one single problem that feels like this is going to be an issue because for everything, the solutions almost seem like that they're figured out. But yeah, I think as long as we're able to figure out how to enable leaders that emerge from the community themselves, how to make them earn more money, we should be okay.
Awesome. The word creator economy gets thrown around quite a bit, right? That's a super hot term right now, and I'd love to have a really clear vision of what that looks like to you in a Web3 world, both from a short and a long-term perspective, because there's a path, right? I don't think that we can leapfrog to the end. Yeah, so I'd love to see how you guys are thinking right now, because you're really leading the charge.
You want to start with that?
Yeah, sure. I can kick that off. We've felt very strongly that over time, that kind of the vision for the future that Audius has is one where artists and fans are able to interact directly with one another, consume services and experiences from one another, and to do so without the burden of intermediaries controlling those relationships, take rates by those intermediaries, reducing the efficiency of the market and whatnot. And so what the creator economy trend is kind of speaking towards is more generally across creative areas are creators of all kinds. So artists are one of those, but so too could the person running a paid email newsletter or something like that. Folks are having more sovereignty over their audience and more control over that audience. I think where crypto comes in here and where Audius sees the decentralized aspect of the product being so important is that the end stage, the logical end stage of creators vertically integrating their fan relationships, their distribution, is them actually owning the distribution channels and tools themselves, right? Owning the ability to access those fans in such a way that it can't be taken away from them. And that's why we felt it was so important for the creators on Audius to also own the capital that backs Audius and to have control of the way that Audius evolves and grows over time. And I think that key aspect is really what makes Web3 and decentralized products different from the Web2 counterparts that have preceded all of us, is that for the first time, the creators of content that actually make these networks valuable not just have a seat at the table, they own the table itself, right? And creating the structures for those folks to earn that capital over time pays itself back to the network in such a profound way, right? Where all of the users that rely on these distribution tools around Audius, for example, are contributing back to the network far more than they are getting from it in terms of the ownership that they get. There is an opportunity to grow the pie for everyone here.
So for Chingari, I think creators are the core of our product. Creators create content, short video content on Chingari, and that is the core of our existence. Users come to watch these short videos. The entire business model of Chingari eventually will be around creator economy, but not ads. So Chingari will never run ads. We won't be showing your news feed full of ads. It will all be Web3 business models. We are very particular about how creators engage with their fans or how creators own their content. I was giving an example of the NFT marketplace. So all your content becomes NFT on Solana, and then they get bought, sold, and traded. There are a whole lot of creator economy features that we are building around creators. So users will be able to tip the creators or unlock content on Chingari app, or get on a video call or get a video message with the creator, all powered through Gari tokens. If you are on Instagram, you have 1 million followers, and they message you, you don't even care to reply. But on Chingari, you could just take someone, or you could be a staker of a creator, and if he becomes really, really popular, you will earn a social APY. So for the first time, we are building staking on social platforms or social media. So the entire business model of Chingari will be around Web3 models and not on ads. I think creators are central part of our product, our community, and everything that we are building is around creator economy.
What is something you would say to creators that are considering, maybe moving to your platform or working on both platforms? What's something that you would say to them so they can understand the value of moving that audience?
Absolutely. I mean, it's a very easy decision. On one platform, like let's say you create videos on Instagram or TikTok, all you get is what, like views and likes? I mean, what's the value of just views and likes? And if you look at the economic model, less than 0.001% of creators actually make any real money on Instagram or YouTube as influencers. Whereas on a platform like Chingari, you will earn from day zero. As a Chingari creator, we incentivize you with Gari tokens to create videos right away. So it's an easy decision. A platform which pays you or incentivizes you to use it, like what Axie Infinity has done for gaming and changed the lives of millions of Southeast Asians. We are exactly trying to do same, but on social media. So I think for creators, it's a no-brainer.
Would you echo the same, or would you say even there's an additional value proposition associated with being an audience, content provider?
Yeah, I think actually I don't disagree, but I think we would frame things actually in the opposite ordering, which is the first value prop that folks come to Audius with, what we'll typically talk through with an artist. Typical artist who has, say, like 2, 3, 4 million monthly listeners on a centralized platform, their percentage of their fans that they are actually able to reach with information or offers or anything else through Instagram, Twitter, their email lists, it's like 1 to 2%. That's like insane to think about, right? If you have millions of people listening to you and you can reach like 50 to 100,000 of them, maybe on a good day, that's always where we start. We say, like, if you could build a scalable distribution where you actually own the relationships with those fans, there's so much more that you could be doing with them, right? And that's kind of the entry point into all of these amazing value propositions you can get around decentralization. And once folks are already using Audius and starting to see some of that value come back to them in terms of what they're able to do on the fan engagement side, it's, oh, by the way, you're also earning ownership in this platform, in the process, and in this tool chain, and you actually have a say in and control of how this evolves over time. And yeah, we found that ordering to be much more interesting to artists because typically creators are looking for audience, and if they're not using something for audience, they're using it because it gives them some new, novel, different way to engage with their existing audience, right? So having an incentive for folks to bring their existing audience to Audius, because the value propositions around Audius mean that a fan on Audius is worth more than a fan on other platforms. That's kind of the first, the first step that gets the snowball rolling and growing.
It's crazy. It's so insane because I make content on YouTube, right? I'm unable to have a one-on-one conversation with someone who's paying me on YouTube as a member. Like, that's still not possible. Like, it's insane that I have someone's wallet address that I can probably airdrop something on just because they follow me. That's pretty insane. I think one aspect of that creators haven't thought about, there's the creator economy buzzword became really popular. There was this one article about 1,000 true fans, right? And that's what got everyone thinking. And I think what Web3 and crypto does is it actually supercharges that even further. For example, right? India is a daily active user country, right? Where we're not a revenue per user country, right? So a lot of creators here, they make a lot of money through branded content. That's primarily the main source of income. Now imagine if a creator like me, I come out and say, hey, here are 5 NFTs, right? Each NFT is one piece of brand content I'll do, and these are the only 5 that I do every year, right? My fans know I do brand content all the time. They're kind of tired of it. They'll probably just buy this NFT and just sit on it, saying 5 brands are going to come their way, and they're going to suddenly own a tradable asset. This is something that I'm actively considering doing. Creators don't think about dynamic pricing. right? They often, right now, a lot of creators are looking at, hey, here's a PFP project, here's some art. But I think dynamic pricing is something that you just need one king to try it out for the first time, and all of a sudden, everybody will start doing it. So Logan Paul, if you're listening, please do this quickly so everybody else can do it.
I mean, it's continually fascinating, the blockchain space. There's just so many ways to approach the problem, right? And there's so many different solutions. In particular, Solana creates really great roadmaps to attack it from different vectors. When we look at DAOs, I believe you all kind of look at DAOs a little bit differently, right? Again, same thing, you're attacking it from different vectors, which is great. So I'd love to, if you could share your approach to DAOs and how it's pivotal to your long-term gains.
Oh, I think I already explained. We're going to be a work DAO. I mean, as a creative person, I've never had a job, so to say, right? I've always been a freelance creative person, right? But I meet creative people all the time who are stuck at jobs, and I always ask them saying, what's the ideal day for you? It's to wake up, have your own dashboard of gigs that are available for you to do, and then you pick and choose, work at your own time. Everybody should work like a lion, right? Which is you sprint for a long time, and then you relax, and you eat, and then you sprint again. That's how creative people like to work. And I think most people should work like that. I think DAOs will enable that. So I think anything that enables people to do that in their professional lives, I think that model will work for a work DAO. I'll leave it to these gentlemen to speak about their respective models.
Sure. So in our case, it's a creator economy thing. All the creators who own Gari tokens, they have decision-making power within the DAO. And we truly feel, I think, creators who are central to the Chingari economy, they should have the power to drive how and what Chingari becomes 5 years down the line or 10 years down the line. So in our case, it's pretty clear, like we want to give back the power to the creators and the users. DAO is one model or the one way to do that. And I think that's a fantastic way to involve your user base, to involve your creator base in day-to-day decision-making for Chingari and Gari.
Yeah. Running low on time, so I'm just going to fire one more quick thing out. You've all been making big splashes, big announcements, really doing work for all of us to help move the whole needle forward. Anything in particular that you really kind of want to highlight to the crowd here and the digital audience at large?
Sure. So Chingari is hiring across the board. If you are a programmer, UX guy, we just raised a ton of money. We are building the next version of TikTok, the Web3 version of TikTok. It's a very interesting project. Feel free to reach out to me at sumit@chingari.io. I'm very active on Twitter. Maybe DM me on Twitter. Excited to work with folks who want to change, social media or Web3 or get the first billion DAOs on a Web3 project. If you are looking to be a part of such a project, feel free to reach out.
Yeah, I think same ask for us, specifically if you're a Rust developer and wanting to work on Solana things. We're particularly interested in talking to you. Other thing I would mention, I think we as a community and ecosystem, I think haven't finished wrapping our heads around yet what tools like Solana are going to enable, right? When transactions are effectively free and can be done at mass scale. A product like Audius wouldn't be able to operate at the scale that it does without Solana. And I'm very excited to see the other things that this tool chain enables. So I think there's so many cool use cases that we've just never been able to explore before.
Not to be the cliche YouTuber, but do check out the Super Team podcast on YouTube. We've had Raj, Anatoly, Sumit, and a lot of, Brandon from Phantom. We've had a lot of cool founders from the ecosystem on the podcast. And those 3 words, like, share, and subscribe.
Awesome. Guys, round of applause for these guys. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you, man.
Oh, yeah,
Great.
no problem.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you to everyone that joined for that panel. It was a great discussion. Up next, we have a very special talk from a person from Star Atlas, going to be discussing about the future of virtual economies. We have Jason Silva, who is going to be joining us and discussing about all of the exciting stuff in the Star Atlas multiverse and what they have coming. up next. Without further ado, Jason.
Thanks, man. What's up, guys? How's everyone doing today? Just as a quick show of hands, who here is familiar with Star Atlas? Okay, that's very exciting. Good to hear. Well, my name is Jason Silva, and my background is actually in television. I hosted a TV show called Brain Games on the National Geographic Channel, and I'm immensely passionate about technology and about disruption and about human imagination and human enterprise and what becomes possible on the back of disruptive technologies. Now, I first connected with the folks at Star Atlas when we collaborated together to launch some NFT posters to basically get people excited about Star Atlas, which I believe exists at the intersection of space exploration and human imagination. Now, for the few people that don't know what Star Atlas is, it is a futuristic space exploration game, a fully realized game world built on the Solana blockchain, something that's only possible because of the Solana blockchain. And within this metaverse, people will be able to own assets, spaceships, resources. They'll be able to trade, sell, grow wealth, and explore the universe. And that's what really got me excited about what these guys are doing. Now, I actually think that what's happening here, and the reason that we're calling this event Breakpoint, is because it kind of feels like we're at a threshold crossing. What's happening right now with blockchain and cryptocurrency is simply the next wave in sort of an exponential disruption of society, a sort of game-changing singularity of sorts. And so what I'd like to do today is talk to you a little bit about what I might call the big picture of what's going on here, like where this all begins and where this all is going, right? Because I feel like there's been a lot of technical discussions about what's happening with blockchain and cryptocurrency, but as an artist working and collaborating with Star Atlas, I'm interested in the bigger story of where technology meets human imagination. So for me, this all begins with a passion for human creativity. This all begins with a passion for human imagination. And this has turned into a passion for technology because I believe that technology is the embodiment of human imagination in the world. I believe that technology is the literalization of human creativity in the world. I believe that technology is how we turn the human mind inside out and how we impregnate the world with mind. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the cognitive philosophers David Chalmers and Andy Clark. They wrote a seminal essay called The Extended Mind Thesis, and in it, they describe technology as a scaffolding of the mind and one that extends our thoughts, our reach, and our vision. And it has always been so. If you go back 100,000 years to the savannas of Africa, when early hominids first picked up a stick on the ground and we used that stick to reach a fruit on a really high tree branch, we've been using our tools, we've been using our sticks, we've been using our instruments to extend our reach and to transcend our boundaries, right? As the philosopher Marshall McLuhan said, first we build the tools and then the tools build us. From the beginning, every technological innovation, every technological disruption has been a kind of breakpoint, has been a kind of technological singularity, has been like drawing a line in the sand, and once we cross that threshold, the world has never been the same again. So we've always overcome boundaries, and we've always disrupted civilization with our technological innovation. So now let's fast forward to the present day, right? We're living in a time of rapid change. We're living in a time of massive disruption. We're living in a time where billion-dollar corporations disappear out of nowhere and billion-dollar enterprises seem to be born just as quickly. Now, no doubt people in this audience are familiar with why this is so, but to the general public, it just feels like we're getting constantly slapped in the face by transformation and disruption, and everybody is scared that their jobs are going to be replaced, that their enterprises and their ideas are going to become obsolete, and no one knows where this freight train is heading. And so the question is, why are we living in such massively disruptive times? Why are we living in a time of such sort of unsettling vertigo where it feels like the rug is being pulled from underneath our feet? And I imagine many of you know this. It has to do with Moore's Law. It has to do with the exponential nature of technological progress. For the human mind, and we talked about this on Brain Games, the human mind thinks about change linearly. Our intuition about change over time, our intuition about how fast things can scale, our intuition about how fast things can grow is linear. But we do not live in a linear world. Our brain may have evolved in a world that was linear and local, but now we live in a world that is global and that is exponential. And so there's a cognitive dissonance, and it's the reason why the general public hasn't jumped on the crypto train or doesn't understand blockchain, because most people are still thinking linearly, and they don't really see beyond the horizon of what they imagine is a linear projection about what tomorrow looks like. But tomorrow is not a linear place that's arriving at a linear speed. Tomorrow is coming at us at an exponential rate. So for those watching at home and those that don't really understand Moore's Law, here's a sort of quick example used by Ray Kurzweil. Ray Kurzweil is the head of engineering at Google, and he uses an example called the 30 steps example. And again, I'm using this example because when you start to imagine what becomes possible with the metaverse, what becomes possible with virtual reality, what becomes possible with a space exploration game built on the Solana blockchain and the future of virtual economies, you have to understand exponential scale. So if you take 30 linear steps, you get to 30. 30 linear steps gets you to 30. And that's how we think about change over time. Oh, the next 30 weeks, the next 30 months, I'm making a projection. This is what's going to happen. But if you take the same amount of steps exponentially, right? 30 linear steps gets you to 30. 30 exponential steps gets you to 1 billion. That's the reason why the smartphone in your pocket today that you take for granted and you complain when the battery dies, that smartphone is 1 million times cheaper, 1 million times smaller, and 1,000 times more powerful than what used to be a $60 million supercomputer that was half a building in size 40 years ago. Now again, how often do you think about this when you're trying to sort of grapple with the pace at which things are changing, with the pace at which blockchain is becoming a decentralization, peer-to-peer revolution that's going to upend the economy as we know it, right? Most people just don't see that because they don't think exponentially. But by the same token that a supercomputer the size of this building shrank down to a device that fits in your pocket, in the next 25 years, we'll have brain-machine interfaces and fully immersive game worlds that reality will not be able to compete with. So many people's ambitions today are thwarted because of a lack of opportunity. So many people choose to spend their time in game worlds because reality just can't compete. Right? For most people, the humdrum of the everyday is dull. It's the reason that game worlds are a $1 trillion economy, because they are as big as our imagination. So when I see Star Atlas in its initial inceptions, but its eventual promise, I see a capacity of the human mind to leave behind the banality of the everyday and pretty much upload ourselves into these game worlds. And when you combine the two things that don't have an edge, which is human imagination and the universe, you have Star Atlas. Now, because of blockchain technology, what you do in Star Atlas can have a bleed-through effect into the real world. If you are successful in Star Atlas, you can be successful in the real world. People won't be able to say, stop gaming, go get a job, because those things you do in that game world will probably create more wealth and opportunity than most people might have been privy to in the default 3D meat space, right? Because of NFTs, because of blockchain, you'll be able to explore the frontiers of the universe, buy spaceships, assume a new identity, expand the repository of your consciousness, trade, build empires, grow civilizations, and more within a fully realized game world. Now, to me, that seems pretty astonishing. It makes me think, as a film lover, of when the film Avatar came out, James Cameron's famous film, and thousands, millions of people were obsessed with this movie, and they used to say when they left the movie theater, they were depressed. They wanted to go back to that world because reality just cannot compete. And to that end, Star Atlas, I think, will sort of be the answer to that question. When reality is dull, when reality doesn't give us a lot of opportunities, when jobs are being taken over by machines and by AI, where do we go? Well, I think the virtual economy of a metaverse game like Star Atlas, I think, is a great example of where we might go. So I'd like to show you a little video because I speak about, around the world about exponential technologies, and my interest is in expanding people's appreciation of the implications of exponential tech. Everything from digital transformation, virtual reality, Moore's Law, to biotechnology, genetics, turning biology into software, and how that's going to change the world, nanotechnology, and what in Silicon Valley they call the technological singularity. So the first video I just want to play is called The Future of Us, and then I'll talk a little bit more about my collaboration with Star Atlas. Please play the first video.
So let's talk about the future of us. What does that even mean? The future of us. So let's talk about the future of us. What does that even mean? The future of us. It's a look at what comes next. It's a look at what might be. Because today, exponentially emerging technologies are transforming what's possible. They're helping us overcome, transcend even biological limitations. The very rules of what it is to be human are up for grabs. We're rewriting the software of life with biotechnology. We're turning matter into a programmable medium with nanotechnology. We're creating sentient minds with artificial intelligence that are not bound by the limitations of biology. These three overlapping revolutions, GNR, genetics, nanotechnology, and robotics, together will be leveraged to lead us towards a black hole-like, impossible to fathom singularity. It's like staring into the sun, a moment of a rousing symphonic climax when all of mind, leveraged and networked together, transcends its biological origins, and we become something more. People worry about the AIs and the them. Well, as Kurzweil says, that's going to be us. The future of us is ours to dream up.
Now, the whole point is that we're on an exponential train, and it's always been, as Marshall McLuhan said, the artists who realize that the future is the present, and they use their work to prepare the grounds for it. So when I see Star Atlas, I see artistry, I see a rendering of human imagination and human possibility and human aspiration. I'm inspired by Marina Benjamin's quote from the book Rocket Men when she says, "When we dream of space, we dream of transcendence, and we dream of what we might become." So in summation, as a sort of ally of what Star Atlas is trying to create, built on the Solana blockchain, a futuristic space exploration game world that will have its own economy with reality bleed-through effects into the default world. If you conquer the universe, if you become immensely wealthy in Star Atlas, that will carry over into what you might call the default world. Now, we've prepared a trailer for Star Atlas to set the mood. And so I want to thank Solana for allowing us to be here. Star Atlas wouldn't exist without the Solana blockchain. And thank you, Star Atlas, for having me share their vision. Please show the Star Atlas trailer.
station reported a distress signal last night. They think it came from your dad's ship.
The signal, it came from past the outer ring. How is that even possible?
His ship has been reported missing for 20 years now. Pretty sure he's not coming back.
We go there, we might not come back.
What is this place?
This is going to change everything. They found out we have the map. They're gonna kill us for it.
If that's the case, there's only one thing we can do.
That's Star Atlas, future. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
That was pretty sweet. Thank you so much for presenting the trailer and putting out some fantastic ideas about the future and about gaming. We are nearing the conclusion of our programming today here at the growth stage at Estufa Fria. But coming up next, we have a very exciting panel that is going to be discussing some different themes in the crypto world, social tokens, NFTs, and all of it is going to be tied together with the shared theme of giving back to the community. If we are ready to go, we can welcome up our guests. I will be moderating this panel as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey.
All right.
Does this get turned on automatically?
All right.
It does, yes.
It does. Hello? Can they hear me now? Oh.
Well, sweet. Thank you all for joining. I think we can all start off by doing some quick intros. So, Leon, you want to start us off?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. This is my first live panel ever. And this is founder of Only One. And we're trying to help content creators monetize without the need of third parties. And we just launched our beta a month ago and closed our seed round with Alameda a couple months ago. So just here to look for networking with other builders and learn more about the whole ecosystem.
Sweet.
Hey, I'm Noah Prince. This is my first panel ever, so go easy on me. I'm the founder of Wumbo, which, if you guys saw it with a bunch of price tags on Twitter that looked kind of like BitClout, that's what we did. I'm actually here, we're kind of pivoting it into a protocol because we realize there's a ton of people that want to build social tokens, and we really need to enable the builders. So I'm actually here to try and network with developers and help them build social tokens. It's super easy. It's a couple lines of code.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Michael, and I am the community director over at the Definity Foundation. So for those of you who have not heard of Definity, we are a Swiss non-for-profit based out in Zurich, Switzerland, and we are one of the primary contributors to the blockchain network called the Internet Computer. So Internet Computer is essentially a public blockchain network where people are able to build all sorts of general purpose items, things like NFTs, websites, GameFi, SocialFi, enterprise systems, kind of the list goes on. But I'm excited to be here, and thank you again to the Solana team for having me.
Of course. Thank you all for giving an introduction. My name is Ryan. I am on the Solana Labs team. I focus on operations, product, and marketing. And I'm sort of going to be helping facilitate this discussion today. So, my first question to you all, and this is an open question. Our panel's title is about giving things away to your community. And we have a couple of you all that are sort of focused on founding and stimulating the growth of your own community. And so I'm wondering, with this very general question of how you build a close, tight-knit community, how do you view giving away things and also rewarding your community in the early days, and how important that is that to you when you sort of look at early growth metrics that might be, somewhat misleading in some ways or exciting in others?
Yeah, I'm happy to start and take this one. So I think there's a couple of things that we try to look at the Definity Foundation as it relates to both supporting our community of enthusiasts and developers and investors, but also in trying to support the founders and entrepreneurs as they go out and start to develop their own communities. So early days, a lot of that focus was primarily on decentralization and trying to ensure that there was enough of a base of people that were interested in the underlying protocol and the work that would inevitably need to be done to help build out that ecosystem. And we primarily went about incentivizing those people through things like airdrops, but also just time. It cannot be understated how much time you really do need to spend with, those early participants in your ecosystem, the ones that are interested in really getting out there and doing more. So by arming them with, access to the team, giving them your time, and perhaps, a bit of initial funding, you really can, get to a point where they're doing a bit more.
Yeah. So I think what I'm about to share is something that most other founders or project owners can probably resonate. Is that what you really want to do about growing your community is you want to have people that actually know what your project does and really believe in the vision of the project to be part of the community and stay there long term and eventually become users. And when it comes to giving things away, it's something that we use very sparingly. I mean, we all know the meme like when airdrop, when moon or whatever. Like, I think that's rather, I mean, it's fun for a while, but over a long term, if that's all your community cares about, it's also a little bit toxic. So we try to use that very sparingly at certain times as a marketing gig, but in the context of giving things to our creators and our end users on the actual platform instead of just growing our Telegram or whatever. I think that's a very different environment where it's all about incentivizing creators to do the right thing and put out the right content, maybe mint the right NFTs, and also for people consuming those content, it also matters a lot to them how the incentivization structure is being created. Yeah.
So I think for us, it's interesting from a developer standpoint, right? If you look at Metaplex, they never took any fees, they never took any cut, but they made it really, really easy to launch your NFT, and they created this standard, and this standard has an incredible amount of value, and they gave it out for free, right? And that's not to say Metaplex doesn't have value. There's a tremendous amount of value, and everybody who works there can tell you that, right? And I think there is kind of this is why we're kind of pivoting to the protocol model. I think there is this power in just giving things away to the developers because it's really the builders that make this ecosystem, right? It's those people getting out there and they realize that there are new business models that can be made. You've given them a framework for completely new business models. And so in the early days of NFTs, you saw, just simple art and people were buying it because they like the art. But as it's matured, you've got people doing incredible things with it, creating video games where your NFT gets you something in the video game, access to gated communities, really just generally the community. And I think, for us, that's going to be really important. And then just being there from a developer support standpoint, right?
One more point on this, Ryan. So when you're looking at the actual creators, the people who are developing some of these platforms and some of these ecosystems, I think it's also really important to think about this idea of, kind of giving away free things more through the lens of how do I just create some really great, incentive models and feedback loops. So one of the things that we are currently seeing, becoming quite popular within the internet and computer ecosystem as it relates to a number of, social-fi projects that we're starting to see pop up. Products, I think there's one called Open Chat, which is very similar to Signal, one called Discover, very similar to Reddit, and another called District, very similar to LinkedIn, is how do we incorporate, some of these models where, yes, we are able to reward, the users for the things that they're doing on the platform, whether that is, posting content, moderating content that's coming through, spending more time in promoting the content that is happening within the platform, outside of the platform. And yes, you can always encourage these people and reward them with native tokens or governance tokens, but there's also a lot of value in rewarding those people with things that aren't necessarily related directly to that platform. So perhaps cross collaborations with different NFT artists or different other platforms and products that are popping up in your ecosystem. And then you are kind of getting to this place where you're creating these shared experiences, right? And ultimately, when I think about what really does help to create a strong community for some of these smaller projects that are just getting started, it's the incentivization models, it's the shared experiences, it's really having people kind of bought into that mission and where that application is going. So I think, in incorporating some of those things, you can get quite far.
Absolutely. I think to continue this, line of questioning, Noah and Leon, you're both focused on building your ecosystem, building your community. With regards to incentive structures and historically what we've seen in the past with projects like Definity and Solana and their legal structure and their business model structure, how do you sort of view and anticipate the power laws that still sort of replicate themselves with early developers, early community members, maybe other organizations that receive the lion's share of maybe these incentive structures? And specifically with regards to social tokens, I'm curious about that. But is there any, in my opinion, we're generally improving on how we sort of plant the seeds in an early ecosystem, but still some seeds get more tending than others. And so I'm wondering if how you're sort of evaluating that.
Yeah, I think outside of just how people are being incentivized to do certain things, it's also about who's getting incentivized. Like in the context of social platforms, traditionally, like the platform, advertisers pay the platform for the user's attention and activities. Whereas in a decentralized world, supposedly the platform will pay users for the value that they generated. Right? I think those two are very different contexts, and that creates a completely different incentivization model for content creators in the context of social media. So, for example, on Facebook, which I'm sure most people here do use, like a lot of the things that you see are vastly controlled by the platform, like what keywords do they prioritize in the discovery algorithm, or why show you a picture of your friend's dog if they can show you picture of a hot girl that's going to make you eventually click their advertiser's link and buy a protein shake, right? So I think that kind of stuff really comes into play when it comes to how people actually create content and being incentivized to do so.
No, is this power structure, this power law unavoidable? What do you think?
So I think you give people the freedom of movement, right? Like traditional social token models, it's on a bonding curve, so one token is related to the value of another token. And typically the way people launch social tokens is they launch a base token, and the only way to buy all the social tokens is tied to that base token, and then they take a cut of that base token. And this is kind of your traditional model. But what if you could create any base token? And what if now there's an economy for creating a collective, for creating a community, and then driving that community? And now people can leave one community and go to another. And so you're saying, look, if you join my collective, we're going to take some fee on the sales, but like we're also going to build you a website, or we're going to build you a video game, right? And it's this freedom of movement and this really ability to customize where things go. Not everyone's going to have the same business model. I mean, even in the NFT space, we've seen people create incredible business models just out of the idea that you can send royalties to different accounts, right? And that's what we want to enable.
And just to add on to Noah's point, I want to agree with why social tokens are actually a very brilliant financial model as well. Like, decentralized social media has been a trend, has been a thought for many, many years. Even back in 2016-17, there's been many other platforms trying to basically decentralize social media. Some of them include Steemit, Mithril, Gifto, you name it. And most of them revolve around basically rewarding users, giving away free stuff for producing quality content. And over the long run, they face a small issue about the token becoming over-inflationary, because they just give, but then the actual utility of the token is not fully, ironed out. And what social tokens can actually do, which something that I do admire a lot as well, is they decouple the financial the inflationary aspect of their native token, and every content creator have their own token. Like you would have Noah token, and then you can have your fan base trade your token. So I think that definitely has its place in the future of decentralized social media.
Got it.
Do you have any thoughts on this as you've sort of seen the Definity ecosystem grow? And I certainly have some thoughts as we've witnessed Solana's ecosystem flourish over the past year. But especially as you sort of evaluate projects and how you might be consulting them and advising them through these decisions to structure these incentive models. What's top of mind?
I think one of the things that I've been personally very much so looking at is just how we can try a good number of these models early on. I think there's a lot of value in remembering that when you are just starting out and you kind of have this core group of your community, you can try different things and you can have that kind of dialogue with your ecosystem about how you might want to work on some of the different incentive models as it relates to your application particularly. And one of the things that I think is helpful in that regard is something that I think was very much so top of mind for a lot of projects at the protocol layer for quite some time, maybe a little bit less so now, but I think it will kind of be in the back of everyone's minds for quite some time to come, and it's the conversation of governance too. And on the internet computer, we really want to get to a place where people are able to utilize essentially what is a replica of our on-chain governance mechanism called the network nervous system to create things called the service nervous systems and work with their community to, in almost real time, week over week, month over month, change some of these parameters, change some of these incentive models until they find something that works. But I think right now, the major bit of feedback that we have for people is to continue to try different things and continue to experiment, and also learn from your neighbors too. Composability is really one of the key features for the internet computer, and being able to incorporate the attributes and applications from other creators within our space. So to that extent, you might be able to find ways in which you can focus on utilizing your tokens, and whether they're social tokens or governance tokens, for very specific outcomes, while leaning on maybe some of the functionality that's provided by other projects and platforms within the space to add some of that additional functionality that you're looking for out of your end product.
Completely, that makes a lot of sense. I'm curious for you both, the founder's perspective when looking at cross-chain composability and how you sort of view other ecosystems, as I'm sure in your product roadmap, you're not only looking at Solana, you're looking beyond. How do you sort of view what we've been discussing in terms of how ecosystems started, and does that sort of impact how you view them at the current moment, or how you can see their growth in the future?
I think I was listening to Audius's talk earlier, and I thought Audius is one of the more mature projects out there that's actually consumer-facing. And in terms of actual getting adoption from retail users, I think there's still a lot of infrastructure and a lot of tools that needs to be built before that can be an easier onboarding. They have the Hedgehog wallet, which is something that's brilliant, and the figurative gap between different ecosystems right now is still rather huge. For someone new to crypto, you have to tell them, hey, you have to bridge your BNB using the smart bridge to the other chain, and then you can do this on the other DeFi protocol. And that kind of user experience is just too big of a friction for user adoption. So in terms of going cross-chain, I think that is going to be a major catalyst for true retail user adoption of crypto dApps. Not just trading and buying and investing, but also actually using these decentralized applications for solving real-life problems.
Noah?
Yeah, I think cross-chain is a difficult question because we're so early, right? In the early days of AWS, there was just AWS. That's where you would deploy things, right? And then Google Cloud came out, and then Azure came out. And then suddenly you started seeing a bunch of tools come out, like Terraform, that make it so that you can do things across them. But in that early stage, you just couldn't not couple yourself to what you're building on, right? And that's where we are now. So at the end of the day, you pick the chain that fits your needs best, which like for us, when we're minting tons of tokens, you need low fees. And then, eventually, right, open to going to multiple chains, but, it's the level that we're doing things right now is much lower. It's almost like we're building infrastructure and highways for a city, and you can't just swap it.
Totally. We have a couple minutes left, so I'm going to split up time, give you each 30 seconds. What free things can we get from you today in your ecosystem or your project?
All right. Actually, now that I think about it, there is, well, it's not today, but you can sign up today, I believe. There is an NFT drop coming from an organization called Poke Studios, and they do really wonderful work. They have a series of bots that they're dropping, and they're also doing a very massive metaverse project on the internet computer. And, I think it's really exciting to see some of these come to fruition. The Canister smart contract model on the internet computer essentially allows for people to have up to about 8 gigabytes of space that they can play around with when they're actually building out, these NFTs. So now you're seeing people build out things like art galleries that, and of course these canisters can hold metadata that can also own their NFT or hold NFTs. So we're seeing a lot of really interesting things coming out of that side. But if you are interested in kind of taking a look at, what is happening on kind of this metaverse conversation, as well as maybe getting your hands on a couple of pretty freaking cool NFTs, Poke Studio. And I will tweet about that probably after this chat if anyone wants to find it quickly. And I'm just at the Mike Hunt on Twitter.
Sweet. Noah?
I don't have any free NFTs for you, but I can offer my time. If any of you are interested in building social tokens at all, if you just have an idea, if you're a developer or if you're a creator and you want to, let me know. Reach out to me. You can find us at Team Wumble on Twitter, and I answer the messages on there. You can find us in the Discord. When we launch a protocol, I'll be there as well. A lot of these people that are really, really early, it's going to be super hands-on, right? Like I will probably basically be helping your developer write code. That's what I have to offer now. Is my time.
That's a great offer.
Yeah, we also don't have any free things to give away for now, but we're all here to build and learn, right? So we're currently building our beta product, and beta users is something that we value a lot, and we really want people that actually understand the ecosystem and the whole vision to join on board. So come talk to me, and I'll definitely have very interesting conversations with people, and hopefully can get more people come to try out the product, and also just to meet new friends,
Sweet. Well, thank you all so much.
Yeah.
We had a lot of ideas shared here today. A couple of panel newbies, but I think we had a great conversation. Thank you all so much for joining.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello again. I've moved locations. We have another panel coming up. Panels galore. We are looking at some interesting stuff coming from the NFT world. And similar to what we discussed here, community. We have a few folks joining us here on the stage. Alevtina Yakovenko, the person putting on the whole show here at Breakpoint, joining Benjamin Chow from Mercurial, Emily from Metaplex Studios, Itai from Market Across, and Terry from Solanium Ventures. We still need some time to set up, so we're going to keep going. We're going to be discussing some interesting stuff about how developers have really joined the Solana ecosystem over the past 6 months and what that means for new projects launching. If everybody here is interested, I also would like to pose an open invitation to stand up and take a deep breath, because we've been sitting for a while and we could use a stretch. You don't have to. I'm going to do a stretch, but everybody, come on. Get up.
Water?
We need some energy in the room. Get up. Hey, Steven, in the back. Get a good stretch going.
Stretch.
Got Metaplex coming up next. We good? Alftina, take it
good?
away. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is our last closing evening panel, but we will cover the questions that I'm getting asked like on a daily basis by the ecosystem projects and by new team just starting to build up. So I'm pretty sure you're gonna take something interesting for you individually from this conversation, especially from our special guests. I'm really happy to see you all. Thank you for joining. I think we should take some time and make a full introduction of everyone we have in this panel. So please, Emily.
Hi, my name is Emily Poplawski. I'm the CEO of Metaplex Studios. We support the Metaplex protocol. We are the NFT protocol for Solana, so all the experiences that you see with NFTs and NFT drops, they're using our metadata standard. And beyond that metadata standard, we offer more utility and smart contracts. So we have smart contracts for minting NFTs, as well as distributing NFTs, whether that's an auction or an NFT drop. And then our most popular product to date has been Candy Machine. And it's a really fun name. But basically what Candy Machine does, it allows you to drop thousands and thousands of NFTs at a time and do it in a way where it's harder for bots to take advantage of it. So really, if you have an NFT, a profile picture NFT, you likely have used an NFT that was minted and distributed through Candy Machine.
Thank you. Ben?
Hey everyone, my name is Ben. I'm with Jupiter. So Jupiter is Solana's first liquidity aggregator. And what that means is that we actually aggregate all of the major liquidity sources on Solana to offer you the best prices for swapping any token to any token. We just launched several weeks ago, and we're already doing several million in daily volume transactions.
Amazing, thank you. That's great. Moving forward to our next guest, Terry.
Hi guys, I'm Terry. I'm the founder of Selenium Ventures. I'm actually a developer at Core, working at the Selenium Launchpad platform. Some of you might know it already or participated in an IDO there. And yeah, excited to be here.
Thank you so much. And our last but not least guest, Itai. Itai, sorry.
It's all good. I'm a CEO and partner at Market Across. We're a blockchain marketing and PR firm. Been in space for a long time. Run PR for Polkadot, Polygon, eToro, a few others, and of course, know Solana for a while and very active in the Solana ecosystem.
Amazing, thank you so much. Developers started the blockchain, they fed the growth of the blockchain for a long time. And now the growth of the blockchains is based on the new flow of users which are non-technical. But non-technical users are as important as their previous the previous community, the developer community. So we will talk today about how to grow a community, how to grow a loyal group of people supporting your project. And we have here a very large group of people, and based on the demand on this conference tickets, we have a large Solana community. So in your opinion, what stands the Solana community apart from other blockchains communities? Itai?
Yeah. I think that, first of all, we're at the last panel of the secondary stage, and it's full. So first of all, I think community's super hungry. I think it's a bit less entitled than I would say the Ethereum community. I see nice, just projects that are generally nice people. So I do think that from what I'm seeing, there's a very organic burst of actual interest from people that aren't OGs in crypto space that I've seen in conferences in 2016. So there's a lot more fresh faces than I've ever seen in a conference of this size. And I think that it creates a pretty unique community.
Amazing. Terry?
I think also there's a big difference between other ecosystems is that in Solana, I don't necessarily feel a lot of tribalism. Like we work with a lot of projects from the early stages who are already focused on making their whole product cross-chain, which I think is pretty unique.
I'm probably gonna echo whatever everyone else is gonna say, but I've actually found the ecosystem everyone is not only very talented, they're very helpful and nice, and approachable. So I think you could walk up to anyone and be able to like have a great conversation, get some help, and kind of get a leg up and started. So it's been wonderful.
Yeah, everyone kind of hit all the points. The point to me that is really salient is Solana is the most equitable blockchain. If you think of the cost of Ethereum and just getting into NFTs there, it's 120 gas price, which comparatively to Metaplex, it's a couple of dollars. So really, when you think about barriers to entry, how to get the most people possible into the blockchain and Web3, Solana is the solution in my opinion, and it's up to all of us here to keep that spirit up. Talking to people in our community from countries like Venezuela or places in the world that are not developed countries like Europe, where finances and turmoil are happening in their country for them, blockchain matters the most. Principles like be your own bank. So we really need to preserve that. And I really hope that in future conferences, the community and the energy here tonight is the same, and that we welcome people who are new, and we don't have a stigma that you weren't here in 2021. You joining the party then, you're just as important.
Thank you so much, Emily. Yeah, we kind of covered a little bit the theoretical part, what we have, that we have amazing Solana community and what we already have, but if there is a new just starting project out there in the ecosystem and they plan to build the community, what you would advise them to start with and what challenges they might face, what advices you would give them, like what is the flow of starting actually the community?
Yeah, so I'll start the question, and then we had like a fun time talking about this ourselves. So I think whenever you're starting a new community, you have to identify like who's in that community and what it is that they care about. So talking to the community organically, hearing their voices and what they're saying is really important in designing that, and also designing your project in general. What we see in Metaplex, we have 25,000 plus NFT projects, a large number of communities, is the spirit of building and creating product like after the NFT drop. So if you think about marketing and the excitement and doing the NFT drop, now people have your NFT. What is it that they're going to do? Is it gating them into a special community? Is it entering into a game? A large portion of our projects actually are seeing this like huge drive to charity. And recently this past week, we integrated charities. So like in the drop down, I hope it's out, but you can pick up one of 200 charities, and that in royalties, you can flow funds into that. So really finding the sticky measure of what people do once they're in the community is important. I think more than any other industry in the past, mobile, whatever, all those industries, like you never knew the health of the community because it was behind closed doors. You couldn't see the inside finances. But here in NFTs, you always know the floor price. You always know if people are trading out. So as a creative community, you're held to a lot higher standard. You need to make sure that people are happy because they're not just using your product for free. They've actually bought, on average, an NFT that costs $540 equivalent to the USD dollars. So there's this huge principle of reciprocity. Because people on your platform, because they're using you, because they've already paid, you as a creator, you as a community manager, you owe them that really nice level of customer support.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you need to show love to your community, that they are taken care of. And it's actually an important factor of the loyalty, because when you just already launched a product, that attracts a lot of attention, and it's easy to grab the people's time when you're about to launch something. But it's hard to keep the loyalty after the launch, and you kind of need some special tricks and tips for that. Ben, I know you have a different opinion on this, and it's kind of like not a tactical person. You're more like about the impulsive community growing.
Sure.
Can you share about it more?
Let me give a little bit of context first. So with Jupiter, we launched. I mean, we saw a very big need. There were a lot of tokens launching, and there were a lot of markets coming up. And so we felt there was a big need for having a swap aggregator in Solana, right, to make it super easy to buy. Say if you wanted to buy Woof or Cheem or any number of these meme coins, right? So for us, like, we delivered value to the ecosystem, to the community, like, right away, right? And our approach to like building our community was really finding people who resonated with our product. So we actually we haven't done any airdrops, we haven't done any incentive programs, because we think it's really important to find people who truly love what you do and they truly see value, and use that to build sort of the base, right? You're the base of the people who are going to stick with you. So actually, a lot of times people come in and they say, when token, when airdrop, and I sort of tell people like this thing, like, you don't really want to be that friend who's always hitting you up for money. That's really not a good relationship. It's not a good way to kind of kick off anything. And so, like, I see our community sort of as like friends, right? We're actually trying to build a home for traders to trade any token. And I think it's really important to try to create an environment with genuine, true connection.
Yeah, the feeling of friendship is very important, and I think it's the most valuable thing you can find across the communities. Terry, what was your path in growing the community for the company, and what challenges did you face?
Yeah, so we pretty much grow the community like really, really quick. We only started the project like on mainnet like 5-6 months ago. And basically what we did was a sort of kind of whitelisting system, which we're basically using still to this day, a little bit more defined. But yeah, to get to the point of like the loyalty of the community, I think for us as like a launchpad, it's tricky because we're also like really dependent on like external factors, like what kind of projects the people want or the majority of the community want. And I think in the Solana ecosystem, we're pretty lucky. Like there are a lot of top-tier projects that we launched so far that are in the pipeline. We got like a big diversification of the lineup. We got gaming projects. We got actual like technical DeFi projects. Yeah, to basically keep everyone happy.
Here we are. Itai, what was your experience? Maybe you can see some patterns across the blockchains. What are mistakes? On the other hand, best practices.
I think that it's important to not fall for tribalism. A lot of crypto historically has been very tribal, so I hate that guy or that gal because she thinks the block should be bigger or smaller, so they're the Antichrist or whatever. So I think that it's a cheap trick that you could use, but you shouldn't. And I think you should build a community that's for yourself and not against something else. And I think that that's, from what I've seen in Solana, happening. So I don't see any big Antichrist or a lot of anti-whatever memes of, and there's some sick shit out there. The second thing that I think it's important to see is not just a lot of other chains that are, I would say, Ethereum competitors are just trying to do copycats of whatever works on Ethereum. So they're like, oh yeah, we're doing that, but on this chain. And I do think that it's important in a new blockchain like Solana. So yes, you're doing something that's similar to something that worked somewhere else. That's good. You have to bring something new, and you have to bring something that other people, so again, if let's say MakerDAO succeeded, a few other things on Ethereum didn't succeed. See what didn't succeed there, learn from there. So I do think it's very important to, so there are a lot of people that are entering the blockchain just for Solana, that's great, but there's also a lot of people who've been in space for 4 or 5 years, and we want to see what you guys have learned from projects that failed. And unfortunately, a lot of people raised a lot of money and did not deliver a lot of the products. So I do think that don't be tribal, go pro, and also look at projects that wanted to do what you were doing similar in the past few years and see what they did wrong and learn from it. So I think that's very important. When I talk to someone and they say, I have no competitors in the space, it's a very big turn down. So first of all, we all live in a centralized world and we're surviving. So there's always a centralized, and there's most likely 4 different people who wrote a white paper kind of similar to what you want to do in the past, even if they did nothing with it. Understand what didn't work there. So it's very, very important, if you ask me.
Where should the projects actually look for the community? Like there is some projects that have beautiful product, but they have 0 followers, and it works also the other way around. Where to actually find those community and loyal followers? Where to start?
So I think there's pros and cons. I think Launchpad is always seen as a very good way, and I'm pro that for new tokens, but I would say select 1 or 2. But if you do 6, 7 Launchpads, and then you come to us and say, we have a problem with the community, there's 50,000 people there, but they're not really engaged. But yeah, because you went to 7 different Launchpads and they discovered you through what coin am I buying this month. So I I personally am not a big fan of vanity metrics when it comes to community. I don't care about the numbers. It's more about, I would say, the online and the active. So a 3,000 person community that really is engaged and loves it and isn't when token, where an airdrop, that's great. And I think that start from, creating materials, writing stuff. Start with 3, 4, have an invite. I really agree with don't incentivize people on day one. Yeah. So of course, when you want to scale, there's a certain thing, but incentivizing someone, as someone who has 3 kids, I can't incentivize them to do everything because it's not going to work well. There's just not that many popsicles in the world. So I agree. I think that just start small, get 1, get 2, get a friend, and escalate.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Like, 2 people as a community, 3 people as a community, 4 people as a community. So starting off small and just seeing what people are talking about in a really organic way and then fostering that conversation. Typically, one solution that has worked really well is coming out of COVID. JK, we're still in COVID, but coming out of COVID, like the drive to be with one another in social environments like this awesome conference is just it's such a carrot. Like, people want to get back out there. They want to have happy hour. They want to see people. So social events, just like online events, are just so much important. And then always, always, always be helpful. If people have a question, answer it. Before this job, I actually sold a company, and we had the largest community in women's health. And it was all about answering those really awkward questions about health and fertility. So if you're able to provide someone something of value, they remember that. And if you're able to provide them something of value when they're most vulnerable or when they're struggling with their code or when they're excited, if there's an emotional tie-in, then that tie-in affinity to your product and your platform is so much greater. So create an emotional response that's positive and not negative, and measure that too. So another good way to measure that is you want 40% or more of people coming to your platform to retain into the next week and week over week. That would be a healthy metric to track.
Well, I'll just add a couple thoughts. I actually think it's really important to think about what is the kind of community you want to build, right? And I think it's actually also equally important to think about like what is the community that you want to be a part of, right? Because it sort of comes down to, if you're going to be there and you have to be there and answer all the questions and you spend all that time, it has to be a place that you want to be there for. Because if it's sort of this thing where you see it as a task, you're like, I should come in and do this thing and then get out, then there's never going to be enough momentum and enough energy, because in the very beginning, really the person who's going to be the anchor for the community is you. So I think it's really important.
I also want to add that growing a community is a great source of the community manager, because sometimes people bring to the product someone from the outside, and if you find a community manager in your community, first of all, the person is already engaged with the product, it knows all the details, the person is excited about the product, which allows them to share the motivation and the excitement and love with the community, as well as it gives them the opportunity to actually contribute and be part of something big and grow together. So having even a small community and taking the community manager from it can create the loyalty right from the beginning.
That's so true.
Okay, great. We still have a little bit of time left, and we are the last panel today, so I think we can be a little experimental, right? And try the first thing in this day is to ask you guys to give you the opportunity to ask questions. So if you have questions, please raise your hand, and the person with the microphone will come to you, and we will be happy to answer.
Yeah, so we synced as a panel, and we're okay with like controversial questions. So if you're feeling a little feisty out there, it's always good morning somewhere.
Not much. I'll give you guys just maybe something you guys talked about, and maybe I can segue what I said. So as I said, there's a lot of projects that didn't work in crypto, and that's a community that you can maybe engage and get back to. So if you're doing something better than a project that didn't succeed, engage that community. There's also, by the way, more aggressive things to do, quote unquote, vampire attacks or whatever. Give us that token that didn't do well because the project didn't fulfill itself. Give it to us and we'll give you yield of our new stuff. There's a lot of different things. But I think that if you really find the different products and communities that you are fulfilling what they said they will, there's a dormant community waiting for someone to do what they wanted to do. And I think that that's a very cool way. So be a bit more proactive, find the people that wanted to do what you wanted to do and engage their community. I've seen a lot of success there.
Yeah. Another idea I think is like listening to communities that have failed is like any time of the day you can go in a Twitter space on Twitter and just hear what people are talking about, especially in NFTs, and they're asking for products.
Yep.
So if you're an entrepreneur here tonight, just listening to what people are asking for, build a product for that, and then that Twitter space is already part of your community. You can go back to that Twitter space and say, hey, the ideas that you talked about, we did. I think testing is also a great idea. We have there's a female entrepreneur I talked to last week, and we red-pilled her onto Solana, but she's building the first Solana dating app, and the way she figured that out is she was experimenting early on in Clubhouse and using Clubhouse as a platform to see like how her dating
that's cool.
gameplay would work. So it was free. She grew it to like 10,000 weekly listeners, and it gave her the confidence to like quit her job as a software developer at Fang and build this dating app on Solana.
It's amazing.
Wow.
That's very great. We got a question from the audience. Can you say your name and the question?
Yeah, hey everyone, my name is Chris Price. I have a question that I've been getting from a lot of people in the Ethereum network. One is about, since their community is so Ethereum based, how can they take that exact same community or get new people on the Solana ecosystem super excited about their project? So some of them are actually afraid to move over to Solana because they don't think that they'll be accepted by the Solana ecosystem. So what would you say to someone wanting to transition from the Ethereum over to Solana? And that could be for anyone.
So first of all, there's technically build the right bridges and help them, again, wrap it, whatever if you want. As I said, vampire attacks. The other thing is what I said, don't be tribal. If people, so let's put it this way, Cardano ecosystem, again, whatever, really tries to be tribal. So if you're into Ethereum and you're never going to go to Cardano, you feel like there's a very big disconnect. So if you don't make so many rivals and if you don't make yourself, again, if you don't claim to flame by that guy sucks, then you're not going to have that, I would say, emotional disconnection. And sometimes rivals need each other. You know, CNBC needs Fox News, but then you're not going to move from whatever. So I think that taking the route of not being anti-Ethereum could make you a good, and again, technically make the right bridges and everything, but I think that's very important. Just don't shit on Ethereum. They're also, by the way, again, the biggest chain, and you still like, there's room for more than one, so it's all good. You know, that's my personal opinion. Most of the base layers that are being used right now are almost at full capacity. It's or you're a dead chain and no one's using it, or you're really running at where you need to be and you can always grow more. But there's a lot of growth happening. So don't be tribal and just create the right bridges, I think.
Also, I think everyone has always done it before you have. So if you're thinking about going to a new chain, finding projects or people who've done it before, and then hearing how it went, that's all more informative. And then you can learn from their mistakes if they had mistakes too.
Any more questions from the audience? Yeah.
Take it.
Here we go, in the middle. The gentleman in the center.
Oh, sorry. Thanks. Hello, everyone. First, I'd like to
Hello.
apologize for my English. I'm French, sorry. My question is for everyone who wants to take it. And it would be, in your opinion, what would be the next round of utility in NFTs?
I already said dating apps, so someone should go next.
I think financial NFTs. I think NFTs as collectibles is cool. That's a whole different thing. But I think that right now you're going to see NFTs as representation of allocations of investments, of investment strategies or whatever. So I'm really bullish on NFTs that have nothing to do with JPEGs and art, to be honest. That's what I'm looking at personally.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot in the DeFi space. We're seeing a lot of not only collaboration, but kind of moving the utility of NFTs and combining them to offer utility, not just like extra benefits or extra airdrops or something, but being able to like even multiply the collecting more, gosh, let me think about this. So instead of NFTs having a flat-out benefit, right, you can think of them almost as Legos, right, where the benefits stack on top of each other, right? And so like you can actually create more interesting sort of DeFi effects in protocols. So I think you'll see that in the next wave of NFTs.
I'll maybe answer it in like a data perspective. So at Metaplex, we have thousands and thousands of different projects and partners. And if I were to like divide them as a pie, I would say a lot of arts and collectibles are building like social and community applications followed by games. And then we're seeing a lot of movement in sports as well. So just those would be the three categories, but it's so early. We just need more categories to get in there and show the world what it's all about.
More questions?
Hi, my name is James, and I'm working on a charity NFT project dedicated to ending world hunger by collecting proceeds and donating 20% to charities like Action Against Hunger. My question is for Emily, and I'm curious if you have any data or perspective about how much is the optimal percentage to donate to charity. We're targeting 20%. I know real-world charities and foundations might go as low as 5% for sustainability, but I want to balance that and staying true to a good cause.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I don't see where you were.
Right there, right there.
Hey, friend. So we are just now getting up our data explorer. So rather than me pulling a number out of thin air, I would love to just connect with you in the coming weeks and actually like, present for our community. Here's the bell curve, and then actually do like quantitative surveys. But 20%, I've heard a lot of projects use that range. So I think you are definitely on the higher end, but know that there is a better answer I can give you. It's just not in this moment, and I want to be transparent about that.
Amazing. Thank you. Do we have more questions from the audience? Okay, then I'm gonna take the chance and ask my question. What do you guys think of ambassador program as an instrument of onboarding new community members that are proactively in participating at the product or the network or whatever? What is your opinion?
Investor program, you mean?
Ambassador programs. And if we launch them at the beginning of the growth of the product or at the end, are they sustainable enough, and how long they can last?
I'll take my take. Sure. I think that pre-product ambassador programs smell a bit to me, because what can we be ambassador of? There is not a product. So I think it's good to have a community pre-product. It's important to get them. But again, I know Cardano's a big thing, but you do need a product to get people really riled up. And if you do all this stuff and you don't want to over-incentivize people, you don't have a product, it doesn't create the best, I think, engagement or audience. So I think it's important to do things pre-product, but post-product, of course, I'm all for those tactics, but you still need to get people to be incentivized, I think, for more users and less Twitter followers. So when you have a product, it's not ambassadors, it's referral fees, it's affiliates. So it's true you can call it that way, but yes, businesses should do affiliates and referral fees. Ideas shouldn't pay too much for ambassadors, I think, pre-product, because it creates a bit of a gap, in my opinion.
I would agree with you. I would actually, though, say that like you should move fast on an ambassador program once you have a product. What we've noticed is that a lot of our best community members happen to be really strong community members in a lot of other communities, and they're actually really ready to be an ambassador. They're really ready to connect you with these other communities. And so what you want to do is you want to capitalize on that energy as soon as possible, because it's usually at the beginning of things that people have the most excitement for, the most energy to do things. And if you let it sort of lag for a bit, like say you take a couple months to start up your ambassador program or whatever it is, those people might have shifted away their attention, or they might have been drawn into another active project, and you might have like lost sort of a key moment.
But I think that Emily said something correct, that you can find them inside your community. Instead of inviting them to do an open sign up, find who's the most active one and make him your ambassador, as or your moderator or whatever.
As an organization, you only have so much budget and so many times a day. when I've done ambassador programs in the past and I've given finances to them, they haven't performed as well as if I've taken those finances and team resources and just invested it back into the project to create like the next viral winning feature. So I think when possible, giving people back with tools, that creates like more excitement and referral and goodwill than just paying someone to talk about a crappy tool.
Can I just share one thing about that? Because I've noticed that about sort of failed roles in general. And so normally with any role that I do, like I never give it to anyone who asks me. I actually wait for someone to do it organically. Like I watch to see like, are they sharing already? And then if they do, then I give them the actual program. So
it's a good tip.
That was super interesting conversation. Thank you so much for participating in today's panel. We are out of time, and unfortunately, we are the last panel for today, but we still see you tomorrow, and thank you so much.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today at the growth stage. Tomorrow, we have a fun set of activities. We have some more panels, some more discussions, some more great talks. Also, a little cherry on top. We have a party outside. Tomorrow, 6 to 8 p.m. at the NFT Gallery. If you would like, there will be drinks. There will be people. There will be great discussion. Thank you all so much for joining. Please enjoy the rest of your day tonight. There is a ton of other events going on, and we hope you enjoyed the programming today. Thank you. Have a safe night.